Chapter 251. Side Story. Mother. It was a beautiful afternoon. The sun, which loomed up above, filled the world beneath it with a gentle warmth while the crops around us fluttered in the wind. "It's this way." Nell took my hand as she led me down a wide dirt path adorned with farms on both sides. Alright. After swallowing the lump stuck in my throat, I timidly began following her lead. The village was beautiful, fields upon fields extended as far as the eye could see, with the only interruptions being the occasional house or old farmer. Though not all the plants were necessarily familiar, the peaceful sight reminded me so much of the Japanese countryside that I began feeling a bit homesick. I guess farms will still be farms, even in other worlds. Huh? There isn't really much to see here. The only thing we have is farmland, said Nell. Yeah, I figured. The village that Nell was raised in was located just outside the capital. It had only taken us about 3 hours to arrive. It was, for lack of a better term, average. The noble that governed the territory didn't define it, as he wasn't particularly greedy, nor particularly benevolent. Like his lands, he too was an embodiment of the ordinary. According to Nell, the village did grow a self-proclaimed local specialty in the form of a fruit that was more or less a mandarin. But that said, identical crops could be found all throughout the kingdom. I know they're not actually special, but we might as well grab a few while we're here, you know, as souvenirs and whatnot. You really don't need to be so stiff. Relax, giggled Nell. Glancing at me had evidently informed her of my restlessness. You see, I would, but I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to call your mom, I groaned. Do I go with her name and call her Noira? Or would it be better if I went with like mother-in-law or madam or something? The question I posed was one of the biggest reasons that my nerves had yet to settle. I'd been stuck deliberating it ever since I first realized that I was going to wind up in the encounter. I'm really starting to wish I had a mentor or something, someone to help me figure out everything I'm supposed to be doing here before I actually have to dive in. That's a good point. I'm not really sure what you should be calling her either. Starting to see why I'm on edge now? After another moment or two's worth of contemplation, Nell once again broke the silence. Mom was never really one for any formalities. She probably would have just awkwardly laughed it off if you addressed her formally. I think she would have liked it best if you just called her Mom. Alright, then Mom it is. After replying to her, I realized that Nell had been referring to her mom in past tense. But rather than poking deeper, I simply decided to continue following after her, her hand in mine. Our arrival was accompanied by surprise. We ended up finding ourselves not in front of a house, but a church. Wait, what? I could have sworn she mentioned that her mom raised her all by herself, so she couldn't have been an orphan, right? Over here, Yuki. Nell picked up the pace and began tugging at my hand before I could clear up my doubts. She led me behind the building, to a spot resting in the shade of a large, ancient tree. It was a quiet place, a space in which time itself almost seemed to slow down. A gentle breeze blew by, rustling the tree's leaves and allowing a few glimpses of sunlight to poke through its canopy and shine upon the white plaque that lay right beside the tree's trunk. The grave. When did it happen? My throat had gone dry, so I only barely managed to croak out the words after a brief delay. Around 2.5 years after I started training, about a year before we first met. She spoke with a quiet voice, her eyes fixed upon the name engraved on the tombstone all the while. Mom. Mom worked really hard to raise me. She was always pushing herself to the brink exhaustion. She didn't want me to worry, so she made sure she didn't let it show. But that only made it worse. She collapsed soon after I was recruited by the church. Sounds like she was one hell of a mother. She was. Mom always did her best for me. She always smiled, and she was always really, really patient, no matter what I did, even though she had to deal with all the stress of working from dawn to dusk every single day. Her voice slowly lost traction. Its volume, which had been low to begin with, decreased further and further until she ended up in a whisper. And then, she paused. Not to lament in sadness, but rather to smile as she basked in nostalgia. She had a really cute side to her too. The brunette once again began speaking with energy. She would always put everything she had into her cooking, but no matter what she did, she could never quite get it right. That was why I had to learn how to cook. I understood that the only reason Nell's mother had collapsed as soon as her daughter was recruited by the church was because she had finally stopped putting up a front. She recognized her role had been played to its end, that Nell had finally gained the ability to sustain her own livelihood, even if she stopped working herself to death. Only with that knowledge did she finally allow herself to cave into all the exhaustion that she'd bottled up over the years, the exhaustion she had sacrificed many, many years of her life to accrue, all for the sake of her daughter's future. I wish you could have met her before she passed. Yeah, me too. I frowned for a moment, then asked a question I was expecting her to dismiss. I've been meaning to ask you something, but I'm not sure it's really appropriate. That's okay, said Nell. What is it? So where's your dad's grave? I know you said he passed a long time ago, so I was kinda expecting to see it here, but couples were normally buried together, but the Noyera's grave had only one name on it, and there were no others in its vicinity. Dad's grave is in a country far to the southeast. He was a soldier. Mom said he died fighting a war. Once she heard the news, she decided to immigrate so she could give birth to me somewhere safer. That was how we ended up here. That couldn't have been a decision she made lightly. She must have known that moving to a foreign land she knew little about without anyone to rely on would be far from easy, and having to jump right into working was only sure to make the transition even more difficult. But she did it anyway. For her daughter, for Nell, I could imagine all the hardship that she went through. I could practically see all the sweat, blood, and tears that had fueled her efforts, but I couldn't put it into words. I simply didn't know how to describe something on the magnitude of what she had endured. I know where his grave is. After pausing briefly, she continued in a lonelier tone, but I've never had the chance to visit it. My work keeps me too busy. Then how about we go together when you finally wrap everything up and call it a career? We could treat it like something like some sort of retirement trip or something. Chances are, it won't be just us though. Everyone else will probably end up tagging along too. That sounds like it would be plenty of fun. She smiled. Yeah, I know, right? I chuckled as I joined her in imagining it. Any trip involving the dungeon's other residents was sure to be a lively one indeed. That said, I wasn't exactly all that keen on leaving the dungeon mostly unattended in its current state. My pets were certainly tough enough to get rid of any would-be intruders, but I just couldn't help but worry about it regardless. Time to put reinforcing the defenses back on the to-do list, I guess. How do humans normally pray for the dead? Like this. You place your hand against your heart, she said, as she demonstrated. It's meant to show them that you're thinking about them, even though they've already passed on. I followed her instructions and placed a hand against my chest whilst also getting onto my knees and sitting on my legs, as the Japanese often did in formal situations. Once I was in position, I closed my eyes and began to pray. So hi, Mom, I'm Yuki. I would like to apologize in advance, as I know that this is totally coming out of nowhere, but your daughter and I are going to be getting married. I smiled a bit as I mused about the fact that, for her, the announcement really had come out of nowhere. She had no idea who I was, or that I'd even been seeing her daughter. Nell's doing great. She's been working hard, and it's starting to show. She's grown to be incredibly brave. A lot of things still scare her, but she always finds it in herself to stand up to her fears. That isn't all, either. She's also been unbelievably kind. Nell always does her best for everyone around her. You've raised her into a wonderful person. I know that you must be worried, especially given the nature of her work, but please, be at ease. I promise you that I'll live up to your legacy. I'll always love her and be good to her, and I'll do everything in my power to make sure no harm ever comes her way, no matter what. Thank you for everything that you've done for her and for raising her to be who she is. Thank you. May you forever rest in blissful peace. Alright, that's that. I opened my eyes, patted the dirt off my legs, and stood up as I reaffirmed my resolve to protect Nell. I was ready to do anything for her, even if that anything involved putting myself on the betting board. "Are you done talking to Mom?" The brunette, who had also been praying, lowered the hand she had pressed against her chest as she turned from her mother's gravestone to look at me. "Yeah, I just finished begging for her forgiveness after telling her that you weren't my only wife." "That certainly does sound like something she should find out now and not later," she said, with a giggle. "What about you? You sure you're done already?" All I wanted to do was introduce you to her and tell her about how much of a weirdo you are." "Weirdo? What do you mean, weirdo?" Nell and I turned from my mother-in-law's final resting place, but right as I began stepping forward, a sudden gust of wind blew past me and prompted me to spin my head around. As I looked to my rear, I found myself face to face with a smile, one that, like Nell's, was filled with nothing but kindness and warmth. She was translucent, ephemeral, and as I blinked, she faded, as if to bid this very world her final farewell. "Yuki, is something the matter? It looks like she approves." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, just, something." Nell stared at me in visible confusion, but I laughed it off as I took her hand and began walking back the way we came. "I know we gotta go soon, but can you show me around a bit more? I've been wanting to see your house." "MMK." She nodded. "But there isn't really much to see. It's not anything special. I come visit every once in a while so I can keep it clean, but it's been a while since my last visit, so it's probably gotten a bit dusty." "That's fine," I said. "What do you say we spend some time cleaning it up together?" Chapter 252. Any protagonist with a harem is sure to be one filled with shame. "Why?" He felt a sense of abject horror overcome him as his eyes slowly drifted across the miserable remains of a once beautiful hamlet. "What purpose is there in inflicting such wanton destruction?" It was as if the settlement had been subjected to a world-ending disaster. The fields had been reduced to a mess of dead plants and upturned soil, the houses charcoal, and the mill a pile of rubble. The waterway with which the town supplied itself was no longer serviceable. The few canals still visible beneath the piles upon piles of debris scattered all over contained not even the slightest trace of liquid. Even the forest served to show that the village was no more, for it had begun encroaching upon the land and reclaiming it in nature's name. Him aside, there was no sign of any intelligent life to be seen, at least not in the present. "I sense remnants of spells cast by members of the human race." He spoke aloud as he gently touched the charred remains of a house whose inhabitants he had once known. The spells had been cast by a large number of individuals, each of their magic signatures was distinct, but not entirely. They all carried a characteristic trait unique only to humans. At first, he suspected that the hamlet's fate was the product of a war, but upon recalling that nothing of the sort had occurred, he realized that it stemmed from something much more sinister: the slave trade. To think that the humans would transfigure a settlement once so beautiful into a sight so grim. They are wicked, wretched and so incorrigibly deplorable that I struggle to name a people more iniquitous and sinful. For a moment, he seethed with bottomless anger, pure unrestrained rage, at the men who had ruined what he once held dear. But then, it vanished. His wrath abated as quickly as it had come. He had put a conscious end to it, for he knew that it was not the time. Despite all the damages done, there was not a single corpse in sight. They had been buried by the survivors. Knowing that some of the villagers had lived was what sealed his righteous fury and allowed him to recall that seeking retribution was not the first of his priorities. What of the blessed child? What has happened to her? The question, which was directed at no one in particular, was accompanied by spontaneous generation. Several orbs of light, each a different color, suddenly appeared in his vicinity. The numerous entities revolved around him, flickering and darting to and fro in a way that almost seemed to demonstrate that they had minds of their own. Was she taken by the humans? He muttered to himself a question, followed by a firm declaration. If that was the fate to which she has befallen, then I must seek her. For through the blessing I bestowed upon her, I know that she still remains animate. Yet, with his mind made, his staff in hand, and his determination unshakable, He turned from the hamlet and began his search. "You sure you're okay with her staying a whole 3 days, Kingpin?" "Of course, there's no need for me to worry about her safety with the two of you by her side," responded the monarch, "and my late wife would be quite cross with me if I was to be too overprotective to grant her even the slightest bit of freedom." "That's terrifying." "My thoughts exactly," he said, as he echoed my laugh with one of his own. "Isn't that great?" Asked Nell. "It looks like His Majesty's going to let Lady R'll come over." "I'm very happy," replied the sword, with a nod. Her poker face remained present as usual, but my ability to deduce what she was thinking at a glance informed me that she was ready to burst with joy. "I appreciate you keeping my daughter company, Zayn. She's been incredibly happy lately, thanks to you." "We're friends. It's only natural." "I've always been a bit concerned about R'll's lack of playmates. She's never quite had as many friends as I would have liked her to, so knowing that you think of her as one has me overjoyed," said the king with a happy, fatherly smile. The impression I had of the king's daughter was that she likely had many friends. The girl was one with more than enough energy to go around, but upon hearing the genuine relief in the aging monarch's words, I recalled the fact that, unlike most others her age, she was a bona fide princess, which meant that her friendships were often tied in with politics and therefore far more complicated than need be. Thanks for waiting, everyone. For what she lacked in friends, R'll made up for with the devil's timing. The princess entered the reception room right as she became the topic of discussion. She was raring to go. The belongings that she was looking to bring with her had already been packed into the tote bag slung over her shoulder. It didn't quite seem like she had enough luggage with her for a 3-day stay, and that was because she didn't. Her bag only contained the essentials, as we'd decided ahead of time that lending her clothes was going to be much more practical than having her bring a series of bulky dresses. R'll wasn't the only human heading back to the dungeon either. Nell was too. She had chosen to return home for the duration of the princess' stay, as she wanted to update the other residents on her plans in person. "Ready already?" I asked. "Yes, I am," she said, with a vigorous nod. "Thanks so much for inviting me. I certainly don't mind you spending a few nights at Yuki's home, but only under the condition that you be good," said the king. "Do not cause any trouble and ensure that you do as they say." "Don't worry, father, I will." "Good," he nodded, then turned to me. "My daughter is in your hands now, Yuki. Take good care of her." "Sure thing, Kingpin." "She'll be back safe and sound before you know it." After seeing the king nod, I moved on to addressing the girls. "All right, ladies, it's time for departure. Channel a bit of mana into the tickets I handed you earlier, and we'll have you at your destination in the blink of an eye." "Okay." "MMK, do you mean this necklace?" Nell and In responded in brief while R'll wondered aloud if I was referring to the accessory she'd been given. Her question was answered as soon as she posed it, albeit not by me. Following the other two girls' examples had led her to vanish without a trace. "Alrighty, looks like they're all set," I said. "Thanks again for everything, Kingpin. Hope to see you round." "The feeling is mutual." After giving the old monarch one last wave, I activated my own warp crystal and returned home via teleportation. "I see that you have returned." The first person to greet us was Leffi. She made her way over to the point of our arrival with a series of slow, sluggish movements, amongst which was a yawn. "Guess that means she was probably lazing around as usual." "Hell, she probably only got up 'cause she realized we'd made it back." It was just past lunchtime, which, according to routine, meant she was likely the only resident indoors. The kids almost always headed outside to play as soon as they were done with lunch, while the maids used the opportunity to retrieve the laundry, which they typically hung out to dry after breakfast. The first two that the dragon approached were the harrow and the sword. "You have done well, both in returning and keeping a watchful eye on our resident fool." She gave each girl a light pat on the shoulder along with a couple celebratory remarks. "Has he done anything absurd enough to require my immediate attention?" "Not this time," said Nell. "I made sure to watch him closely enough to stop him from doing anything silly." "He was fine this time," confirmed Anne. "Oh, come on," I complained, but didn't bother actually joining the conversation. I knew that, at times like these, Contributing wasn't going to do much in my favor, so I let it go by with nothing but a few idle grumbles. "Just what do you girls take me for?" Once she exchanged a few more words with my two companions, the dragon girl turned to me. "Welcome home, Yuki." "Thanks." I was, for a moment, stunned into silence. A pair of conflicting emotions raged within me. On one hand, hearing Levi's voice had immediately filled me with a sense of comfort and bliss. On the other, I was totally pissed at myself for feeling the way I did. It almost felt like the overly smug dragon had me wrapped around the tip of her finger. "I see that you have once again failed to right the error of your ways." The warm smile faded from her face and found itself replaced by a look of exasperation as she directed her gaze towards a certain unfamiliar princess. "Why is it that you insist on kidnapping a child each and every time I take my eyes off you?" Hold on, Levi, just calm down, okay? I know what you're thinking, but you've got it all wrong. Ril's just one of In's friends, and she's only here to play. "Really?" She narrowed her gaze. "I see little reason to believe you." Ril, who had read the mood and chosen to stay silent in order to allow us to carry out our family reunion, took the opportunity to join the conversation. "Good afternoon. I am Ril Glorio Alisa. I prefer to be addressed as Ril." The princess pulled up the hems of her skirt and delivered a picture-perfect formal curtsy as she introduced herself with gusto. "I've been blessed with the wonderful opportunity to spend several days here in Mr. Demon Lord's realm, and I hope to remain in your good graces for the duration of my stay." "You are very polite, little one." The silver-haired dragon smiled. "I am Lephishos, but you may refer to me as Levi." "I am this fool's wife," she said, as she gestured in my direction. "His wife? I thought he was going to marry Nell." "Yuki is a lustful man. His atypical disposition has led him to take for himself a total of 3 wives. I was by no means the horn dog she claimed I was. I was only about as attracted to members of the opposite sex as any other guy." That said, as someone who had begun to embrace a polyamorous lifestyle, I was in no position to make any sort of argument against her. "Mr. Demon Lord has 3 wives?" The princess' eyes went wide. "That's wonderful. That must mean he really will marry me when I grow up. Is that something he has already agreed to?" "Yup." The princess nodded energetically. The dragon's neck slowly twisted towards me in a near unnatural fashion. Atop her face sat a picture-perfect smile. It was so perfect, in fact, that it seemed to manifest an aura of its own. It was like she had some sort of malevolent spirit standing behind her, one that symbolized jealous rage, one that any aware of Japan's folklore would call a hanya. Wow, so this is how castles owned by demon lords look. Apparently, the pressure that radiated off Levi's form was undetectable by humans. Azrael remained unaffected and continued to casually examine her surroundings whilst I was left trembling in fear. "It seems really comfy and lived in." "Well, yeah, I know there's a throne in here, and that it's pretty fancy and whatnot, but despite its name, the true throne room is basically just our living room. If anything, I'd be more surprised if it didn't seem lived in." "The outside is even cooler," said the resident sword. "Follow me, I'll show you around." "Thanks." And Levi waited for the 2 younglings to leave before narrowing her eyes and speaking in a much colder tone. "I trust you will be explaining this to me in detail?" I mean, what else was I supposed to say?" She was the one asking, "And do you really think I can bring myself to be cruel enough to break the poor girl's heart?" I said in indignant panic. "Besides, it'll be fine. Sure, she likes me now, but that'll change by the way it grows up. I know for a fact that she'll forget she ever liked me by the time she grows up. That's just how that works." After listening to a couple panicked but supposedly logical explanations, Levi heaved a small sigh. "Yuki, I would like to inform you that you are but digging your own grave." Her words were laced heavily in exasperation. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After heaving another sigh, she prompted the other woman in the room to join her in lecturing me. "I think you're right," said Nell. "You really have to learn to be more careful around women, Yuki. If you keep going at this rate, then one day, someone's going to take advantage of you, use you, hurt you, and throw you away." I'll try to be more careful," I said. I've no doubt that such an event is awaiting him, said Levi. There is a need for me to remain by his side to ensure that it does not occur. He has always been far too kind to those of the opposite gender. I know, right? He is completely ruthless when it comes to men, but he always softens up the moment he has to deal with a girl. He even gave in to Rania's pestering and showed her his wings. Well, I mean, there wasn't any reason for me to turn her down, was there? If anything, saying no would have made me feel bad. It isn't every day you see a quiet girl like her getting so worked up. I see from his lack of repentance that this is an issue that will require the council's attention, said Levi. Let us speak to Liz so that we may organize the Fifth Wives Conference. I actually wanted to talk to you and Lou about something. Do you think that might be a good time? Very well, let us center the conference around you and whichever topics you wish to discuss. Alright, hold up. Did she just say fifth? When the hell did the other four happen? Chapter 253, Young Rivals. It was simply intuition. The moment their eyes met was the moment the two girls came to the mutual, instinctive understanding that they were destined to be at odds. Welcome home, said Eluna. Who's the new girl? Well, I met her when I was with Master, said the sword. We're friends now. Wow, nice to meet you. Well, I'm Shii. It's nice to meet you too, Shii, said the princess. What race are you? I'm a slime. You're a slime. Ril met the other girl's happy smile with a puzzled frown, but soon allowed it to fade. While she had never heard of any human-shaped slimes before, she immediately recalled that she was in a dungeon, which meant it would have been stranger not to encounter anything unexpected. Once she was done greeting the overly friendly monster, the princess turned to the girl that had set off her instincts. Hi, it's nice to meet you. What's your name? I'm Eluna, said the blonde. Nice to meet you too, Ril. At first, the encounter seemed like an everyday, friendly exchange, but as was made clear to everyone present, it was far more than just that. Both girls' eyes immediately shot to the top of each other's heads in order to examine their relative heights. There was, objectively, no practical difference between them. It took careful scrutiny for the two to conclude that Ril was only the tiniest bit taller, and to them, that was all that mattered. The princess put her hands on her hips, stood as tall as she could, and grinned in an adorably cocky manner as Eluna grumbled in lament of her loss. Fortunately for the vampire, it wasn't over. There was still another point of comparison. As if in sync, the pair's eyes turned serious yet again as they shot to each other's chests. While they didn't know why or what for, they were aware that men preferred women with larger breasts, so they made it a point to use them to judge one another's worth. Again, they were basically on par. But a detailed-oriented analysis showed that, this time, it was Eluna that came out on top. As such, she puffed out her chest with pride while Ril was left groaning in frustration. It looks like we're tied, said the princess, upon recovering. Let's face off again when we both grow up some more. Okay, said the vampire. But I won't lose. You took the words right out of my mouth. Upon having formally acknowledged each other, the two young rivals shook hands and called it even in a sportsmanlike fashion. What are they doing? Asked Shii. I don't know, said Anne. The sword and the slime both tilted their heads to the side in an attempt to get a new perspective on the situation, but to no avail. Did you have her come outside so you could show her the castle? Said Anne. I wanted to show her around and introduce her to everyone. Okay, then let's all show her around together. Thank you very much. Ril squeaked out a scream as her eyes dropped, only to realize that there were a group of heads sticking out from between her legs. GG ghosts? Nope, said Eluna. They're wraiths. The one on the left is Rua, the one on the right is Lo, and the one in the middle is Ray. And you know what's really neat? They're sisters. Unlike the princess, Eluna was so well adjusted to the trio's antics that her reaction upon seeing them in their newfound positions was to introduce them. But aren't wraiths supposed to be ghosts? Asked Ril as she trembled in fear. They are. Well, then I guess they might be ghosts. I'm not really sure. Eluna looked around for confirmation, but was unable to secure anything along the lines of an answer. Shii and In had responded with no, and me either, respectively, whereas the Wraith girls had looked at each other only to shrug in confusion. The fact that even the Wraiths in question seemed to be less than receptive of her words led Ril, who had originally been the most confident of the group, to begin doubting herself. Oh well, it doesn't matter if they're ghosts, they're still our friends anyway. Alright, and nice to meet you. The sisters began spinning circles around the princess, as if to respond to her greeting with goodwill. At first, I had been a bit concerned as to whether Ril would fit in with the other girls. Fortunately, the way she quickly ran off with all the other girls as soon as I finished introducing her to the rest of the dungeon's residents proved that my worries were unfounded, even in spite of the fact that she was a literal princess. Just saying. Watching them play does wonders for one's inner peace. It's practically enlightening. Wow, Master, said Lu. You sure do work fast. And this time, you've even gone and fooled yourself a princess. Oh please, I said, rolling my eyes. Stop trying to make me out for some kinda playboy. Honestly, given the circumstances, even I've started to think I might be at least a bit of a horn dog. But I've definitely not stooped as low as becoming some dumb playboy. You see, playboys go out of their way to pick up girls, and I've done literally none of that. I mean sure, I was responsible for summoning a bunch of monsters, but everyone else that lives here kinda moved in on their own. I was never the first one to make the suggestion. Therefore, I am not a playboy. Q.E.D. There you go, mackin' excuses again. Li prodded me in the side with an elbow. But with this many girls all over you, waiting on your every beck and call, they ain't really holdin'. You can't say you ain't a perv, Master, and that's a fact. I couldn't stand the annoying smirk she was giving me, so I grabbed her by the cheeks and started tugging away. Alf, daft herds, Master, what are you doing that for? Your cheeks are always so nice and soft, Lu, I said. My fingers felt like they were in heaven. Her face wasn't addictive to the touch the way Lefi's wings were, but it was still really nice in its own way. The difference between them is kinda like the difference between a silky pillow and a fluffy one, if you know what I mean. They're both great, but in different ways. Fine, Master, have it your way. I'm not gonna let you bully me for fur. The Warwolf reciprocated my antics with equal aggression in kind. She brought her hands to my cheek and began pinching and pulling, but not before I managed to get a line in. Ha! I snorted. You wish to challenge a Daemon Lord? Very well, I shall make you realize the height of your folly. I wasn't actually sure why I was getting all fired up, nor why I had started role-playing, but after making the declaration, I engaged her in a contest of endurance, one that neither of us were willing to lose. Upon returning to the True Throne room a bit later in the day, Lu and I were met by Lefi, who cocked a brow and gave us a confused stare. Why is it that the both of your cheeks appear so swollen? Oh, you know. Lu and I voiced identical, simultaneous replies before awkwardly laughing the question off, a response that left the dragon even more confused than she had been upon our entrance. Chapter 254, Side Story, The Wives' Conference. The conference took place in the Japanese-styled inn situated in the castle shadow. There were 3 participants, all of which were wed, or to be wed, to the master of the house. Now that we have all arrived, let the 5th Wives' Conference begin, said the conference's host, a young-looking girl with a head of silver, as the final attendant took a seat. Both the other participants responded to her announcement with a few light claps of the hand. Neither was aware as to exactly why they were applauding. In fact, they saw no reason to applaud at all. It was an action that they'd intuitively done out of habit. All it truly served to do was prove that Yuki's influence ran deep. He often put his hands together in situations much like the one that the ladies currently faced. Lu, I believe I have yet to explain to you the purpose of today's conference, so let us begin with that. The acting chairman turned to face her bushy-tailed associate. The intention is to allow Nell to elaborate on the deeds that the fool we call our husband has accomplished during his stay amongst the humans. Great. I've been wanting to hear about all Master's exploits. Under normal circumstances, Lefi, Lu, and Nell would not have been the conference's only participants. It was, despite its name, open to everyone other than Yuki himself, and even those not a part of the board were encouraged to give their opinions. As such, in Iluna and Shiai almost always participated. The guest was the only reason today was any different, and not because she was to be excluded. The presence of a new friend, or several, in Rol's case, had led the girls to burn all their energy playing the day away. All four were now happily tucked away in dreamland. Layla was also a face that was sometimes seen amongst those at the table, but only if asked to function as a consultant. She would never go out of her way to participate. At first, Lefi had found this strange. The dragon knew that it was not as if Layla was not fond of Yuki, but she almost immediately came to realize that it was because the demon was far too caught up in the pursuit of knowledge to involve herself in romance. Let us begin by addressing the child. Why is it that she is so attached to him? Did Yuki ever tell you two about the incident he resolved the last time he visited the capital? Nell had no idea where to begin. There was no telling exactly how much the other two girls knew. While the demon lord did often enjoy bringing up his own title, he only did so as to excuse his own ridiculous antics. He wasn't actually one to boast aloud, so his achievements remained largely unknown to those that lived with him. I was made aware that he foiled a plot involving a prince under the influence of a demon, said Lefi, and that the very same prince was made, through necromancy, into a puppet under the demon's control. He told me the same thing, said Lu. I felt real bad for the poor prince when Master first brought him up. It didn't even sound like it was really his fault. Then I guess I can keep it short, said Nell. Both the king and the princess were captured and thrown into the castle's dungeon. Yuki was the one who rescued them. So she is like you? Lefi asked. You too found yourself smitten when he showed up as Wood a knight in shining armor, did you not? Basically. She momentarily turned her eyes downwards as she stuttered out a reply. Ril was really happy to see him when he visited the castle. She quickly became friends with Anne, and were pretty close too. Having her come over to play seemed like the natural flow of things. That said, I think Yuki was the one to suggest it. But ain't she a princess? You sure her dad's okay with her been here? Mine woulda tried real hard to keep me home. Li heaved a fed-up sigh as she thought back on her own family situation. His major, the king knows that, as the Wicked Forest's demon lord, Yuki is very strong, said Nell. Because of that, and his understanding of Yuki's personality, he seems to think that having Rilla around him is even safer than having her around the castle. He also told me that he would rather have her make friends her age than keep her locked up at home. A bold man, this king of yours is. Lefi chuckled. I take it he is on good terms with our husband? Yuki is often quick to trust those who are able to make decisive judgments. Yuki really seems to like him. He even gave him some elixirs and warp crystals. So he has finally made a male friend? That is quite the pleasant surprise. Lefi smiled. Normally, her grins were arrogant and fearless, but this one was far softer. It was gentle, kind, and almost motherly. I was thinking the same thing, said Nell. The only other guy friend Yuki has is Rur, and Rur's not even a member of the races. I dunno about Count Rur, said Lu. Sure, he's a guy, but Master seems to think of him as a pet, so treating him as one of the few friends Master has almost makes him seem kinda pathetic. That's a good point. The two took a moment to exchange a pair of bitter smiles. What of Yuki? Have you discovered anything of him worth sharing? Lefi took the brief moment of silence to move the conversation along. I've found something I'm sure you'll both want to know. Nell nodded energetically. Yuki's really bad at dancing. Dancing? How unexpected. Lefi cocked a brow. Yup. Nell giggled as she recalled the clumsy manner in which the demon lord had carried himself. I had to help him practice because we were slated to attend a ball, and it was the cutest thing. He kept stumbling all over his own feet. That certainly is a sight I am able to picture. He somehow managed to get the movements down by using his demon lord powers to get the dance skill. But he was still really awkward because he couldn't get a grasp of the rhythm. He kept groaning and grumbling because of it. I feel bad for him for saying this, but I enjoyed every moment of it. That sounds real cute, said Lu. I wish I could have been there. You think Master'll show me if I ask him to? Probably not. He's aware of how bad he is at it, and I heard him muttering under his breath about how he was never going to do it ever again. That is another sight that I am able to picture, and quite easily. Levi was not, by any means, the only one capable of seeing Yuki in such a situation, and as such, all three ended up exchanging a series of laughs at their husband's expense. The topic was followed by several other heated discussions. They excitedly talked about both his accomplishments and misadventures without even the slightest bit of restraint. But as time was limited, Nell eventually brought the casual conversation to an end with a more serious topic. Yuki and I have talked, and I'm going to keep doing my job as the hero, she said, hesitantly. This will always be my home, and I'll make sure to visit from time to time, but I can't stay here forever, not while my country still needs me. Wait, you're gonna go back to living with all the other humans? Liz ears began to droop as she spoke. I'm sorry, Lou, but my motherland is in a state of chaos right now. I can't just leave it. Nell gave one of her own hands a bit of a squeeze. But I promise I'll come back. I'll hand my position off to someone else as soon as the dust settles and Alice stops needing me. Did you come to that decision of your own accord? Asked Levi. I did. And you say that Yuki has agreed to it? He did. In fact, he gave me the push I needed to make up my mind. I wouldn't have been able to come to the conclusion I did without him. Then I have only one thing to say. The dragon looked the human in the eyes. Never forget, Nell. And smiled. Never forget that you are one of us. Never forget to do your utmost to return. And never forget that I am ready to offer you my aid should you ever desire it. Do not hesitate to ask for it. It is as Yuki always says, for we are family. Thanks, Levi. Nell smiled. That's right. You won't hear us voicing any complaints about you not been here. You're the one who has it the hardest, said Lou. I know I ain't like Levi or Master and that my help really ain't worth much, but just say the word and I'll do whatever I can. That's not true at all, Lou. You're so full of energy that being around you is enough to fill me with it. Really? Asked a happy yet embarrassed Warwolf. Then I'll make sure to give you all the energy I've got. The maid pointed her palms in the other girl's direction and started to groan, as if to demonstrate that she was exerting herself. Thanks, Lou. This silly action was so silly it caused Nell to giggle. In a sense, it really had served to invigorate her. Make sure you take care of Yuki while I'm gone, okay? I won't be around most of the time, so it'll be up to you two to pick him up whenever he gets down. You may leave knowing that he remains in good hands, said Levi. I am not so incompetent as to cause you worry whilst you're unable to remain by his side. Don't worry, Nell, just leave it to us. We'll make sure nothing ever happens to him. And so, with Nell's future discussed and agreed upon, the three returned to gossiping about their husband and his antics. Chapter 255, A Day in the Life of a Highly Competent Maid. After breezing through all she had to do in the kitchen, Layla poked her head into what everyone but Yuki called the living room and counted the number of individuals present. Upon confirming that there were exactly 3, as she had anticipated, she entered. One of her hands held a stand with a pre-cut cake on top, while the other carried all the plates and utensils she would be using to serve it. Good afternoon, everyone. I've brought your afternoon snacks. So it is finally snack time. I have been eagerly awaiting this very moment. Levi's head shot up the moment the maid announced her presence. What is it that we are having today? Is that a pound cake? It is. The dragon's childlike response prompted the demon maid to giggle as she set the table. Wow, looks good. Thanks, Layla, said Yuki. The lord she served had hid himself in one of the room's corners in order to fiddle with his newest creation atop his workbench. It was incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to pinpoint the identity of what he was working on. There was far too much clutter on his desk to allow her to see it. Under normal circumstances, Layla would have been able to speculate based on the materials strewn around his workshop, but as he had yet to clean up after the many other things he had made as of late, she couldn't. The odd-eyed demon lord put what he was working on down, got to his feet, and started to make his way towards the table. but the dragon that was his bride immediately placed herself between him and his destination, halting his advance. "I will not allow you to take another step, Yuki," she said. "As one who has expressed nothing but contempt for sweet treats and even teased me for my sweet tooth, you have no right to consume them. But worry not, your portion shan't go to waste. I will do you a great favor and consume it in your place." "What the hell are you going on about now?" He rolled his eyes. "First of all, I didn't even really talk shit about your sweet tooth. All I said was that I was surprised you could have so many goddamn sweets without getting sick of them. I didn't say jack shit about not liking them myself." "You have failed to recount the event in its entirety. Do you not recall how disinterested you remained when I lectured you on the wonders of sugar? It was an act of benevolence, one that I sacrificed my own free time to perform, and yet, you brushed it off and ignored me. You have no respect for sweets and thereby no right to consume them." "Oh, please, respect for sweets? Now you're just being silly." "If you two keep arguing, I'll finish all the cake," said Nell. "Could I please have a slice, Layla?" Of course, the hero was clearly adjusted to handling the pair's antics, as one line from her was all that was needed to bring the argument, which had devolved into a back and forth from which neither party was willing to relent, to an end. "Thanks, Layla." As if to hammer the nail into the coffin, the brunette picked up a fork and took a bite out of the slice she was given. "Why, you must not, Nell," said Levi, in a panic. "Curses, I have no time to be wasting on the likes of you, Yuki." "It cannot be helped. I will remain magnanimous and allow you a single slice even in spite of your lack of appreciation for sugar." PFFFFT. "Stop acting like you own the damn thing. You and I both know that Layla's the one who baked it. How about you get off your high horse and thank her instead of ranting and being all entitled and shit?" "Fool," the dragon scoffed. "You know as well as I that I would never pay Layla any disrespect. She is the only one of us capable of crafting such a delectable dish. In my mind, she is at the top of this dungeon's hierarchy, while you remain at the bottom." "You say that, but I'm the one who taught Layla how to make sweets in the first place." "You were only able to forge them through the use of the dungeon's power. You were never capable of it on your own. It was Layla herself that worked out the intricacies of the recipes you gave her." Yeah, true," Yuki shrugged. "But I am merciful. Be honored to know that I will at least acknowledge that it was you who brought them to her attention. It is true that she would not have ever heard of them without your intervention." "Oh boy. Thanks." The demon lord rolled his eyes. "Being acknowledged by you is such an honor. I totally care." With their bickering finally at an end, the two joined Nell at the table and began chewing away at their afternoon snack. Neither said much more, but seeing the satisfied looks on their faces, and thereby knowing that of their enjoyment, was more than enough to put a smile on Layla's face. "Should I be bringing the second cake out too, Layla?" Li poked her head out of the kitchen in much the same manner the other maid had earlier as she posed the question. "Yes." "Could you please serve that one to the girls? They should be playing outside," said Layla. "And could you make sure they wash their hands before they dig in?" "You got it," Li responded energetically as she grabbed the cake and all the utensils needed to consume it and headed towards the nearest door that led outside the castle. The first task Layla set off to accomplish upon cleaning up after the midday snack was retrieving the laundry she'd hung out to dry in the morning. Basket in hand, she left the castle's confines and ventured into the grassy field that contained it. As the dungeon was home to more than just a small handful of people, there was inevitably an incredible amount of laundry to be done, but Layla remained undiscouraged. She began sorting through the laundry with highly efficient, practiced movements. "Do you need any help?" Upon putting one of her lord's shirts in the laundry basket, she found herself greeted by a familiar, high-pitched voice. Turning her head led her to spot its source, a young vampire whose hair shone with a golden radiance under the light of the artificial sun above. "Thank you, Iluna, but I'll be fine," said Layla. "Are you playing hide-and-seek?" The question stemmed from the younger girl's position. She had crouched near one of the laundry racks in order to make herself as small and unnoticeable as she could, but that wasn't why Layla had failed to spot her immediately. Neither of them had actually noticed the other right off the bat. as they were on opposite sides of a large sheet. Yup, we normally play in the courtyard, but everyone already remembers all the good hiding spots, so it isn't really as fun anymore. Now that Roll's here, we decided to try doing it out here instead. I think this area is a little too big for hide and seek, said Layla with a giggle. Me too. We decided where we could and couldn't go before we started, but I'm starting to think that this isn't such a good idea after all. Eluna sighed. We have 2 seekers, but neither of them have come this way at all. Maybe you can try shrinking the boundaries a little more next time, suggested the maid with a smile. Though she was looking at Eluna, her hands didn't stop, or even slow down. She continued working through the laundry at the exact same pace as before. I'm sure all the others are thinking the exact same thing. Her words almost seemed to serve as a cue. Eluna heard her name called almost immediately after she finished saying them. Eluna, ah! Shouted she. Where are you? You? Echoed Drill. Oh, there they are, said the vampire cheerfully. Thanks, Layla. We'll try doing what you said. Good luck with the laundry. She waved goodbye as she pitter-pattered off to join her friends. Seeing the group run off led Layla, who had put the last bit of laundry in her basket, to think to herself that they were sure to come back covered in mud. That was what led her to decide on her next task, readying the bath for use later in the evening. As the sun set, Layla found herself alone in the kitchen. It was a rare occurrence. Nell and Blue were almost always around to help make just about every meal. The other girls would also occasionally pop in and contribute in whatever way they could, but none of them were present today. All of the other female residents were all off bathing with the guest. Layla had also been extended an invitation to the event, but she had refused out of the concern of overcrowding. While the bath her lord had constructed was certainly on the larger side, the sheep-horned demon suspected that her presence would have put the tub over capacity, and that not everyone could have comfortably entered at once lest she refrained. Hey Layla, need a hand with anything? The dungeon's ruler casually waved at the maid to grab her attention as he stepped into the kitchen. Weren't you busy, my lord? She asked. I was under the impression that you were in the middle of making something. I was doing some ring stuff, yeah, but I'm basically done now, he said. It didn't look like anyone else was actually here to help you, so I figured I might as well. Cooking was a simple task. Layla didn't particularly feel as if she needed any assistance, but she felt no reason to turn him down given that he had gone out of his way to make the offer. If you don't mind, then by all means, please do, she said, with a nod. I don't mind. Wouldn't have signed myself up for it if I did, said Yuki. Let's see. He scanned the ingredients strewn across the counter. I'm guessing we're having curry tonight? I thought it might be a good idea, as it's sure to be something Roll has never had before. Good call. All kids love curry. That certainly does seem to be the case. All of the children that live here adore it, right? The demon lord paused as he grabbed a knife and several ingredients. All right, I'll get started on cubing up the veggies. Please and thank you, said Layla. After figuring out their respective roles, the maid and her lord began to work side by side. It was an event that was unthinkable under any normal circumstances, as maid-servants were typically considered to be of far lower status than those they served. Social interaction between the two was supposed to be rare, and yet, there they were, shoulder to shoulder, side by side. The oddness of the situation was only emphasized by the character's precise identity. The master was a demon lord, a monumental threat feared by all, while the maid was by all means more of a scholar than she was a servant. Even with the world as vast as it was, Layla doubted that such a peculiar setting would ever take place anywhere else. Her doubt fueled a sense of appreciation for the world, which was so full of mysteries, and for the unlikely set of circumstances that had allowed her to be a part of one such enigma. Something happen? Asked Yuki, who had caught on to the change in her mood. Nothing, my lord. Nothing at all. Her master gave her a puzzled look, but Layla remained unaffected. She ignored his gaze and continued to work, a big smile on her face all the while. Chapter 256. Any closet not regularly cleaned is bound to fill with junk, huh? A dumbfounded groan escaped my lips, one that only Lefi was present to hear. Everyone else was off going about their own business. The noise I made stemmed from a rejection. I'd opened up the usual crack in space-time and chucked the prototype ring I'd made at it, only to see it bounce off, fall onto the floor, and roll around before finally settling on its side. What the fuck? I repeated the action, but again, to no avail. Not even the most classic of troubleshooting solutions, closing my inventory and reopening it, seemed to show any results. Is it bugged or something? Probably not, right? 'Cause I'm pretty sure bugs aren't a thing in real life. Oh. Wait. Right. After a third attempt, I recalled a fact that I had pushed off to the side given its relative unimportance. My item box was not infinitely large, its size was strictly proportional to the depth of my mana pool. Wait, are you serious? Did I really manage to fill it all the way up? My max MP looked like a mere speck next to Lefi's, but as far as the average Joe was concerned, it was effectively infinite. I had always been able to shove everything I wanted into my dimensional pocket without needing to concern myself with its limits, and it wasn't as if I had been completely unmindful of its contents either. I had immediately looked through everything immediately after recovering from the effects of the bizarre concoction that had turned me into a master detective. That said, a few pieces of actual trash aside, I hadn't thrown anything away during the inspection. Welp, looks like I'm going to have to go through it again, I grumbled, and I guess I'll actually have to clean it up this time. After running a few preliminary checks, I realized that sorting through my stuff in the True Throne room was a surefire recipe for a huge mess, so I chose to head outside instead. Once I found myself in the field, I dumped everything I had into several huge piles, sorted based on their types. I do not understand, Lefi sighed as she looked up at the literal mountains laid out before her. How, exactly, have you managed to accrue so many belongings? The dragon had apparently chosen to tag along for the excursion because she had nothing better to do. Honestly, me either. When I said everything, I meant everything. The collection contained all the items I had hoarded since I first came to this world, most of which were corpses. Dead monsters made up a good 60% of the stash. I knew that I'd been keeping a healthy supply of them around, as they served as both food and an emergency source of DP, but I wasn't expecting to have accrued so many. What surprised me even more, however, was that a good third or so of the items I had sitting around were weapons, my own creations. Many of them were greatswords, as I'd recognized the hefty blades as my weapon of choice, but that wasn't to say they made up the majority. There were also large numbers of other weapons that relied heavily on blunt force trauma, such as great axes and two-handed hammers. Regular one-handed swords made up most of the remainder, but there were also a few less than useful anime-inspired weapons I'd made for shits and giggles, such as oversized scythes and ornamented blades. I know I make shit whenever I've got nothing better to do, but still, this is a lot of shit. And that last group is especially shit. It's basically got no purpose but cosplay. The remaining items consisted of potions, board games, and all sorts of other miscellaneous odds and ends. Freeing up space, in and of itself, was easy. All I had to do was turn half the monsters I had sitting around into DP, as there was no reason to hang on to such a large number of them. But that was only a temporary stopgap. It didn't actually solve the problem that was my propensity to hoard everything I created. I had no use for any of the weapons I had sitting around. In was all I needed, but I still didn't want to toss them. Though they were suboptimal in combat, they still had plenty of sentimental value. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just hang on to them for now. With that decided, I began executing my stopgap solution. As I did, Lefi, who had been watching me in exasperation, began to look through the weapon pile. "What is this?" she asked, upon picking out a long metal staff tipped with a circular, yellow formation containing a red orb. That's a staff for magical girls." "A what?" "A staff for magical girls. Here, pass it over, I'll show you what I mean." After retrieving the staff from her, I took a pose with my left arm in front. I'd bent it such that the lowest part, my elbow, was at the center of my chest. I made sure to stick out my thumb, my pinky, and my index finger, whilst using the remaining two to hold the staff in place. My other hand, which I'd used to form a finger gun pointed right at her, rested right on top of my left elbow. "In the name of the moon, I'll punish you," I said, in the girliest voice I could manage. My first pose apparently hadn't quite managed to amuse her, so I took a second one with the staff held out in front and my hips thrusted to the side. This time, I even threw in a wink for added effect. "Starlight Breaker." "Oh come on, don't look at me like that," I said. "Just to be clear, I'm not a degenerate. I was just acting." I had originally made it for the girls, but since I couldn't remember exactly what the different designs from different series looked like, I ended up mashing them together and creating something that looked more like a mage's staff than a magical girl's staff. The result was off-putting, so off-putting that I decided to toss it into the inventory and forget about it. "And what is this?" Levi picked up another relatively odd-looking weapon. "That's a gun blade. The barrel lets you shoot projectiles if you're trying to stay at range, while the sword lets it remain functional even if you end up getting forced to fight up close." "It sounds rather useful," she said. "A versatile weapon is one that can create many opportunities to slay your foe." "Yeah, you'd think so, but it's a total piece of hot garbage in practice. The most effective form a gun blade could possibly take was that of a bayoneted gun. Mine, however, was much more akin to something ripped straight out of an anime in that the blade was fused onto the barrel. It was totally badass, but that was it. Appealing to Craniman children was, quite literally, its only use. The hollow barrel made it so that the blade was too delicate. It would give the moment it was put under any real pressure. This not only destroyed the blade and rendered it unusable for melee, but also bent the barrel out of shape and either jammed the weapon or threw off all its shots. Another noteworthy point that further degraded the gun blade's value was the relative inefficacy of guns in general. The only useful ones were those akin to my enchanted revolver. Gunpowder was something that already existed in this world. Its explosive properties had already been thoroughly investigated, and advancements in its tech had in fact gone so far that many a musket had already been developed. Learning that had gotten me incredibly excited. I went ahead and crafted my own, only to be thoroughly disappointed. My inability to aim certainly had contributed to the weapon's lack of performance, but that certainly hadn't been the only lackluster variable in the equation. Most of the Wicked Forest's monsters had thick hides or shells. Bullets would bounce off them without accomplishing anything at all. There were a few softer targets that the metallic projectiles were able to pierce, but they would never penetrate far enough to do any real harm. There was no such thing as an instance in which picking up and giving my target a good old smack wouldn't have been far more effective. Hearsay led me to believe that bullets could do a good bit of damage to regular monsters, but that was it. Even members of the races were able to easily defend against single-shot weapons. There was a possibility that things would change in the future, that fully automatic weapons would be able to nullify magical defenses, but I had no way of acquiring one. They didn't exist yet, the dungeon's catalog didn't have any, and I was by no means knowledgeable enough to craft one myself. Even then, to me, they still wouldn't have proven useful. In the Wicked Forest, the best use case for a gun was to have it serve as a club, which was to say that guns were, in effect, totally useless. And is this not just a log? Nah, it's much more than just that. It's a weaponized log. A weaponized log, you say? I do not see the difference. Against vampires, that thing's totally lethal. All you gotta do is pick one of these babies up, shout to rally your troops, and show 'em hell. Are you absolutely certain that it will prove effective? Well, I mean, yeah, it'll be about as effective as any other blunt force weapon, so it'll be about as effective against vampires as it is against everything else. Again, Levi was stunned into silence. But she didn't need to speak. Her exasperated expression said everything that she found herself unable to put into words. Look, I know you want to scream what the fuck is wrong with you? At the top of your lungs, but just chill, alright? Don't think about it. This is just the kind of thing you're supposed to accept as universally true. After giving the mountain of weapons a long, blank stare, The dragon nodded to herself. I suppose it is time. I shall do you the favor of incinerating them. No, wait. She created a bright, blue flame in each hand, but I wedged myself between her and my precious stockpile before she could launch her attack. Why are you stopping me? Were you not planning on disposing of them? She asked in a fed-up tone. I am assisting you by removing them immediately. No, not like this. You can't just light them all on fire. I shouted, half panicked. I was planning on to sort through them so I could figure out which ones I was going to junk and which ones I was going to keep. Why? She cocked a brow. Is this not all garbage? Absolutely not. Everything here has got a piece of my soul poured into it. After a brief pause, during which the dragon stared me in the eyes, she heaved a sigh. Very well, if that is the case, then I will refrain, she said. But at the very least, I shall turn the staff and the log to ashes. They are far too irritating to be allowed to remain. What? No, not the staff, not the log. Why my pleas were completely and utterly ineffective. Her magic had caused both to light up as would dry wood in a campfire. It made sense for the log to burn the way it did, but the staff was made entirely out of metal, and yet, it had vanished in an instant. Holy shit, just how hot were those flames? Now hurry up and begin. If you, as an adult, cannot clean up after yourself, the children will soon begin to treat you as a laughingstock. Alright, fine, I get it already, so stop making more flames and just let me do my thing. And so, I began sorting through my collection. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a long, painstaking process, but as Lefi would try to light whatever I was considering on fire the moment I showed even the slightest hint of hesitation, I ended up finishing the job in record time. Chapter 257. The day before her return. You sure this is all you're going to need? I spoke with my gaze fixed on the purse I had in hand. It alone constituted the entirety of Nell's luggage. She confirmed with a nod. Really? You look pretty empty-handed to me, but alright, if you say so. I didn't really bring much with me to begin with. Oh yeah, right. I almost forgot. Only after being prompted did I recall that I'd warped her here with nothing but the clothes on her back. She didn't even have her sword. At the time, it had been left behind on the battlefield. The purse she would be taking with her was not one of her belongings, but rather something I'd bought for her with DP. Despite looking like the average handbag, it was actually enchanted to function like my item box. It contained a distortion in space-time that allowed it to store much more than it otherwise seemed capable. It wasn't capable of storing anywhere near as much as my inventory, but there was still a fair bit of space inside. She was unlikely to run into any problems unless she decided to be silly and fill it with corpses. The bigger limitation was that it could only accept items that fit through the bag's mouth. The accessory wasn't the only item I'd given her. I'd also thrown in a few extras to ensure that nothing would go wrong while she was out in the line of duty. Besides, if this purse isn't big enough for all my things, then I don't know what would be. She smiled wryly. It could easily store a whole fortune. In that case, what do you say we start up a shipping company? I said, jokingly. I think it'd go pretty well. We could call it the Demon Lord Express. The idea got a hearty laugh out of me, so I decided to take the joke a step further by clearing my throat and putting on my best CEO impression. Here at DLE, we are committed to providing the best postal service on the continent. We offer 3 couriers, a Demon Lord, a Fenrir, and a Supreme Dragon. Each member of our team is fully trained to handle your packages with utmost care and equipped to take it from source to destination in record time. The Supreme Dragon option certainly sounds fast and reliable, but wouldn't it also be incredibly expensive? Said Nell with a giggle. Probably. Yeah, she'd charge you an arm and a leg in sweets. On second thought, that means it'd probably end up being the cheapest of the 3. Good point. We shared a laugh as we entertained the idea of Lefi working as a mailman. Oh yeah, before I forget, I should probably tell you that I packed a few things for you. They're all already in the purse. Thanks. What things? Let's see. As far as countermeasures go, It's got 20 potions and 10 warp crystals in case you ever run into any issues on that front. There are also 5 mithril knives packed in for offense. They'll make for some pretty good anti-ormy weaponry, as they're all enchanted with bursting embers. Just keep in mind that they're one-time use, and you'll have to use them at range, else risk getting caught up in the blast, I said. Oh, and remember that orb thing I gave you back in the Demon Realm? There's an upgraded version of it in your bag. The Orb of Correspondence MK2 is a hell of a lot better than the MKI. It'll let us chat, even at long distance, so we can hear each other's voices whenever we feel like it. Don't hesitate to drop me a call anytime you want, but be careful cause it eats a bunch of mana. There are also emergency rations, which is basically just a bunch of Layla's cooking all packaged up. They're split up into full meals and snacks, based on what you happen to need. Oh, and there's also, wait, Yuki? Hold on. Stop. Stop? Why? I cocked a brow as I found myself interrupted by a rather flustered Nell. I'm very grateful, but you've honestly given me way too much. She squeaked. I'll be fine, even without all this. Especially not the anti-ormy stuff. It's not like I'm going off to war. Oh, come on, now you're just being silly, I said. My cute little wifey is going to be heading out into the world. Do you seriously think I can just sit around at home without at least making sure she's well equipped? I narrowed my eyes and brought a hand to my chin. On second thought, I don't think you have anywhere near enough stuff in here just yet. I'm still feeling a bit uneasy. Maybe I should throw in a bit more, just for good measure? Why, you've already given me more than enough. I'll be fine, thank you. She snatched the purse out of my hands before I could stuff anything else inside of it. Geez, Yuki, I'm happy you're so worried about me, but you're being too overprotective. Huh? I am? I blinked a few times in surprise. My bad. I was trying not to be. I'm not sure I should believe you, she said with a happy but exasperated chuckle. Today was Nell's last day in the dungeon. She was going to set out early tomorrow and return to civilization. As such, Lefi and Le had said it would be best for the two of you to spend some time alone, and we'll leave you two alone, so you can snuggle up all you want without anyone prying, respectively, before heading back to the castle with all the other residents in tow. That said, it wasn't as if we were really spending all that much time by ourselves. It was already the afternoon and we had to return to the castle for dinner, as there was going to be a big farewell party for both the hero and the princess. It was an event that had left the kids bursting with excitement, even after playing all day. I didn't understand where they got all their energy. Joining them for just their morning play session was already enough to leave me feeling totally exhausted. Man. The girls are making me feel hella old. Wait, aren't I supposed to be the youngest of the bunch? Technically speaking, it's only been a year and a half since I was reborn. We spent the majority of the afternoon discussing whatever random topics happened to come to mind. But as evening approached, I decided that it was either now or never, so I nervously brought up something I'd been waiting all day to mention whilst scratching my cheek and thereby hiding a portion of my face to mask my embarrassment. Oh, there's something I've been meaning to get to. Could you do me a favor and let me borrow your left hand? I reached into my inventory and produced the ring I'd crafted for her. Her cheeks reddened as she spotted it, but that didn't stop her from happily presenting me with her hand. I took her thin, fair fingers in mine and slowly but steadily slipped the accessory onto her fourth. Her ring was unlike most of the other things that I created in that it was made without the application of weapon transmutation. Rather, it was something that had been crafted by hand. Coming to this world had led me to spend a lot on shaping the finer details of items of all shapes and sizes. As such, I'd gotten fairly good at handicrafts and the like. Pretty sure my overinflated dex stat is playing a big part in it too, since it's higher than all my other stats. But if that's the case, then why hasn't it been doing much for me elsewhere? Swordplay and I still just don't seem to mesh. It's not like I'm not putting the effort in either. I'm practicing regularly, but it just doesn't really work. And sorry, I tried to come up with an original design, but that didn't seem like it would work, so it ended up looking just like mine and Levi's. One of the ideas I'd entertained was crafting a unique ring for each of my wives, but I soon gave up on it because I realized that I would have to then wear 3 distinct pieces of jewelry if I wanted to match all of them. That didn't exactly seem practical, so I called the whole thing off. Nell's ring wasn't the only one I'd worked on. I had actually finished Lou's as well, but as we weren't going to be officially married until her father showed up again, I decided to label it as a prototype and place it in storage so I could forge her a better one when the time came. "That's totally okay," she smiled. "Thank you very much, Yuki." A faint giggle escaped her lips as she raised her hand to her face in order to inspect the piece of jewelry she'd been given. "I guess this means I'm officially one of your wives now. Should I start calling you darling?" "Wow, what a cutie pie." "Oh, of course not. There's no way I could possibly do that." Nell covered her face with her hands and started to twist from side to side. What am I saying? That's way too embarrassing." "Calm down, Nell. You're twisting yourself into a knot." I chuckled. "You don't have to change the way you refer to me. I mean, look at Levi, she still just calls me by my name." "Nothing wrong with that." Really?" At first, she only peeked at me from between her fingers, but ended up slowly lowering her hands as she calmed down. "Cutemk. I guess I'll just keep calling you Yuki for now," she said. "But one day, I want it to feel natural for me to call you darling." HNNNNNNG. Holy fuck. Is she trying to smother me with so much cuteness that I die? Goddamn, that was a 3-hit combo right there, and a lethal one at that. Damn heroes, acting all sly and shit. "I'm onto you." "Don't think I'm not." "Heroes are scary," I said. "Super goddamn scary." "Huh?" She gave me a blank stare. "I know exactly what you're up to. You're going to weaponize that goddamn cuteness of yours, turn it into a weapon of mass destruction, and wipe out every demon lord there is." Yuki?" And so, the demon lord known as Yuki was brought to his knees, and the world was once again restored to a state of peace and tranquility. The end. That's all, folks. Thanks for reading. Yuki, hello? Nell stared in confusion as I refused to respond or explain myself. "Seriously, what the heck has gotten into you this time?" Chapter 258. The Visitor, Part 1. "You have to come visit again, no matter what. We'll be waiting." For sure. Eluna, Shiai, and In said their farewells to Earl in turn. The girls had, like everyone else, gathered in front of the castle to see off the 2 that would soon be leaving. "Of course, and maybe you can come play at my castle too. I'd love to show it to you all," responded the princess. She had undergone quite the noticeable change since her arrival. Spending a whole 3 days in the great outdoors had left her skin tanned. It was a much darker shade than it had been when she first warped in. After watching the girls initiate a series of smile-laden handshakes, I turned my gaze away from them and began speaking to the resident adults. "I'll be taking them through the forest to make sure they get back safe and sound." "A wise choice. You will be spending quite some time apart, so do give her a proper farewell," said Levi. "And that is a statement that applies to you as much as it does him, Nell." The dragon looked straight into the hero's eyes. "I am aware that I am merely repeating myself, but I would like to remind you that you have our support and that we will offer you our aid should you ever need it, no matter how difficult the path you tread becomes." "That's right, Nell. We'll be right there with ya, every step of the way," said Lou. "Thank you, both of you." After exchanging words with Levi and Lou, Nell turned to the resident demon, who had been watching over the 3 with one of her usual kind smiles. "I'm sorry, Layla. I won't be able to help with any of the housework anymore, so it'll be up to you to keep the dungeon running." "There's no need to worry. I have everything under control," the sheep girl replied to her with a kind, reassuring smile. "Looks like they're just about wrapped up." "All right, girls, it's time to go." Once everyone was done saying their goodbyes, I mounted her and called out to the 2 that would be departing, as well as another. "You too, in MMK," replied my trusty weapon. "Bye Nell." "Bye Earl," said Eluna. "Bye-bye," said Shiai. "Bye. I hope to see you all soon." Nell waved to the girls as she joined Earl, and I atop her. Once she was secure, the wolf began his advance. "Thank you so much for letting me stay over, Mr. Demon Lord. I had lots of fun." The princess spoke excitedly as she played with Rur's fur. "No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," I said with a light chuckle. "It looks like you got along with the other girls just fine too." "Yup, they're the closest friends I've ever had." "Can I come again?" "Of course, feel free." I glanced at the map as I spoke to her just to make sure we were heading in the right direction. "Looks like we're almost there." "Hey. Yuki, would you mind if I asked you something?" said Nell. "Yeah, sure, what's up? Are you sure we're going the right way? Because I'm pretty sure the city is over there," she said as she pointed away from our destination. "I'm surprised you actually remember given how terrible your sense of direction is." "Nell has a bad sense of direction?" Astral, wide-eyed. "You betcha. I still remember the first time she tried to show us around Alfiro. Oh man, she was lost as a s." "Shut up, Yuki." "You didn't need to tell her that." She interrupted my words in a hurry, but she was too late. The beans had already been spilled. "You'll see," I vaguely responded to her doubts, but only after laughing at her expense as I dismounted. "We're already here, so yeah, you'll see." I used the dungeon's functionalities in order to manipulate the foliage and reveal a hidden doorway, one whose plant-based design rendered it nearly impossible to spot amongst all the greenery around it. "Is this door like the ones in the castle?" asked Nell. "Yup, and it leads straight to Alfiro," I said, matter-of-factly. Well, kinda. Technically, it dumps you into the forest just outside the city, but same thing." "Huh? Alfiro, the city with the old governor? The guy that gave us a lift to the capital?" For a while, Nell remained silent. She seemed to be struggling to find the words to express her thoughts on the matter. "How long has this been here?" she eventually asked. "Oh, a while. I made it after our last trip to the city," I said. "I figured that, if you were going to keep doing your thing, then I should probably have a door or two in Alisa." "Does the governor know?" "Nope, he doesn't even have the slightest clue." I had already extended my domain so far that it had not only reached, but also encompassed Alfiro. Creeping my domain in the city's direction was something I'd been slowly working towards ever since learning of its existence. I had always suspected that the metropolis would make for a good source of DP. It wasn't exactly home to anyone as strong as Nell or the old butler, but I was still getting about as much as I'd expected. The sheer quantity more than made up for the lack of quality. I'm starting to regret not doing this earlier. It's already starting to make a good bit of progress towards paying itself off, even though I basically just grabbed it. That said, even with all these additions and whatnot, I'm still not getting anywhere near as much as I was getting when Lefi was still churning out DP. Really goes to show just how ridiculously op she is. Alice's capital was another plot of land I had my eyes set on. It, like every other settlement anywhere even remotely near the Wicked Forest, was definitely on my shopping list, and it was pretty high up there too, given its status as Nell's main place of residence. But acquiring everything nearby was a toto that was going to have to span a matter of decades. Taking over just 1/4 of the forest was a task that had eaten up a whole year and a half's worth of time. Hey, my dark influence will know no bounds, and it will continue to spread, unbeknownst to all who would seek to stop it. One day, all that the sun shines upon will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Unlike the doors that could be seen all around the castle, this one wasn't able to warp to different locations. It was only connected to the identical door just outside Alfiro, as could be easily inferred. The setup was a precaution, one put in place to make the castle more defensible. That was the same reason I'd gone out of my way to set both doors up in the middle of their respective forests, even in spite of the fact that they couldn't be used lest one of the dungeon's residents was present. Better safe than sorry, right? Door shenanigans aside, their arrival in Alfiro was already expected. It was the drop-off location that I'd mentioned to the king prior to our departure from the capital. After they made it back to town, It would be up to the governor to transport both girls back to the capital. I had no doubts that he would be able to deliver them safely. Cirello is going to have one big headache when he hears about this. At first, Nell spoke in a serious tone. She was genuinely expressing consideration for the old governor, but she soon switched to one that was more light-hearted, impish, and teasing. He has no idea you already have your sinister grasp around his neck. That's just how demon lords work, said. We wouldn't be anywhere near this threatening if we didn't at least try to be all sneaky like. Geez, Yuki. There you go again with all that demon lord stuff, Nell sighed. Well, I am one, I said with a cackle. Anyway, this is going to have to be where we part ways. I would have liked to accompany you all the way back to the capital, but don't worry about it, Mr. Demon Lord. You don't need to go through all that trouble just for us. You've already done more than enough. Cedril. We'll be fine, Yuki. We've already spoken to Cirello and arranged for him to have us taken back to the capital, said Nell. And I'm more than tough enough to deal with anything that comes my way outside the wicked forest. Alright, if you insist, then I'll take your word for it. But be careful, okay? I know, I will, she said. Oh, and one last thing. She closed the gap between us and pulled me in a tight but gentle embrace. That's not fair, Nell. I want to hug him too. The princess immediately imitated the church's greatest asset and wrapped her arms around my waist. For a moment, I faltered, surprised by the sudden development, but I soon recovered and wrapped an arm around Nell's back while patting Rol's head with the other. We stayed like that for a moment, and then another, and another. Okay, that should be enough. After several seconds had elapsed, Nell reluctantly let go and backed away. She looked up to meet my eyes, and warped her lips into a small smile. I swear, she's the cutest thing ever. I'm going to go now. Bye Yuki. You too, see you soon, I replied. We definitely have to see each other again, no matter what, and that goes for you too, said the princess. Nodded. Bye Nell. After stepping through the door, the two girls waved, and they continued to do so until they eventually made their way out of sight. Losing track of them wasn't enough to make me budge though. I continued to simply look through the door for a good while before silently closing and obfuscating it with the dungeon's menu. After closing my eyes and taking one last deep breath, I turned to the two who had remained. Let's go home. Are you sad that Nell's gone? Asked Anne. A bit, yeah, I said while ruffling her hair. I'm feeling a bit lonely. Probably going to have everyone cheer me up once we get back to the castle. She stood on her tiptoes and, in a reversal of roles, began patting me on the head as if to console me. It was a moment that made me want to laugh, but I couldn't. And not because I was feeling down. Mer began to growl. He lowered his head and raised his rear as he directed his gaze off at something in the distance. His expression was stern, aggressive even. It was the most anxious, panicked look I'd ever seen on him. Despite having fought many powerful foes by his side, he had quite literally never been on this high alert. What's wrong, boy? He didn't need to answer the question. My map shot open right as I began catching his anxiety. The screen was focused on a single red dot, an intruder. I clicked it, entirety out of habit, and began glancing through the details. General information: name, YD Sil race, class, T Lord level, 9 HP, 2 MP, 6'4", 6'4" strength, 8 vitality, agility, 3 magic, 3/9 dexterity, luck, titles in T-Tor WE and BRR Liege. What the fuck is that? The only words I could manage came out as a hoarse whisper. My newfound foe was so much more powerful than me that I was effectively incapable of acquiring his information. Unlike Leffi, he had not intentionally exposed his own stats to ward off any would-be observers, but I could see as clear as day that his level was in the 900s. Just like her, he was a threat of the highest possible order, a living calamity. The moment that thought crossed my mind was the one that I realized I couldn't allow myself to remain a deer in the headlights, so I began to act, with utmost haste. Orochi? Yura, Byaku? Sprit, get back to the castle immediately, ignore everything you encounter on the way and focus on getting back ASAP. I barked an order through the dungeon's far-speak system while pulling up the trap UI and activating everything at once. This storm wasn't one I could wait out. Combat was inevitable because, for whatever reason, he was headed straight to the castle. At his current speed, it would only be a matter of hours. Shit. I screamed a curse in frustration. Take us back to the castle at full speed. Stay in sword form. Both of my companions voiced their acknowledgement and began following my orders. In deactivated personification, and took off like a lightning bolt the moment I secured myself on his back. Chapter 259, The Visitor, Part 2. Upon arrival, in and I crashed into the true throne room with enough force and speed to turn every head in our direction. As most of the other residents were yet unaware of the looming threat, they looked much more confused than they did panicked. Don't go outside, no matter what. I shouted. Stay here and stay together. Did something happen, Master? Stuttered Lou, nervously. Something ridiculously strong is heading this way. I spoke as I fiddled with the dungeon's UI and rapidly bought and placed as many traps as I possibly could. Sorry Lefi, but I don't think I'm going to be able to manage by myself this time. Can you help em? My request was interrupted. The Dragonite directed it to plop a hand on my shoulder and began speaking over me. Calm yourself, Yuki. Is the individual you are referring to the one that has recently entered the forest? Yeah, that's the guy. Guess that means you also sensed him. He's the biggest threat I've ever seen, and for some goddamn reason, he's headed straight for us. I believe that the man you speak of is likely one of my acquaintances. We're going to have to deal with him one way or another. Wait, what did you just say? I stopped messing with the UI to give Lefi a blank stare. I said that the man you speak of, the mighty individual that has only just entered the forest, is one of my acquaintances, and not one in Jagar's vein. Unlike the dim-witted dragon you slew, he is one I consider as something of an old friend. A violent confrontation is unlikely, let alone one in which we attempt to take each other's lives. His presence is no cause for concern. Yuki, calm yourself. Are you sure? Do you not trust me? She said with a teasing grin. Seeing her act the same way she always did pulled my mind out of crisis mode and allowed me to finally accept that nothing was wrong. I do, I responded after a brief pause. There's no one I trust more. I am well aware of that. Lefi chuckled. Do not worry, Yuki. I will ensure that you remain safe, even in the face of your overwhelming cowardice. I smiled dryly as the dragon girl reassured me the same way I usually reassured the girls, with a pat on the head. If you say so. After taking one last deep breath, I stopped setting up traps, closed the dungeon's UI, and lowered my hands. So, this friend of yours, what's he like? I am not quite sure how to best describe him. What do you mean? He and I were never particularly close. We rarely interact. It is only the occasional twist of fate that brings us to do so. To tell you the truth, I know very little about him. I guess that's why she said something of an old friend. The one thing I can tell you for certain is that he neither eats nor drinks. In fact, he does not even possess a body. Yeah, I dunno about you, but me, I don't really think that makes any sense. Pretty sure you can't be a living thing if you don't eat, drink, or have a body. It was not exactly correct for me to conclude that he does not have a body, elaborated Lefi. It would be more accurate to state that he does not have flesh or blood. He is, in effect, a conscious orb of light. Yeah, not helping. I get that you were trying to come up with a better explanation, but all that really did for me was confuse me even more. I'm trying to imagine him based on how you just described him, but I'm drawing up a blank. Might as well slap an unexplained phenomenon label on his head, like they did for Nessie and whatnot, and call it a day. That is not my fault, said the dragon, indignantly. There was no way I could have provided a better explanation given my lack of knowledge of his nature. She paused for a moment to clear her throat. Whatever the case, there is no need for us to enter the forest to intercept him. I will meet with him when he arrives, as he is headed in our direction and likely aware of my presence. All right, Then how about we wait outside the cave? I was still a bit nervous, so though I had our pets, who were hanging around in the grasslands, stand down, I had told the rest of the dungeon's residents to stay put for the time being. Once all that was sorted, I ventured into the great outdoors with Levi by my side. I feel a familiar presence. He halted as he found himself overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. The domineering aura that lay ahead of him was one that led him to reminiscence of the days of old. It is a strange twist of fate to think that the child would find herself in the company of one I am so familiar with. He began to move again after chuckling at the unexpected discovery, and though his advance led him through none other than the dreaded wicked forest itself, he remained unconfronted. The sense of power that radiated off him kept all the monsters at bay. Their instincts drove them to evacuate his vicinity and steer clear of his path. Eventually, after a long, unobstructed advance, one that almost made it seem as if he was slowly phasing through the forest, he reached his destination. It was a clearing, one that was merged with a tall, rocky wall. As he directed his consciousness up the cliff face, he found himself greeted by a pair standing in front of the entrance to a cave, the first creatures to confront him since he entered the forest. One was a young maiden from which he could feel power overwhelming, and the other a man whose magical energies could only be described as bizarre. It has been but the briefest of occasions since our last encounter. Yet, your corpus has diminished greatly in size, O greatest of all dragons, he called out to them as he approached. HMPH, the maiden snorted, and I can see from the manner of your speech alone that you have not changed at all. It is in my essence, for its permanence is second only to the perpetuity of the flux. A mere few hundred years is too brief an instant for time to see me altered, he said, indifferently. I had known that the passage of the ages differed between us. Yet your newfound form is incongruous with even the wildest of omens. I have had many new and unexpected experiences as of late, said the dragon, with a wry smile. I see that your habit of suddenly appearing without any prior warning has also failed to change. Why have you come this time? I will soon vindicate my presence, but I believe that it must be delayed, for I must first engage in a vital exchange of salutations. He turned his gaze to the man that stood by the dragon's side. This is the first instance in which our paths have intersected. It is an honor, O Lord of Labyrinths, he said. It is Yggdrasil by which I am referred. My title deems me to spirits what you are to dragonkind, the sovereign entity under which they are observed. With a slow, nod-like bow, the Lord of Spirits introduced himself to his newest acquaintance. Chapter 260. The Visitor, Part 3. So, I think I'm starting to see what Levi meant when she said the dude is basically just a ball of light. Kaza. That's basically exactly what he is. In fact, the way she described him is pretty much perfectly spot on. The creature that stood before me was a robe, specifically a robe the size of a child with a staff floating around in front of it. It was positioned in such a way that I almost wanted to think he was holding it with some sort of invisible hand. When I described him as a robe, I meant it. He wasn't someone in a robe, but rather, the robe itself. He was kind of just floating around. He seemed to be draped over something roughly human-shaped. But he wasn't. There wasn't anything under the cloth that I assumed constituted his form aside from a single fist-sized orb of light, which could clearly be seen where his head would have been if he was anything even remotely close to human. As he lacked a face, or vocal cords for that matter, it wasn't possible for him to actually speak in the traditional sense. His words seemed to be projecting themselves straight into my mind, and his voice, if you could call it that, almost seemed to sound as inorganic and synthetic as a machine's. Having come face to face with him, however, I found that his appearance was in fact not the most notable part of him. That instead belonged to his aura, the overbearing sense of pure power that radiated off his being. Standing in his vicinity was already more than enough to make me feel the weight, the gravity of his existence. You are up. He's Levi tier all right. The most awe-inspiring part was that I felt his aura course through every last pore in spite of the fact that he was actively suppressing it. His sheer strength allowed me to pinpoint his precise location even in spite of his lack of a body. Nice to meet you too, Spirit Lord, I'm Yuki, and as you're already aware, I'm a demon lord, I said. So I know you said something about moving on, but before we do, you mind elaborating on that whole dragon sovereign thing? What's up with that? The title of Dragon Lord is one that passes from the fallen to the triumphant. As the quietus that has brought upon your antecedent's death, the crown has passed to you, he said in a soft, inexpressive tone, as a scholar would a known fact. Oh yeah. Now that he mentions it, I did get that weird-ass dragon, Demon Lord title after I killed that one fucker, didn't I? The title's description mentioned that I had become the king of dragons, so I'd asked Lefi for clarification. At the time, she'd waved it off as something not worth mentioning, let alone worrying about. As nothing seemed to have come out of it, I took her word for it and dismissed my supposedly non-existent crown without so much as a second thought. I now espy the impetus from which descended the state of pandemonium the draconic village has befallen. Its crown has been spirited away and bestowed upon a parvenu unknown. His words prompted me to glance at Lefi, who promptly turned her face to avoid my gaze. Did you know? I asked. Oh, of course not, she said with feigned indifference. The thought never crossed my mind, as we were both well aware that she'd told a bold-faced lie. A few moments of side-eye was all that was needed to crack her facade. She soon grumbled out a slow, reluctant explanation. I knew that, with Jaguar as king, there was little chance that the village had not descended into a state of anarchy, she said, with her gaze still averted. And I was also well aware it could only have gotten worse after his death. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? My departure from the village was accompanied by a destructive rampage, so I have found it too difficult to approach ever since, she said. I did not tell you the truth because I have no intention of ever returning. Wait, so does that mean all the other dragons see you as hostile? They do not. I would say that the opposite is closer to the truth. She was beating around the bush instead of actually giving me a proper explanation, so the Spirit Lord stepped in and offered one in her stead. The dragon to whom you are bound is the one that reigns supreme over all of creation. She is exalted by her kin and apotheosized as an idol under which dragonkind must gather. Those who coveted a life under her dominion beseeched her to seize the position you now bear, but it was to no avail. Their constant pestering failed to incite her to lay claim to the vocation of Dragon Lord and delivered her into a state of fury and displeasure. In a rage, she sought her self-liberation through ruination. The flames of her wrath rendered the village an illustration of dilapidation, with half of its inhabitants so wounded that they remained incapable of motion for a full lunar cycle. So Lefi caused a bunch of trouble and ran away from home? I never knew she used to be such a tomboy. Isn't it a bit late for you to be suddenly gaining new character traits? I said. I do not know what you are referring to by character traits, but whatever the case, the situation that occurred in the village was not my fault. They refused to listen to my objections. She seemed to be equal parts indignant and uncomfortable. It was easy to tell that she felt awkward about all the havoc she'd wreaked. On second thought, I'm kinda wrong, aren't I? Further consideration led me to realize that Lefi hadn't suddenly gained the tomboy trait out of nowhere. Her actions had instead stemmed from a part of her that I was very well familiar with. Her stubbornness to follow through on only her own decisions. She was getting along with all the dungeon's other residents just fine nowadays, but her original temperament was one of vanity. Actually, that's not quite it either. It's more like she had never taken any interest in anyone but herself. It was a trait I understood, because I shared it, at least to some extent. Just as my world had started off revolving around me, hers had started off revolving around her. Neither of us found much joy in having others interfere with our everyday lives. Whatever the case, there is no point in standing around any longer, she said after an obviously fake cough. You are welcome to enter our home and have a seat so that we can continue this conversation in a more comfortable environment. Yeah, I've got a good few things to ask you, so you might as well come in. I agreed. After talking to him, I came to the conclusion that he didn't seem hostile. Keyword, seem. Him being a literal ball of light made it rather difficult for me to really make out his expressions or intentions. My decision was mostly based on Lefi's behavior, which served to indicate that she wasn't even the slightest bit on guard. Besides, he is her friend. I should at least try giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? I am much obliged. And so, Lefi and I lead the visitor into the dungeon's depths. Is that you, Guru? Much to my surprise, the first to be addressed upon our return was neither Lefi nor I, but the Spirit Lord. The oddest part of it all was that Eluna, of all people, had been the one to call out to him. She was frozen stiff in shock with her eyes open as wide as they would go. Guru, you guys know each other? We are acquainted, said the spirit. It warms me to make the observation that her good health has endured. He sighed in relief, or at least weaved his words in a way that gave off the impression that he had meant to. So it was you who blessed her? Asked Lefi. I was unable to examine the blessing's details, but I had long suspected that it was your doing. Scarcely ever does even the most infinitesimal of details escape your gaze, old friend. The hooded figure's head bobbed ever so slightly, as if to nod. Blessing? What blessing? I asked while cocking a brow. The Spirit Lord took the question as an opportunity to segue into an explanation of the circumstances that led to his visit. Apparently, the supposed life form was one that spent his time wandering the world. Several years ago, his journey led him to a small but beautiful village. The people that lived within it had not claimed the land from the natural world, but rather lived in harmony with it. As spirits were creatures that were effectively as one with nature, their king found himself unable to feel anything but appreciation for the vampires' way of life. As his appearance was by no means within the norm, the villagers were startled by him at first. But as spirits were, in some regions, worshipped as the gods of the land, they welcomed him with open arms regardless. He stayed with them for a period, and it was during this visitation that he met Eluna. Coming into contact with her led him to realize that she had the affinities required to manipulate spirits, and so, he gave her his blessing. To establish oneself as a medium compulsates a dyad of requisites: purity of the heart and an unbiased regard for all of creation, explained the Spirit Lord. Those that qualify are scarce. The duty to effectuate the transfer of wisdom falls to me each time one is discovered. When he said rare, he really meant it. Eluna was apparently the first person he'd blessed in several hundred years. A fair amount of time had passed since he blessed her, so he returned to her village, only to find it in ruins. So what you're saying is that you're basically here to check up on her? Her people received me with utmost amiability and manifested boundless generosity. I am only obliged to ratify the safety of the child whom the village adjudged its own. He went on to explain vampire society. The Bloodsuckers settlement was one that was isolated from the rest of the demon realm. It was home to only a few dozen, and children were only born once every few years. Their scarcity led them to be beloved by all, and they were raised not only by their parents. Every member of the community considered her their own daughter. I guess that's why she's such a good girl. Still, her current habitation is unforeseen. What fate befell the wrongdoers that nobbled her from her once domicile? It's a bit of a long story, but it basically went about as you'd expect, I said. Her kidnappers are already 6 feet under. I've thoroughly destroyed them, and there's not much revenge left for you. Sorry I stole your thunder. How bodacious. The Spirit Lord met my sarcastic shrug with gratitude. I am beholden to you, for you have enacted their comeuppance in my stead. I only did what was natural, I said. I know Eluna's important to you and all that. Same goes over here. She's pretty much a sister to me. I didn't feel like it was necessary for him to thank me, by any account. None of the murder I committed that day was for anyone else's sake, not even Eluna's. Everyone I killed for myself. Nothing more, nothing less. It occurs to me now, O Dragon of Silver, that the alteration in your expressibility stems primarily from him. I would have liked for that to remain a secret, but I suppose it cannot be helped given the length of our acquaintance. She sighed bitterly. You were analogous to a drawn blade, he said with a light chuckle. None could retain your attention. This alteration is one that brings me exaltation. I find it propitious to know that you are now capable of making expressions so heterogeneous. I am not like you. The dragon spat, bitterly. I cannot forever remain unchanged. Though she wasn't exactly entertained by our guest, I certainly was. His presence had led her to make expressions that not even I had ever seen. I suppose not. Still, Supreme Dragon, there are none in this world who would have ever dared to fathom that you would take a mate. It is a fact so stupefying that the proliferation of its verity is capable of upturning the very world itself. That is an exaggeration, said Lefi. That is an assertion of a veracity I must demur. His phrasing and choice of words led me to believe that he had likely used Analyze to read her title's description. Speaking of, so I know you might be wondering, why the hell didn't I know about Eluna's blessing if I've got Analyze? The answer is that the Spirit Lord was the one that hid it, and he's too much stronger than me for me to be able to see through his spell. I'm sorry, I should have told you about the spirits. The individual that our conversation had initially been centered around joined it with a timid apology. Her eyes were moistening up, and it seemed like she was genuinely feeling terrible about not telling us everything. For a moment, I wasn't really sure how I was supposed to react, but after a moment of internal deliberation, I ended up opting to blink in mock surprise. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Huh? The vampire blinked back at me. I mean, it's not like you needed to tell us. Besides, you know what they say, secrets are part of a woman's charm, I said with a grin. Yuki is correct. There is no reason for you to apologize. You were forced by an enigma of a man to accept a blessing that is dubious at best. Any apologies should stem not from you, but him, said Lefi, backing me up. You are the only entity that would ever construe my blessing to be deleterious, scoffed the Spirit Lord. If that is so, then I shall speak loudly enough to account for the voices of all the poor fools you have deceived. I have no alternative but to entreat that you enact a degree of reticence. You know, now that I think about it, this is pretty much the only time I've really seen anyone treat Lefi like a kid. I thought out loud. HMPH, she snorted. He is at such an age that we are all children in his eyes, regardless of the length of our lives. Is it just me? Or did the time scale just totally get blown out of proportion? 'Cause 1,000 years seems pretty long to me. If you're still just a kid compared to him, then oh man. Seriously. Thanks Yuki. Thanks Lefi. You're the best. After seeing that we genuinely weren't concerned with her not telling us about all her secrets right off the bat, Eluna ran up to us and gave us a big hug each. Chapter 261. The Visitor. Part 4. After we got over all the initial fuss and introduced the Spirit Lord to the rest of the residents, we sat ourselves down in front of a low-rise table for a more in-depth discussion. Layla hesitated as she cast her eyes on the hooded figure. Would you like any snacks or tea? Even the ridiculously competent maid found herself confused as to how she was supposed to treat the unusual guest. Your solicitude pervades gratitude within me, O child of the sheep-horned race, he said. Alas, I must refuse, for my form is one that remains impotent to the ingestion of victuals. Wait, so how exactly do you sustain yourself if you don't eat or drink? Inbfor he's like a mystic out of an old Japanese folktale and just lives off mountain mist. I am of the spirit race. The essence that fuels the magical arts serves as my sole desideratum, as it is through it that we subsist, he said. Is that how that works? How fantasy-like. Do not be fooled, Yuki. He is lying to you. Lefi dismissed the spirit's claim as soon as I finished internalizing and accepting it. I am certain that he does not require mana to exist. Long ago, we found ourselves engaged in battle with a foe known as the Haddon Heldrake. I witnessed this so-called satanic figure obliterate the Spirit Lord with an attack. There was nothing left of him and there were no magical particles remaining in the area. I assumed that he had finally been slain, but a mere moment later, he regenerated as if nothing had happened. It was instead the Heldrake who was dealt a grievous blow. She scoffed and narrowed her eyes at him. What an evocative set of recollections. The Spirit Lord, however, remained aloof and ignored her accusatory glare to bask in nostalgia. A long time has passed since I last revisited them. Rather than denying her statement in any which way or form, he instead implicitly agreed to it. Wow, I've got a whole bucket load of things I want to say about that, but first of all, What the hell is this Heldrake thing? She was once a dragon with a downhearted disposition, known for both it and her obsession with necromancy, explained Lefi. She used the art with an unhealthy frequency and experimented with it whenever she found the time. During one of these incidents, she erred and cast a spell of spectrification on herself, and in doing so, became a member of the undead without first losing her life. The hate-filled impulses that came with the transformation destroyed her capacity for rational thought and led her on a mindless rampage. The Hatten Heldrake was the name given to her by the races. Layla, who normally preferred to stay quiet and stand by, as a typical maid would, when we had guests, joined the conversation. Are you talking about the dragon that appears in the legend of the Netherrealm? I have not heard of such a legend, said Lefi. It's an old folk tale. It says that the Hatten Heldrake, the dragon that ruled the Netherrealm, was angry at the races because sinning and depravity had become too widespread. Unable to tolerate the world above any longer, it rose from the depths with an army of the dead to destroy it, only to be stopped by a divine envoy. We are most likely speaking of the same dragon. She often surrounded herself with legions of the undead, said Lefi. However, reality differs from the legend. She was introverted and often appeared dreary and joyless, and she certainly did run rampant, but she was not from the Netherrealm. Likewise, the old fool that put an end to her frenzy was certainly not any sort of divine envoy. How intriguing. So that's how the legend originated. An incredibly excited Layla pulled out a notepad and immediately began jotting down a whole series of observations and conclusions. Wait. Is it just me, or did she just totally pull that right out of her skirt? No way, right? I mean, I know she's a maid, but she's not a batshit crazy F.A.R.C. trained gorilla, and I highly doubt she's got a SPAS 12 lying around anywhere, let alone one disguised as an umbrella. And there's no way she keeps grenades up her skirt either, right? Right. What is the matter, Yuki? Asked Lefi. Why are you staring at Layla? I kinda want to take a quick peek up her skirt. Are you that desperate to anger me? The dragon growled. Huh? I snapped out of my thoughts the moment I realized that Lefi was giving me a cold stare. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. I was just expressing some pure, innocent curiosity. I shouted in panic. There is no innocence to be had if the act in question is looking up a skirt, she said. Yeah, good point. There was nothing more I could say to defend myself. She'd made a perfectly logical point with basically no holes to poke at. If that is what you wish for, my lord. The demon girl blushed and averted her gaze as she began raising the edges of her uniform. What the hell? Layla, are you trying to get me killed? The moment I panicked was the moment she dropped the embarrassed facade and started to giggle. Oh god damn it. She was totally just trolling me. The bonds you have forged are resplendent. The Spirit Lord cackled with hearty laughter. Is the manner in which you are all acting at this moment quotidian? Yup. This is how it always is, said Eluna. But Lefi and Yuki are the closest out of all of us. Seeing how well they get along almost makes me kinda jealous. That is an account I am grundled to perceive. Again, the Spirit Lord laughed, happily. Speaking of the Eluna Spirit Lord interaction, the vampire referred to the bizarre, fantastical being as a guru because, to those that lived in her village, that was exactly what he was. It stemmed from the fact that he had provided the village with all the information they desired. He responded to each and every one of their questions with wisdom without fail. That was why the vampires had, as a collective, decided to dub him a guru. I had a good bit of difficulty discerning the unknown entity's sex, and the gender-neutral title had not in any which way or form helped me solve the mystery. That said, Lefi referred to the Spirit Lord as a he, and I saw no reason not to agree, so I had ended up doing the same. Oh, right. I turned to our resident dragon after clearing my throat out of necessity and promptly changed the topic. That reminds me, I've been meaning to ask, were you born in the dragon's village? I suppose so, yes. Then does that mean that's where your parents are? I do not have any parents, said Lefi. There are two ways in which dragons are birthed. Do you recall what I told you about the origins of demonkind? Yeah, Pretty much, I said, as I recalled her lecture on magical particles and spontaneous generation. What about it? The same can occur amongst dragons. Some of us are born when a pair chooses to mate, but others simply come to be. I belong to the latter group. Huh, I see, so you were born the same way I was? That is correct, knowing that kinda makes me happy. But I'm definitely never telling her, or anyone else for that matter. This is a secret I'm taking straight to the goddamn grave. Speaking of dragons, especially in the Spirit Lord's presence, led me to recall the ones that came to our aid when Eluna was kidnapped. Unlike Lefi, they were indigenous to the Wicked Forest. They'd been born here as opposed to migrating from elsewhere. I did run into them from time to time, but nearly each and every one of the rare encounters would end with them flashing me fearful gazes whilst promptly retreating in spite of the fact that their stats totally eclipsed my own. Their eyes sent a message, one that effectively said, "I'm surprised you're capable of spending so much time with someone so terrifying." Knowing that I not only enjoyed the company of, but also wed what they thought of as such a fearsome individual was what led them to feel the way they did about me. That was to say that they feared me as one would fear someone that belonged in an asylum as opposed to fearing me the way that they feared my wife. Personally, I wanted to get along with and be good neighbors to them given that they were the same race as Lefi. But they almost always went out of their way to try to avoid me. Said Face. Their fear of Lefi apparently stemmed from a conflict that occurred a long time ago. When she first arrived in the Wicked Forest, they attempted to use their numbers to drive her out of their territory, only to be completely and utterly beaten down. According to her, she had accidentally gone a little bit overboard because they were the first of her kind to challenge her since she earned the title of Supreme Dragon. Her explanation had been a bit light on the details, but I was more or less able to read between the lines and guess exactly what had happened. After spending a few moments thinking, I raised my head to find the two smartest people in the room engaged in a high-level conversation. Would it then be correct to assume that the state of a spirit is heavily influenced by the state of the natural world around it? Asked Layla. For example, if the magical particles in an area were to be distorted, would the spirits in the area also then become warped and begin demonstrating what one could consider abnormal and unexpected behaviors? I believe that. What? Your interpretation is unerring. There exists a particular set of conditions, each subset of which is likely to ordain a spirit to become as I have and acquire the ability to become cognizant and aware of the notion of the self, as I have, and it is not only spirits through which this precept is evinced. All fauna capable of incorporating within themselves the essence of magic and internalizing it as energy is subjected to it. However, the concordance observed may differ with, "Yeah, I think they lost me." Would that then imply that magical energies are at least in part responsible for both the sense of self and one's cognitive abilities? I suppose that the races are also. Yup. Totally not following. The conversations that the Spirit Lord had with Eluna and Layla had led to two very distinct impressions. He seemed like any other kind but knowledgeable old man when speaking to the former, but transformed into some sort of all-knowing professor guiding a gifted, post-secondary student when engaging the latter. Holy shit, Layla's thirst for knowledge is seriously no joke. Sorry for the inconvenience, Spirit Lord dude. Wait a second. Now that I take a second look, it seems like he's not really bothered by it at all. In fact, he's totally enjoying it. I mean, I guess I can kinda see why. Teaching someone as smart as Layla is probably a good bit of fun. Welp, if that's what floats his boat, then all's well that ends well, I guess. Chapter 262. A display of the Spirit Lord's power. O husband to the greatest of dragons and sovereign of the labyrinth, I must proffer to you a requital, for it was you and not I who extricated the daughter of one of my compatriots from the hands of her slavers. Don't worry about it, dude, I said. I did it because I wanted to. There's really no need for you to thank me. I do not see you as undeserving of my esteem. You may adjudge your benignant deeds as unaltruistic, but I cognize them as bounteous. You have fulfilled in my place the reprisal to which I was averred. I would entreat for you to welcome an attestation of my goodwill. Well, If you insist. I figured it would be rude to keep saying no given that he was pressing for me to accept his thanks, so I ended up nodding along. Then might you bear before me your heart? At first, I was confused but managed to catch on after a bit of deliberation. You mean the dungeon core? And no other, he affirmed. The reason I hadn't understood him was because the core had gone largely unmentioned, which, of course, was a good thing. It taking center stage meant me having my life put at risk, and I wasn't exactly what one could call fond of the idea of courting death. It had, this whole time, remained behind the throne, under both lock and key and strict surveillance. You're friends with Lefi, and Eluna seems to trust you, so. Alright, I guess. I said after a moment of hesitation. But be gentle with it, Kay? I'd prefer not to die. Be at ease, he said. I know the extent of its tenuousness, for I have brought several to naught throughout the ages, which means he's killed at least a few demon lords. Yeah, knowing that ain't really helping with my anxiety, bro. I was now even less inclined to show him the heart of my existence than I was before, but I decided to go through with it anyway. There wasn't really all that much of a chance that he'd murder me with Lefi watching, and that she wouldn't be able to do something about it even if he tried. With that conclusion in mind, I opened up the thick, protective cage I'd set up around the dungeon core, retrieved it, and set it down in front of him. Well, here it is, I said. I thank you and implore that you exonerate an evanescent contravention of decorum. The spiritual sovereign raised his staff and pointed it at the core. There was a moment of silence, during which nothing seemed to happen. Broken by my screams, I shrieked in agony as I felt an incredible force begin raging about within me. It refused to simply be contained and rose to the surface as pure suffering. Unable to support myself, I fell to my knees with one hand against the floor and the other pressed against my chest. My heart palpitated, my eyes teared up, and my lungs heaved as the newfound energy flooded my whole body. "Why, Yuki?" screamed Eluna. "What have you done to him?" shouted Lefi, as she ran over and placed a hand on my shoulder to try to get a grasp on my situation and ease my pain. "I'm fine," I croaked, between heavy pants. I grabbed her arm with one of my own, only to powerlessly collapse on top of it. "Don't worry." The sensation I was assaulted by was one I recognized. It was the same throbbing, deathly ache I'd felt when I first touched the dungeon's core and had my mind altered to support a basic understanding of this world and its workings. But this time, it had affected much more than just the inside of my skull. "You need not fret, Silver Dragon," said the Spirit Lord. "I have bestowed upon him not torment, but power to which he will soon acclimate." Lefi shot him a glare, clearly not appreciative of the carefree manner in which he conducted himself after causing me so much pain, but he ignored her and continued acting innocent and aloof regardless. "You know, it feels pretty good to have you worry about me like that," I said, after making a few broken attempts at laughing. "Cease your silly behavior. Remain still and rest," she chided, as she gave my hand a worried squeeze. Despite all the pain, internally, I was elated. Seeing Lefi's kinder side had put me in one hell of a good mood. It was one of the parts of her I appreciated most, especially at times like these. As I continued to lean on her, the energy whirling about within me finally began to calm. Actually, that's not quite right. It's more like my body's gotten used to it. Whatever the case, I stopped feeling nearly as unwell, so I slowly rose to the floor. "So, what exactly did you do?" I said, slowly. I was still a bit unsteady on my feet, so I continued to use Lefi as a support to keep myself propped up as I addressed the source of my agony. "I bestowed upon you the sole perquisite I am capable of awarding, the ability to sway the subjects over which I rule," he said. "I have modulated your essence and thereby your corpus to permit control over Spiritkind." He returned his staff to its upright position. "How fare you now?" "Not too bad," I said. "Pretty good, in fact." "Which is more or less how I think you'd expect to feel. After being given a power boost by someone on Lefi's level, I suspected that his meddling had leveled up the dungeon. I couldn't actually confirm anything without popping open the menu and poking around, but I'm pretty confident I'm right, since it feels like I've got a lot more mana than I used to. But I really could have done with some sort of warning, I complained. Getting totally blindsided like that wasn't exactly what I'd call fun. How bizarre. My reproachful gaze was met with one of curiosity. Not that he actually has eyes, but you know what I mean. Your distress did not fall within the purview of my foresight, for the child did not suffer when I did the same to her. How truly peculiar. The Spirit Lord paused, as if to silently entertain a hypothesis or two before continuing. Still, it remains unerring to state that you have, as I had previsioned, incorporated my power as your own, for demonic overlords, potentates brought forth by labyrinths, are of an essence unfixed. I thought about giving him a bit more of a talking to, but ultimately ended up dismissing the idea. He was acting the same way Layla did when she started getting a bit too into one of her interests, which meant he was unlikely to listen to me until he was done thinking unless I said something that happened to contribute to his current line of thought. This is the problem with scientists and scholars, friggin' nerds, being all researchy and shit. Are you okay? Asked Luna. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. I ruffled her hair, then turned to the spirit and waited a moment or two for him to snap out of his self-induced trance. So what exactly does this new power you gave me amount to? Am I supposed to be able to see spirits or something now? A truly accurate conjecture, he said. Oh child of vampires, evince before him that of which I have edified you. Oh okay, I'll give it a shot. Being put on the spot had led her to stutter a bit, but she responded in her usual, over-energetic manner regardless. Spirit of the flame, come here please. A small, red orb somewhat resembling a ball of flame suddenly puffed into existence next to her. Whoa. I blinked a few times in surprise. So that's how spirits look. The creature, which, like the Spirit Lord, was a literal ball of light, seemed to be rather happy with its summoning, as it began spinning circles around the child who requested its presence. Looks like it's at least capable of some degree of thought. I wonder how it compares to its king. Is there now a spirit in our presence? Asked Lefi. Yup. Can you not see it or something? It's more or less just a fireball, and it's hanging right around Luna. A ball of flame? She cocked a brow as she scanned the vampire's surroundings. I cannot. I am able to see a mass of magical energy in her presence, but I am not able to discern its form any further. She then turned to the other highly magically attuned member of our family. Can you see it, Layla? I can vaguely sense that there is something there, but only because I'm focused on it. I would not have noticed if it wasn't brought to my attention, responded the maid. Really? I ain't seen nothing at all, said Lou. My dog-eared fiancée had returned to her duties after the Spirit Lord's introduction, but she'd come back to the true throne room to check up on us when I started screaming. Do not worry, an impotence in the ability to regard that which is but spiritual falls within the quotidian. Your compatriots, those who are able to gaze upon my kin regardless of aptitude, subsist within an overwhelmingly derisory, countable minority. Wait, does that mean I've got an affinity for spirit magic or something? The guise under which you fall is not one to be surveyed in line with any other, for you, as one born of a labyrinth, are of a flexible essence. You did not once possess the aptitude, but you have, several passing moments prior, evolved it. I did. You've been going on about this whole flexible essence thing for a good while now, but what exactly are you talking about? Do you just mean it's easy for me to change? With trifling details abstracted, your judgment is unerring. The flexibility of your essence, the pliability of your nature, the ease with which the core of your being may change, is a foible kindred to the animates referred to as labyrinths. Others, those of which whose origins do not parallel yours, are of unvarying, nigh eternal dispositions. But you are dissimilar. Your essence freely tailors and refashions itself to whatever form is most apropos to survival. For those not of your essence, Such changes occur only upon evolution. I see, I get it now. He's talking about how I can spend DP to unlock new seemingly rule-breaking abilities and whatnot. My map, for example, was once only capable of detecting enemies within the dungeon's boundaries. The restriction had, at the time, been a strict rule with no exceptions. But now, it was gone altogether. Spending a bit of DP was all I needed to do to completely rewrite the function's rules, despite that not being how any other skill functioned. My ability to purchase items from the catalog even whilst outside the dungeon was very similar, in that regard, as it had also turned a previously unbending rule into something that no longer existed. These changes were only possible because of changes in me. My body had adapted to draw out the dungeon's power even outside the realm of its influence. Sometimes, I would joke about how I was like an android and how I was remodeled in order to better perform my role. And that was precisely what the Spirit Lord expressed when he talked about my essence. It was a property that I, as one was born from the dungeon, or perhaps even created by it, possessed. I know that Yuki has already rebuked you for your lack of a warning, but I feel the need to repeat his words. You would do well to notify us the next time you are to perform such an act, said Levi. You have always conducted yourself in this manner. You speak as if you are all-knowing and act on your own accord without so much as informing any other of your intentions. This time, in doing so, you created a misunderstanding for which I was on the verge of lighting you aflame. How harrowing. Not even I am capable of standing against the dragon that reigns over all of creation, chuckled the ball of light. I will dutifully refrain from pretermitting your warning. Once he was done laughing, he turned back to me. The child will serve as your pedagogue in the spiritual arts, for she is capable of bestowing upon you all the counsel you will require to correctly make use of their powers. Sure, sounds good. Don't worry, Yuki. I'll teach you everything I know. Thanks, Illuna, I said with a smile. The ancient being got to his metaphorical feet as we went through the exchange. I trust that, as all incumbent discourse is now complete, it has come time for my egress. Our encounter may have lasted only a fleeting moment, but I found it riveting. It would please me if the sentiment was reciprocated. Wait, you're leaving already? You sure you don't want to stick around a bit longer? I asked. I also would have liked to speak with you for a little bit longer, said Layla in a voice laced with heartfelt disappointment. Yeah, I can certainly see why she'd feel that way. Those two were having some pretty hardcore discussions. Layla's basically just a massive ball of curiosity, so to her, this must have been a rare opportunity for her to bounce ideas off someone as smart as her. Excellent. Return at once from whence you came, said Levi. You are detrimental to my presence of mind. I suppose that if you insist, I shall hasten my departure, he laughed. But even if you were to meet my departure with grief, I would have no alternative, for there lies a duty to which I am obliged to consummate. He shifted slightly to face Illuna. I must seek those who once inhabited her hamlet and inform them of her safety. Right. Yeah, you probably should, I said. Thanks, Guru. Rather than waving with all her usual energy, Illuna instead offered the Spirit Lord a mikpo. Do not mind it. It is but an obligation. He seemed to cast his eyes over us as a group before continuing. Farewell, labyrinth walkers. I pray that your days will continue to be filled with amity. Stay well, Ancient One, said Levi. With one last nod, the King of Spirits exited through the open front door. Chapter 263. Side Story, Gacha Games, Part 1. Well, Nell, it's time. Time for what? Nell blinked in confusion as she attempted to react to my out-of-context statement. Time for you to drop the whole deaf protagonist meme and roll a goddamn gacha, that's what. Oh, it's not that I didn't hear you. I'm just not really sure what you mean, she said. And what's a meme? I wasn't exactly keen on the idea of explaining a meme to her, as it was sure to lead only to even more explanations and potentially even cause an issue or two if I had to go in depth, so I decided to hope she was fine with being left in the dark and move on. A gacha's a gacha, of course, I said, matter-of-factly. You can see the menu and whatnot, right? I think so. Are you talking about the thing that appears when you use your, I mean the dungeon's powers. Yup. So one of the things the menu lets you do is access a power known as the Gakapon, or Gaka for short. It's basically capable of churning out all sorts of different items, and all you gotta do to activate it is pay, I explained. It's how we got Rur. Wow, that sounds incredible. She held a high opinion of Rur. Learning of his origins had effectively put the Gaka on a pedestal. Yeah, Gakas are awesome, but they're just about as fearsome as they are rewarding. Countless whales have found themselves entranced by its potential, only to have their hopes, dreams, and livelihoods burned away in a blaze of glory. Does that mean Gakas can set things on fire? Yeah, it does, I said with a solemn nod. You have to be ready to make some pretty hefty sacrifices if you want to get anything decent. It's both a blessing and a bottomless, microtransaction-based hell filled with nothing but anxiety and nerd rage. Those that lack the luck to succeed are forever left to rot in purgatory's flames. Nell seemed to sense that I needed a moment to reflect. Though overwhelmed by information, she did nothing but look on as I directed my eyes to a faraway place and offered a moment of silence. You know, thinking back, I'm pretty sure my shitty luck stat is something I carried over from my last life. I'd always thought that my bad luck couldn't possibly last forever. So I kept rolling and rolling and rolling until I realized that RNGesus had forsaken me, and that the Gaka had been a trap all along. Fuck man, never again. The only SSRs I ever got were either dupes or total trash. And it was all my fault. I always kept rolling even though I knew nothing good was going to come out of it. After taking a deep breath to chase away the specters of negativity hovering over my darkest memories, I cleared my throat and got back to speaking to Nell. Don't worry Nell, you won't end up like them. Your luck stat is the highest I've ever seen. Do I really have to? I'd really rather not do something that's scary. Sure, the Gak is terrifying, but it's nothing you have to worry about. We're not going to be screwing ourselves over by using credit cards and not watching our spending, I said. We're going to be using a specific set of funds I set aside for this exact scenario. Your luck and my wallet are all we'll need to succeed. I gave her an encouraging pat on the back. Come on, just try giving it a shot. Do I really have to? Come on, you got this. Don't let my dreams be dreams. Just do it. Are you sure? Because you're acting a bit weird, and it's kind of concerning. But alright. Nell wasn't all that willing to go along with my little scheme, but she wasn't able to turn me down given the extent of my enthusiasm, which had led me to act much like a certain rather famous individual. I don't think you would be pressuring me into doing it if it really was as dangerous as you made it sound, so I'll at least give it a try, she said. So what exactly do I need to do? 1 second. I popped open the menu and navigated to the Gaka page as soon as she agreed. Nothing had changed since the last time I visited it. There were still just 4 options. From smallest to largest, their costs were 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 DP respectively. The plan was for her to roll the most expensive Gaka once, pop a couple spins into the second, and then drop down one more tier and go for another few dozen. The financial decision I was about to make was, frankly, so awful it terrified me. 100,000 DP was enough for me to straight up buy some of the catalog's more powerful monsters, as well as more than enough for us to live off for 3 whole months. 1/5 of all the DP I'd saved up was about to vanish the moment she pressed the roll button. But that shit ain't gonna stop me. I'm a goddamn demon lord, and there ain't no demon lord dumb enough to let a chance like this, risky as it is, slip right through his fingers. Putting ourselves at risk and treading dangerous paths are both a part of our everyday lives. That's why we're dreamers. That's why we're demon lords. That's why we're true gamblers. Mwahahahaha. Is tapping this all I have to do? She asked, with her hand hovering over the roll button. Fuck yeah, lag. What the heck? Don't scream like that. She glared at me after reacting with a start, but went ahead and pushed the button regardless. And then, there was silence. 1 moment passed, and then 2, but nothing changed. Huh? I cocked a brow. It doesn't look like anything's happening, said Nell. That's Weird. I'm pretty sure there should have been a whole bunch of light. Normally, rolling the Gakko would cause a bunch of light to come together in order to form whatever it was the machine spat out. But this time, there was none. Don't tell me it was a total dud. There's no way we'd get literally nothing from a whole 100,000 DP, is there? I groaned. Oh, look at the little panel thingy. It looks like some symbols have shown up. Nell's voice pulled me from my despair-fueled trance and directed my eyes towards the menu. Right. I almost forgot there was supposed to be a results page. The text that had popped up on screen said, "You have received a waterfall hot spring." A waterfall hot spring. I muttered. Oh, those symbols were letters? Wow, I've seen them several times now, but I never realized, said Nell. They seem really extravagant for letters. Wait, does this mean what I think it does? No fucking way. Sure enough, working my way through the menus confirmed that my suspicions were on point. Holy shit, you just straight up won us a new facility. I shouted excitedly. The waterfall hot spring now sat at the top of the facilities tab and featured a beautiful net cost, 0. Follow me. We need to go check this shit out right now. I grabbed her by the hand and dragged her over to the door, which I promptly manipulated in order to ensure that it would teleport us outside the castle. Wait, Yuki, hold on. She tried to get my attention, but I was too distracted to process her words. You're not listening to me, are you? She sighed. And I'm pretty sure you're going to stay that way, with how excited you are. Fine, I'll tag along. With an expression that mixed happiness with exasperation, she followed me through the door and joined me on my quest to place the dungeon's newest asset. Fuck, yes. I dropped to my knees and shook my fists at the air as I roared in excitement. The waterfall that had formed before my eyes, and the reservoir it fed into was exactly as I had imagined. I didn't even need to enter it to know that it was nice, warm and toasty. The steam wafting off the newly constructed pool told me that it was bath-ready at any moment. Though it was a bit on the smaller side, the waterfall was still an incredibly impressive and majestic sight. The basin it fed into was large enough to accommodate more than 10 full-grown adults at the same time with ease. It was a tiny bit too shallow to play around in, but it seemed just right given that its intended purpose was bathing. It's so splendid. I slowly got to my feet after taking a full moment to offer the new facility the appreciation it deserved. The waterfall was a financial win. After browsing around in the catalog, I discovered that its regular cost was well over the 100,000 DP we'd paid for it. Naturally, it had to be much more than what it seemed at a glance to be worth its price tag. And it certainly was. Its greatest properties were its special effects. It was capable of beautification, the rejuvenation of one's youth, the acceleration of one's metabolism, and recovering both HP and MP. These 5 effects alone were already enough for me to think that the item was worth it. But then I saw the last 2, permanent increases to health and mana. Sitting around in the hot spring was all one needed to do to perpetually boost not 1, but 2 base stats. The rate at which it did this, 1 point every 30 minutes, seemed rather slow at first. But then I considered its impact over a longer time period. Using it for a few dozen years, or perhaps even a few centuries or millennia, for those with longer lifespans, would lead to some crazy numerical advantages. I was immediately convinced that taking the future into consideration made our newest acquisition just as valuable as rarer. Because, as one of the dungeon's facilities, it was sure to stay as long as the core remained, which meant that, as far as I was concerned, it was permanent. That's a hero's luck for you. No wonder people worship them. Nell made a rather motherly face as she watched me get all worked up about our newest addition. You sure do like your baths, she said with a sigh. I can't really say I don't feel the same way about them anymore. Life without easy access to one is going to be much harder than it was before. Alright Nell, let me tell you something special real quick. Sure, what is it? You see, I'm what we call Japanese. All of us like baths. That's just how it works. That's just how do when you live in a country that's both hot and humid. This time, I felt as if my reaction was perfectly reasonable given the country of my birth. I highly doubted that any true Japanese citizen could have possibly reacted any differently to suddenly getting a huge spring installed right in their home. The only Japanese people incapable of understanding the sentiment are anti-nationalist extremists. Period. This is how we identify terrorists and coups and shit. You're Japanese? What does that mean? Is it just another way for you to say that you're a Demon Lord? Pretty much. I edited the area around the hot spring as we chatted. Specifically, I added some nice rocky terrain, a path made out of stepping stones, and a small forest. I'd originally wanted the forest to be made of bamboo, but bamboo was far too expensive, so I replaced it with some small, thin trees instead. Wow. That's incredible, said Nell, eyes wide. It seemed a bit bland earlier, but now it's become something like a fancy resort. After seeing the elegant, refined style I pulled from my mind, even Nell began getting a bit excited. Hey, I'm the goddamn Demon Lord of creativity. This is nothing. Alright, setup complete. Let's head back to the true throne room, grease up the wheel, and get the Gacha rolling again. Chapter 264, Side Story, Gacha Games. Part 2. Once we returned to the true throne room, I had Nell blow another 60,000 DP on the Gacha. The rewards list was as follows: Equipment Synthesis Skill Scroll, Attention Redirection Skill Scroll, Infinity Halberd, Glacial Prison Blade, Sovereign Poison Fang, Pan Lid. Alright, so first things first. Why the hell are Pan Lids still in the 10k prize pool? 10,000 DP was a steep hefty price for something so worthless. The weakest monsters in the Wicked Forest, the ones that inhabited its southernmost area, only netted about 200 DP per kill. Moving east, however, led to encounters with monsters that averaged a hefty 500 DP each. Heading west, however, threw all estimates for a loop. The monsters that inhabited the forest's most threatening subregion were far too varied in strength for me to really come up with any decent approximations. Not that they mean much anyway. The numbers are just averages, and they can differ a bunch depending on the species and the individual. So yeah, a more accurate way to substantialize the value of 10,000 DP was to look at how long it could sustain us. The answer to that was just over a week. Our living expenses averaged out to something along the lines of 1,000 DP a day. A pan lid worth a whole 10k has gotta be one fancy-ass pan lid. Thanks, RNGesus. I love you too. While I was by no means not bitter over the less than impressive result, a part of me was relieved to find that even someone with Nell's luck could wind up rolling a pan lid. It proved that luck wasn't absolute, and that there were still chances for me to overcome my lackluster numbers. Fortunately, everything else she'd gotten out of the random number generator was at least somewhat impressive. The biggest boon out of this second batch was the scroll for equipment synthesis, as it was classified a unique skill. As could be implied from its name, its function was similar to that of weapon transmutation in that it was capable of item creation, and, like the other skill, it was prone to failing if the image the caster had in mind lacked clarity. That, however, was where the similarities ended. Equipment synthesis differentiated itself in terms of intended use through a mix of two properties. The first was expiry. Items created through equipment synthesis spawned on a timer and would vanish the moment it finished ticking down. And while that was, by all means, fascinating, it was nowhere near as attention-grabbing as the skill's second property, its flexibility. Equipment synthesis capable of making literally anything, regardless of whether it was a weapon or a piece of armor, so long as the user possessed enough mana to bring the object they imagined to life. In other words, it was capable of providing its wielder with the best possible solution for any given scenario so long as they were capable of determining their needs on the fly. Though it was sure to be tough to master, the skill was undoubtedly one that had incredible potential, as was to be assumed given that it was marked as unique. Just about every last unique skill was completely overtuned. Naturally, they weren't exactly what one could call easily obtainable. An inhuman amount of time and effort had to be put into their acquisition. This was reflected in the catalog's prices, Even the cheapest of unique skills was worth at least 30,000 DP. I'm pretty sure equipment synthesis pretty much pays off all 6 roles by itself. That said, it was worth nothing in my hands. My extreme proficiency with weapons made it more or less impossible for me to get any value out of a skill based around using them. Welp, might as well give it to Nell. The other skill scroll she drawled, Attention Redirection, was unfortunately far less valuable. Unlike equipment synthesis, it was just a regular skill, and all it was really capable of was redirecting someone's attention to a specified point or location. How are you even supposed to use this? Wait a second. Isn't this just what magicians do? All they really do is misdirect your attention while they pull some sort of fancy trick with the free hand or whatever, right? Yeah. You know what? I could totally make this work. Even in battle, all I'd have to do is basically distract someone and then bop them with an attack from a fresh blind spot or something. That actually sounds pretty amazing. I should grab her and go test it out later. All 3 remaining non-pan lid prizes were weapons that did more or less exactly what their names implied. Infinity Halberd's magic circuits allowed it to change the length of its shaft and the size of its head. Glacial Prison Blade was a sword whose magic circuit was much like the ice-based version of In's Crimson Blaze. It could chill anything that it cut in order to severely inhibit its target's mobility. Sovereign Poison Fang was probably the most valuable of the 3. It had the ability to apply a deadly mix of toxins to anything it cut, and more or less guided its victim straight to death's door. They were all valuable, as evidenced from their A+ to S quality ratings, but the none stood out as particularly impressive. I was able to make equally powerful weapons without the dungeon's assistance, and they still paled in comparison when put next to Nell and Durandal. Nell's sword. That wasn't to say that they were bad rolls. They were still well worth the amount of DP they'd been exchanged for. They were just, in my opinion, less interesting than our other rewards. Evidently, our resident weapon-obsessed hero felt differently. Unlike me, she'd started freaking out excitedly the moment she learned that we had netted ourselves a few fancy pieces of equipment. Gakas are amazing, she squealed. I can't believe it can make weapons like these. Just look at how sharp and shiny their blades are. Why yeah, I'm pretty sure the Gaka can spit out just about anything, I said, a bit taken aback. You mind if I keep the attention redirection skills scroll? Huh? She blinked at me. I thought you were going to keep everything. Nah, this is the only thing I wanted. The rest is all yours. Can I really have all of it? She asked, timidly. I'm not really sure I should, since you paid for it, and I already have both my sword and Lunar Blossom. The hero fidgeted about as she tried her best to act modest. And I'm not even all that sure where I would keep them. Well, I'm probably never even going to touch them. So you can have them if you want them, I said. Do you really have nowhere to put them? Where do you keep all the other weapons I gave you? They're all in my room in the castle. I doubt you're out of space, so you might as well just stash these there too. See, can I really have all of it? I won't give any of it back, even if you change your mind, okay? She got right up in my face and started speaking twice as quickly as usual. I wouldn't be able to give the skill scroll back even if I wanted to. It'll be gone as soon as I use it. Is that really okay? Why yeah, it's fine, I said, as I reeled back. I doubt anyone's even capable of saying no to you with how happy and excited you look right now. Thank you so much, Yuki. I'll gladly take them. She skipped over to where I'd set down the weapons and picked up the sword. Wow, I just noticed that this one's curved and only has an edge on one side. It looks like the same type of sword as N. Yup. I smiled dryly as I nodded along. Goddamn weapon nerd. I swear, this isn't even the first goddamn time this has happened. Nell often took a near excessive amount of interest in the weapons I made, and several of them had already ended up in her care. In the end, most of the stuff we rolled from the 10,000 DP Gaka ended up under Nell's name. I didn't mind, of course, as I'd gotten a pretty decent skill scroll out of it. My only gripe was that we hadn't been able to get anything as valuable as Roar. Not that I'd actually expected to hit the jackpot in the first place. Moreover, the 100,000 DP Gaka had already given us the Waterfall Hot Spring, which was incredibly valuable and effectively made the whole endeavor a win. Man. Heroes are crazy. I almost can't believe that you only got one piece of junk out of a whole 7 rolls. Her luck was so good that it was frightening. Hell, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the only reason we got so many weapon-related drops was because she likes weapons. And the scales were tilting themselves according to her preferences. Your luck's gotta be totally batshit insane if it's good enough to basically revamp the rates. Holy shit. I was a bit worried the first few times. I'm starting to think that the Gaka is a lot of fun, she said, before picking up the least valuable prize she'd won. I'm starting to think that this pan lid has to be really special if it's coming out of something capable of producing so many amazing prizes. You know what, I'm willing to bet it's actually probably one of the rarer drops, especially considering the amount a roll costs. We'd basically finished going over all the rewards, so I raised my arms and stretched. The door leading outside creaked open right as I was about to get up to reveal Lou with a laundry basket in hand. Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief as she plopped the container down in the true throne room. Huh? What are those, Master? More of your creations? She asked, as she spotted the weapons being looked over by the second of my 3 wives. Oh, hey Lou. Perfect timing. Get over here and roll the Gaka. My thought process was that Lou would serve as a decent test case. Unlike Nell, she was only about as lucky as the average person, which meant her rolls were far less likely to be filled with nothing but soul-crushing bullshit. Huh? The what? Don't worry about it. I pointed at the menu as she walked over. Here, you see this? Just press the second button from the right. MK. She wasn't really sure what I was trying to get her to do, but followed my instructions and gave the good old 10,000 DP Gaka roll regardless. It looks like something real weird's happening, she said, as she watched the light particles come together to form her reward. Once the light vanished, she picked up and gave it a curious once-over. What's this thing? I'm not sure, said Nell. The two exchanged glances, but neither was able to help the other discern the item's identity. While I was pretty much perfectly aware of what it was, I decided to use Analyze on it regardless. High-grade kombu quality, A+ description, a high-quality kelp that can be used to make a delicious stock. It's a kelp, I said. I blinked a few times as I stared down the product. It was literally exactly what I thought it was. An ingredient commonly used in Japanese cooking. Apparently, it was of the fancier variety, but that didn't mean it was worth anywhere near as much as any of the other items we'd won, pan lid aside. I mean, in all fairness, it does look pretty expensive for kelp. It's got a really nice color and luster to it. Lou. I plopped a hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eyes. What is it, Master? Why are you giving me such a warm gaze all of a sudden? I knew you were just like me. What's that supposed to mean? And why do I feel like it wasn't meant to be a compliment? Liv's roll was, frankly, so perfect and awful at the same time that I had needed a few seconds to wrap my head around it and figure out how to react. What's kelp? Asked Nell. I can answer that, said Lou. I remember what it's used for now. It's real good for mackin' stock. All you gotta do is put in a pot with some boilin' water and let it cook. There was this one time Layla and Master used it to make a real tasty hot pot. Wow, I had no idea. I kind of want to try it. Then what do you say we cook up some hot pot for dinner tonight? I don't think Layla's figured out what we're having yet, so she probably hasn't started getting anything ready yet either. I'm sure she wouldn't mind the suggestion. That's a pretty good idea, I said. Alright, that's that. We're having hot pot tonight, I said. I wanted to do a few more rolls, but it looks like it's about time to start getting dinner ready anyway, so we might as well call it a day as far as Gaka stuff goes and get to work. Okay, I'll help, said Nell. Me too. You can count on me, Master, said Lou. With our forces rallied, the 3 of us headed straight for the kitchen and began to get everything ready for dinner. Lefi ended up missing out on the Gaka event entirely due to an afternoon nap, but I got her up to speed later on by having her give the 10,000 DP Gaka spin. The result? A scrub sponge. You know, Lefi, you never fail to disappoint, I said. I always knew you'd end up as nothing but comic relief. What? I am not comic relief. She denied the claim, but it clearly hit home nonetheless, as the dragon ended up spending the rest of the day sulking off in a corner. Chapter 265, Side Story, Doing the Laundry. After turning her gaze between the clothes suspended from the line in front of her and the man beside her, Li heaved a heavy, tired sigh. Why is it that you never wear anything new, master? She had always known that Yuki never wore anything but simple short-sleeved shirts and pants that he described as jeans, but seeing all of his outfits strung up next to each other had pushed the point to such an extent that she couldn't help but want to comment. He had no other clothes whatsoever. The shirts differed to some extent in terms of the patterns and images they featured, but the same could not be said for his pants. They were almost all perfectly identical, with minor differences in their color being all that there was to note. Why you say that, but you're no better, stammered the Warwolf's fiancé. You basically never wear anything outside your uniform. That's just cause these are my work clothes, she exclaimed. I am a maid after all. Well, mine are kinda like work clothes too. You know how I make weapons or go hunting every day. They're pretty well suited for both. Clearly, I'm just as uniformed up as you are. The maid felt somewhat persuaded and rather inclined to agree with her demon lord. His clothes suited combat because they were easy to move around in, and they also suited his smithing hobby because no harm came out of them getting dirty. As he said, they worked pretty well as workwear. Shouldn't you wear something thicker when you go huntin', like some armor? Looks like someone's getting worried. Well, course I am. You're gonna be my hubby, there's no way I ain't gonna worry. Alright. He averted his eyes in embarrassment before continuing in a mumble. Wasn't expecting you to straight up say it like that. After taking another breath and regaining his composure, he began answering her original question. So about the whole armor thing, I've tested a few things before, but nothing's actually worked so far. Any armor that isn't super high quality doesn't do jack because it basically gets totally blown to bits after just one hit, and even the higher quality ones don't really help me. I'm not really used to moving around while wearing so much metal, so all that really happens is I get bogged down. Then how's about wearing lighter armor like Nell? Already tried it. It doesn't work. Light armor is far too thin, and even the high-quality stuff gets totally smashed right off the bat, he complained. Though, if I'm to be honest with you, the biggest reason is that I just don't like wearing armor. It doesn't feel right. Plus, my body's pretty tough. I can take a hit from a dragon without losing any limbs, unless it goes out of its way to bite one of my arms off or something. There just doesn't really seem like there's any point in wearing armor if I'm more durable than it. I guess you do have a point. Li chuckled, wryly. She was a bit surprised to hear that he was capable of taking so much punishment. I'm glad you're starting to see things my way, he said. Speaking of, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even the biggest offender when it comes to a lack of variety. At least I've got colors and designs going for me. Take a look at Lefi's clothes, he said, as he hung up one such article. Every single dress she owns is straight up identical. I'm not sure there's any point in doing any comparing if she's the only one doing any worse. That's like saying you're better at something than a kid. Li laughed as she looked up at the laundry and confirmed that the other master she served, the mistress of the house, was just as unfashionable as her counterpart. But, at least in the Warwolf's eyes, her position was one that came with greater justification, as wearing clothes was a behavior foreign to dragonkind. Thus, culturally, it made sense for her to have very little interest in fashion. She'd only chosen the one-piece dress she normally wore for the ease with which she could slip it on and off. Frankly, the maid thought that it was a shame the dragon didn't care for dressing herself up, as it was clearly a waste of her natural beauty. Geez, humped the dog-ear. Why is it that you two can't stand D-line with anything you think is bothersome? Caring about fashion is normal, even the kids do it. Well, yeah, they're girls. Everyone knows girls love dressing up, said the demon lord. Many of the clothes in the laundry belong to either Anne or Luna. The former wore traditional clothes from a land far away. Yuki described them as kimonos, and they were distinct from most of the other residents' clothing due to their vibrant colors and unique shape. The Warwolf's opinion was that they suited the sword well, given the foreign look of her face. Oddly enough, her clothes were never left behind when her body vanished. Rather, they seemed to go with her. The exact outfit she had been wearing would always reappear alongside her whenever she took on her more human-like form. It was a very curious phenomenon, one that Liu was not in any which way capable of explaining or even understanding. But by now, she'd grown so used to it that she had accepted it as the norm. Likewise, the other girl, the blonde bloodsucker, also wore clothes that tended to suit her. She had several dresses that somewhat resembled Levi's, but that wasn't all. The vampire also wore shorts and other similar pieces of loose-fit clothing that worked well alongside her active lifestyle and energetic personality. The last of the three humanoid girls, Shii, didn't actually wear clothes. She'd tried Luna's, once, but disliked them and refused to wear anything at all thereafter. Her race was one that took its nutrients in through its skin, so having said skin covered made her incredibly uncomfortable. Morphing her body to emulate wearing clothes had proven itself a much more comfortable alternative. Of all the things in the laundry basket, the most attention-grabbing, in Liu's opinion, were the dolls. They were the bodies that the Wraith girls would possess, and like all other outfits, were periodically thrown in the wash to counteract the accrual of dirt and grime. Unsurprisingly, the sisters did as many siblings did with the items in their wardrobe and refused to share. Each only possessed the dolls that they designated as their own, and they were surprisingly picky about the precise avatars that they would use to represent themselves. You know, thinking about it, I have actually seen you in a few different outfits, since you normally switch when we go out. But I've literally never seen Layla wear anything but her uniform and her PJs, said Yuki. Layla's a bit like you and Levi. She's never shown any real interest in clothing or fashion. All her old clothes were just simple linens, pants and shirts and stuff. I think she's probably real taken by her uniform since it's much more comfortable. Yeah, I can kinda see that. It seems pretty safe to assume that she's always been a bit too into her research and that she's probably ignored everything other than whatever happened to catch her eye. Yup, that's just how she is. The two exchanged a chuckle at the other maid's expense. You know, at first glance, Layla pretty much seems like the perfect super maid, said Yuki. But once you get to know her, you realize that she's got a good few faults and weaknesses, just like everyone else. One of those is the mornin', said Liu. Did you know that she's real bad at waking up, and that she always stares off into space for a while 'fore her head starts clicking? It's real cute. That sounds like something I'd like to see. Yuki chuckled as he hung up another garment. None of the girls minded it when the Demon Lord handled their clothing. Likewise, he himself was the same. He had already long come to see all of the dungeon's residents as members of his family and didn't allow himself to get excited, even when placed in charge of their delicates. While the girls weren't embarrassed or unwilling, that wasn't to say that they felt nothing about his behavior. There were many things that they wanted to say about his total indifference, to all of which he remained none the wiser. Nell's real well-dressed, compared to the rest of us, said Liu. Unlike most of the other residents, the hero paid attention to even the finest details of her clothing. Her laundry was a testament to how she carefully picked both the color and design of her clothes in order to create eye-pleasing combinations. Yeah, Nell's girlina status through the roof, and her exposure to high society has pretty much become the icing on the cake, said Yuki. She's real refined. I'm thinking it's 'cause she's a hero. They must have trained her so the nobles would like her. Yeah, she seems to meet VIPs all the time. The Demon Lord's lack of interest in dealing with the nobility was made clear from the less than excited tone in which he presented the idea. I actually got a chance to see her in action while we were in town, and she was pulling it off pretty well. You sure as heck don't seem to like the idea of meeting any nobles, master, giggled Liu. If you had to be a hero, I bet you'd run right away and spend your time enjoying yourself instead. I could even see you going on a rampage and destroying things out of spite. You know me so well, He responded with a laugh of his own. I'd make for an awful hero 10 times out of 10. But the idea's real interestin', ain't it? If you were the hero and we were all working together, then Nell'd be the priest, Leela'd be the archmage, and I'd be the warrior. The girls would probably live at an orphanage round where we make our base, said Lou. The only one I'm not sure of is Leffi. She'd probably be the enemy trump card, at least for a bit. I could totally see us sneaking into her stronghold while she's asleep, and then using the power of sugar to bait her into joining us. You're right, that's super easy to imagine. I can already see it happening. The two left as they shared a thought about a good-for-nothing dragon's sweet tooth before picking up their baskets. The laundry was done, and so therefore was their time outdoors. As they continued to chat and exchanged jokes, the pair returned to the throne room that served as their living space. Chapter 266. Side Story. Yggdrasil's departure. The blessed child has secured for herself an innocuous haven in which she will remain inviolable. The Spirit Lord spoke to no one in particular as he continued his solitary journey through the wicked forest. As he thought about the girl whose safety he had confirmed, his mind naturally drifted to the people around her, which in turn led a slow, content chuckle to escape him. How truly beguiling. It has been a great many years since I have found my soul so stirred. He found the individuals that he had just finished interacting with nothing short of truly entertaining. They were a colorful bunch, with individuals stemming from all sorts of different backgrounds. Every one of the dungeon's residents had grabbed his attention in one way or another. But the two that had left the greatest impressions on the ancient creature were his old friend and the man she had wed, for one had changed grayly, while the other appeared to be the reason that such interracial harmony was possible. He had met individuals stemming from 7 distinct races and was informed that there was even an 8th resident in the form of a human hero. As far as he could tell, there was no discord to be had, even in spite of their differences. As a concept, interracial harmony was one that the old spirit found greatly appealing. It was an ideal that he himself strived for, but he had always thought it impossible. Every attempt he knew of had succeeded only on paper. Each race had its own habits and quirks. They ate at different times, interpreted different truths, and placed value on different virtues and aspects of life. These differences were often minuscule, but the few that were incredibly pronounced made it near impossible for individuals stemming from different backgrounds to enjoy each other's company in the long term. Every country that had attempted to execute a policy based around interracial cooperation had failed. They were all ultimately destroyed from the inside out. They were unable to hold before the immense internal pressures that plagued them. Not even smaller-scaled attempts had truly succeeded. The closest he knew of were tiny hamlets and villages in which a small handful of races lived whilst tolerating one another's presence. All of the most successful towns were demon-run. As the demonic races had always been many to begin with, they were bound to intermingle within any larger city. But even so, most demons preferred to live amongst other members of their subspecies and stuck to remaining with the tribes of their origin. As history had shown time and time again, it was nigh impossible to live in accordance to one's wishes whilst also respecting the abnormalities that other races brought into one's everyday life. Still, the manner in which the residents respected each other's differences somehow did not leave as great of an impression on the ancient being as the Supreme Dragon's current state. The changes in his old friend were so incredibly pronounced that he found them almost difficult to believe. When he first met her, several centuries ago, he thought of her as an individual with no interest in anything but herself. Her most prominent trait had been the stone-cold manner in which she treated all who approached her. But now, her icy shell was gone, replaced by love and affection for those that existed around her. Her face had shifted from ever bored to multifaceted and vibrant. It was as if she had finally begun considering herself as an individual, a woman, as opposed to an all-powerful entity. And as he witnessed her joy, he shared it. He was as happy for her as she was for herself. And he knew, from the brief instant that he had spent in his company, that the Demon Lord was the one who had changed her. It was not just Lephisos that had received his influence. His interactions with those around him had clearly conveyed to him that they too had been affected by his way of life. "I believe he declared himself as Yuki," muttered the Spirit Lord. "That is a name that I would do well to carve into the annals of my mind." Yggdrasil knew that demon lords were not uniform in nature. Each had its own unique quirks, but Yuki remained bizarre even when taking that into consideration. He was almost completely unlike any other of his kind. He had none of the pride or haughtiness that typically came as a result of receiving the overwhelming power that dungeons offered their guardians. He was rational, intelligent even, but above all, there were his values. The manner in which he judged others and the factors that drove his decision-making were clearly distinct from not only every other demon lord, but every other individual in the world. He was by far the most bizarre of the dungeon's inhabitants, even after taking the Supreme Dragon herself into consideration. Because he was a foreign entity, in the most literal sense of the term, I have always known that this world existed not in solace, but confabulating with a demon lord arising from one was truly an adventitious occurrence. He chuckled as he recalled not only his exchanges with the demon lord, but also the manner in which the world traveler interacted with the Silver Dragon. It was clear as day that the two shared a special bond. They trusted each other, loved each other, existed for each other. Each was in equal need of the other. Without him, she would have never been able to change. She would have never known warmth or true joy. At first, Yggdrasil had been filled with surprise to learn that someone had somehow managed to teach the Supreme Dragon what it meant to love. But upon meeting the individual in question, all of his bewilderment immediately faded away, because he complimented her perfectly, just as she did to him. "I pray that they may revel in many ages of joviality," he said, "for I derive no delectation from the internecine notion of dueling a friend to the death." The Spirit Lord knew that, as this world's guardian, he had no choice but to attempt to stop Lephisos if she were to ever go on a rampage, and that, in all likelihood, he would fail. He could only think of a select few comparable to her in terms of strength, but none could stand against her alone. Every single individual would need to assault her at once to tilt the scales in their favor. That was just how absurd the Supreme Dragon was. She simply stood at a level above every other living creature, and even if she was defeated, the battle's after effects would surely lead to the decline of civilization. It was sure to regress several ages. In the past, the fear of such an event had plagued Yggdrasil's mind with worry. It had seemed likely, perhaps even sure to happen, but no longer. He could no longer imagine it happening after seeing her in her current state. That was why he wished, prayed, for them to spend their days in bliss. It was a stimulating encounter. Again, Yggdrasil chuckled to himself as he made his way through the trees. This world truly remains one thronged with wondrous escapades to be unearthed at every turn. Yuki's dungeon was likely one of the most well-developed in the world, and it was one that would only continue to grow. Time would make it a place well worth revisiting, and the Spirit Lord had every intention of one day doing just that. Chapter 267, Spirit Sorcery. Am I doing this right? I questioned my memory as I attempted to follow the instructions that Aluna had outlined. They were simple. All I had to do was give a few orders, but their extreme simplicity was precisely the cause of my uncertainty. "Yup," chimed Aluna. As the spirits began to move, it seemed that I hadn't failed. The floating balls of fire formed a ring around me and began moving up and down in a fluid, coordinated manner as they twirled to and fro. The motion, which resulted from my orders, created an organic, wave-like pattern that almost made the group appear as a single individual. "Wow, that's amazing. I can't believe you can already make them do so much." "It's all cause I had a great teacher," I said with a smile. "I'm sure any idiot would have been able to figure it out with you at the helm." "If you say so," she said with an embarrassed but sing-songy giggle. What a precious little thing she is. According to the brief lesson she'd given me, spirits were capable of a whole slew of different tasks. One of their most prominent functions was the ability to pick out individuals with evil intentions. Every member of the race shared the feature, and it was evidently something that they had evolved in order to thrive. given their relative fragility as individuals, and it was also the reason that Eluna had always been able to actively discern whether someone would pose her any danger. The spirit race was further split into several subspecies, with precise classifications being based on the elements. Wind spirits, for example, had an affinity with the wind element, and were therefore capable of casting wind magic, whereas water spirits did the same with water, and so on and so forth. Unlike traditional magic, spirit sorcery was attuned with the natural world, which meant that its power was heavily based on the location in which the spell was cast. Fire spirits were relatively inept at sea, but were capable of providing overwhelming power near a volcano. Under normal circumstances, spirits were effectively used as a medium through which individuals could create magical phenomena limited only by the scope of one's imagination. Primordial magic more or less did the same, but that wasn't to say that the two were redundant. There were still benefits to be had, the biggest of which was a lift on my elemental restrictions. I would finally be able to use every element at will, granted the right place and time. The biggest flame I could produce using primordial magic was one small enough not to look out of place on a matchstick or a lighter. But asking a fire spirit to do the same would instead lead to something powerful enough to actually function as an attack. It was hard to call it a truly decent attack, as the spell's potency was based on the spirit's mana, and spirits had the tendency to be rather weak. But there was a workaround. Fueling the spirit with an external mana source, such as the casters, would allow it to go far beyond its usual limits. "I think I've got an idea," I said. "Come, Ifrita." The fire spirits in my vicinity absorbed my mana as they gathered into a tight compact group, and upon bursting into an even larger ball of flame, they took on a new form, one that looked exactly as I'd imagined it. A feminine incarnate of fire. Oh wow, that went pretty well, especially for a first try. It was their first time performing this exact trick, as I'd only just thought it up, but they proceeded with utmost confidence. The newly formed super spirit didn't even bother glancing at itself to confirm that it had been formed successfully and proceeded with absolute confidence. While Ifrita was a new, individual spirit, it was also still every spirit that had come together to compose it. The closest thing I could think of to compare it to was a mech made up of several smaller meshs, basically the exact same idea. Throwing a whole plethora of different spirits into the mix was not only possible, but also incredibly easy, but Ifrita only happened to be made out of individuals based in the fire element, as that was what I had requested. The process had, for the most part, been pretty simple. I had basically passed them some mana, imagined the result, and asked them if they thought they could do it, to which they replied with a childlike yup yup. And that was basically it. The only thing I had to look out for was giving them enough mana, as failing to do so would prevent whatever phenomenon I was hoping for from being manifested. According to my adorable teacher, getting the amount of mana required just right was very difficult, and the mark of an excellent spirit sorcerer. Eluna wasn't capable of getting the spirits to do anything all that complex just yet. As she was still just a kid, she didn't have all that much mana to give them to begin with. I was sure that she'd get the resources she needed once she got older, but that was still a ways away. So before we get any further, I just wanna say, yeah, I know. You're probably thinking, what the fuck, Yuki? Ifrita, you're a fucking unoriginal degenerate, and yeah, I mean, you're right. But it's easy to remember, and since that's what matters, so I'm sticking with it. Alright Ifrita, can you launch an attack off over there? I pointed towards an area of the grasslands that contained nothing in particular. The spirit, or rather culmination of spirits, nodded before pointing both arms in the direction I denoted and launching a massive fireball. A roar boomed throughout the field, followed by a second as the projectile detonated in midair. Wow, that was a lot more firepower than I was expecting. Whoa, that was awesome, said Eluna. For some odd reason, the explosion had ended up being a particularly pretty one. It reminded me much more of a firework than it did a bomb. The best part about Ifrita was its ability to attack autonomously. It was capable of assaulting its target even without further instruction so long as it had yet to fulfill its objective. In other words, It was basically self-driven mobile artillery, and I was capable of creating several of them simultaneously in order to pump up the rate of fire. Now that's a good addition to my kit if I've ever heard of one. Thanks Spirit Lord. After thanking their monarch, I also thanked the spirits that had participated in my experiment and had them disperse. They fluttered through the air with a cheerful, "Call us again sometime," before melting away into the air. "Aren't the spirits just super cute?" asked Luna. "Yeah, totally," I agreed. They were incredibly pure and childlike in nature. Not a single one of them had doubted me for even a moment. It was easy for me to understand why they had ended up developing the ability to discern the difference between good and evil. Without it, they were sure to be exploited for all the wrong purposes. It couldn't really be helped, given their nature. Fundamentally speaking, spirits were only on the cusp of being considered intelligent life, and barely had wills of their own. They required magical power to thrive, and their comfort was highly dependent on the amount in their vicinity, so it was only natural for them to want to obey those that were willing to supply them with plenty of mana. Even the Spirit Lord himself had supposedly just been another regular spirit at one point. That no longer held true, however, as he was clearly in possession of a distinct consciousness. Not that him being different is a surprise. Anything that absurdly powerful has to be way out of the norm. Thinking of the Spirit Lord reminded me that his actions had given the dungeon a bit of a boost, which in turn raised my level and uplifted my stats. My character sheet was now as follows: General information: name, Yuki; race, Demon Lord; class, Dragon; Demon Lord of Judgment; level, 152 HP, 26,714, 26,714 MP, 31,061 strength, 3,391 vitality, 4,290 agility, 3,904 magic, 5,173 dexterity, 5,594 luck, 92 skill points, 18 unique skills: Magic Eye, Translation, Flight, Tenacity, Sovereign Pressure, Spirit, Sorcery. Skills Item Box: Analyze X, Martial Arts Vi, Primordial Magic 7, Stealth Vi, Enemy Detection Vi, Sword Mastery V, Weapon Transmutation Vi, Enchant X, Trap Mastery 4, Great Sword Mastery 7, Disguise 4, Crisis Detection Vi, Dance 3, Attention Redirection I. Titles: Demon Lord from Another World, Supreme Dragon's Owner, One who judges, One hostile to humanity, Survivor of Death's Embrace, Demon Lord King of the Dragons, Supreme Dragon's Spouse, One acknowledged by the Spirit Lord. DP 160,840. I'd leveled up, but, as expected, not by too much. The rate at which my level was inflating had dropped drastically once I'd made it a bit further into the triple digits. That wasn't to say that I was leveling slowly. I'd already hit a whole 150 despite only being for a year and a few months, which meant my growth rate was still far above the norm. While my level had only kind of budged, it was still easy to see that the Spirit Lord really had given me some of his power, as my stats had gone up a fair bit, or at least that was how it seemed on paper. I didn't actually feel any different, nor did it seem like I'd made any major progress towards catching up to Lefi, my long-term goal. Yeah. That's gonna take a while. I was pretty happy about my skills. I'd gained a new unique in Spirit Sorcery, as well as a regular skill in Attention Redirection since I'd last popped open my own stat page. Oh man, I can't wait to head out and actually give these a spin against some monsters and whatnot. The last thing I'd gained was a title that proved that the Spirit Lord had acknowledged me. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He wouldn't have boosted me if he didn't acknowledge me, right? Alrighty. Testing Spirit Sorcery, check. Looking over my stats, also check. Now the only thing left on my to-do list is to put it in practice with some good old-fashioned hunting. Woo. Chapter 268. The Rise of Leviathan, the Spirit Titan. Good job, guys. I shouted at my pets, who'd only just succeeded in singling out and rooting a monster for me to use as the subject of an experiment. Keep it surrounded, I'll finish it off. To better facilitate my plans, Each of the 5 creatures took a few steps back whilst making sure not to mess up their encirclement. They spaced themselves out relatively equally such that they could easily intercept it if it were to attempt an escape. My first lab rat was a creature known as a Panzerzus. All in all, it resembled a bear with a spiky armored shell. It stood at about twice my height, but as far as the Wicked Forest's monsters were concerned, its size bordered on average. There were many that far exceeded it in terms of scale. I guess size does matter after all. On second thought, maybe not. Some of the most batshit top things I've seen were actually pretty tiny. Guess that means it's more about how you use it than it is how big you are. Panzerzi weren't all that tough for monsters that lived in the forest's western subsection, but they packed a good punch nonetheless. Like every other monster that resided in the area, they were capable of brutally murdering me if I let my guard down, even for a second. Being surrounded put Mr. Bear on guard. He kept glancing at my pets, as if to express that he was worried that they would attack him while he was distracted. But that wasn't happening. Today, it was just going to be me and him, mano a mano. Sorry for bugging you in the middle of a nap, Mr. Bear, I said. But your diagnosis isn't looking too good. You've pretty much hit the end of the line. My tone got cockier and cockier as I continued. Nothing personal, kid, just consider it a stroke of bad luck. I raised an arm and as I began channeling my magical energies, "Come, Leviathan." Countless spirits swarmed to my location the moment I invoked the spell and took on the form of a titanic eastern dragon. Its long, snaky body was decorated with fins and scales of a fish-like, iridescent nature, while its head featured massive jaws lined with sharp, fang-like teeth. It was somewhat reminiscent of my usual water dragon spell, but its scale, power, and draconic resemblance were incomparable. Mixing the two up would be a fatal mistake. Mwahahaha. I cackled. See this? This is what happens when I get serious. Behold, the rise of Leviathan, the spirit titan. Alright, you're probably a bit confused right about now, so allow me to explain. A spirit titan is just what I call a massive, super powerful spirit made up of a bunch of spirits from every element, which means they can use any kind of spell without restraint. Totally batshit broken, right? Hey, well, too bad for you. They're basically impossible to make unless you've got at least as much mana as a demon lord, and you're willing to use it without even the slightest bit of restraint. Hell, it cost me a whole third of my bar. While spirit sorcery did enable me to attack with elements with which I had poor affinity, it wasn't completely divorced from the concept. Spirits of an element I had an affinity with had a greater tendency to be drawn to me than those that weren't, and thus, they were more likely to listen to my calls. That was why the Leviathan I had created consisted mainly of spirits that could be associated with the water element, my strongest affinity. Hey, see this, you measly mongrel? You ain't got shit on me. Carve Leviathan's form into your mind as the epitome of fee, arg? My rat turned into a shriek as I only narrowly managed to dodge an incoming blow. Dude, what the fuck? Play by the rules. God damn it. You're not supposed to attack until I'm done monologuing. Though Sir Furrybait wasn't able to understand my words, it had still managed to grasp the fact that I was in control of the spirit, so it had leveraged the opening that resulted from my raving to catch me off guard with a ridiculously high-speed attack. Its movements were so fast and unsuited to its massive frame that I'd only just barely managed to evade any incoming damage. The ground, however, hadn't been so lucky. The rock that I'd been standing on had been completely and utterly demolished. Beneath it lay the bear's claw marks, a series of massive gashes that warned of the size and sharpness of the less than friendly fuzzball's talons. While I had actively raved about unfairness, I didn't actually think that the bear had done anything unwarranted. It was survival of the fittest, and he had only done the sensible thing as a creature unwilling to give up its own life. If anything, the fault lay with my stupidity, and my stupidity alone. And yes, I do know that I'm just being an entitled little shit. Bite me. Mow it down. After a moment of contemplation and inner reflection, I ordered the spirit to attack with a series of beams, as a certain princess had once done to a massive, but unmaintained warrior when faced with an army of insects. My Leviathan's breath attacks weren't as powerful as Lefi's roars, but they were still absurd enough to merit any would-be topographers to redraw their maps of the area. Each exhalation was accompanied by a laser powerful enough to reshape the neck of the woods we were in from the ground up. To top it off, the pseudo-dragon was capable of firing its attacks almost without pause. Seeing the Leviathan in action led me to recall many of the creature features I'd seen in the past. It almost seemed to resemble the antagonist in a film where two massive monsters duked it out, as the way it destroyed the forest, section by section, was almost identical to how an evil titan would destroy a city, block by block, with its deadly breath-based projectiles. Adding to the impression was the way it would take out every tree in its vicinity just by flailing about. The barrage lasted for a good while, but despite its power, it wasn't able to finish the armored bear. Goes to show it doesn't live in the western part of the forest for nothing. All the bear lost, even after being subject to wave after wave of attacks, was a single limb. And though it was injured, it showed no sign of backing down. In fact, it had even started retaliating. It barraged the Leviathan with snaps of its maw and a series of heavy blows from its remaining, muscular arm. It was an unending assault, one that required all of its focus to maintain. In other words, I had slipped its mind, and not by coincidence. In MMK, I raised my blade as I approached the monster from behind and aimed a blow to its neck, one backed by the full force of In's weight. The beery bastard sensed the act of aggression and attempted to evade it, but it was too little, too late. Neither its flesh nor its armor were able to resist my weapon. The stump that was once its neck sprayed blood into the air as its disembodied head fell to the ground. Its body had stopped moving, but I opened its character sheet just in case and confirmed that its health bar was empty. Looks like it worked. I nodded in satisfaction as I swung in order to get rid of any remaining blood that still dirtied her blade. The Panzersus was a monster that truly did live up to its reputation as one of the western wicked forest's inhabitants. It was able to not only evade all of the Leviathan's attacks, but even the others that I'd thrown into the mix while it was busy. Not even the spells that had come from out of sight were able to escape its perception, and in the end, it had even noticed the killing blow. In spite of the fact that I had popped both stealth and attention redirection to deliver it, I'd used the latter of the two skills to force it to focus entirely on the Leviathan for the briefest of moments before popping the other and sneaking behind him. It was a near-perfect combination. The Leviathan's status as an overwhelming threat made it easy for me to trick the bear into thinking that it was what it needed to focus on, even in spite of the fact that the skill was only at its first level. Hey, it won't be long before I start introducing this world to the concept of ninjas. Soon, even the mention of the word will be enough to instill fear and panic into the hearts of the people. Not that it's always going to go this well, but whatever, I said, as I dismissed the wayward fantasy. The biggest problem was the cost. My Leviathan had already begun dispersing. Despite having cost me a whole third of my pool, it was already dry on mana. The summon was on an incredibly short timer. Simply existing was enough to slowly drain its bar, and attacking only made the efficiency problem worse. I liked calling for it given how flashy and powerful it was, but I didn't feel like there were really many situations in which I could use it outside of a one-off duel. I would have to carefully pick and choose when to put the newfound technique into practice. Maybe I can try scaling it down a bit to get more bang for my buck. Whatever the case, I was still glad that the experiment had more or less proven successful, as it meant I now had another solid trump card up my sleeve. Alrighty, let's find ourselves some more prey. I looked around as I spoke to my pets. Wait a second. Is it just me, or do you look kinda different? Orochi replied to the question with the snake equivalent of a wry smile, as if to say, oh, hey, you finally noticed. Not that snakes can actually smile or make different expressions at all, but whatever, you know what I mean. After a bit of musing, I popped open the giant blood serpent's character sheet, only to discover that he wasn't a giant blood serpent at all. Wait, you evolved? When the hell did that happen? He was apparently now a member of the wicked Crimson Serpent King species, and while this change didn't come with any new skills, it had resulted in a rather significant stat hike. All of its existing skills were also a much higher level than they had been since I last checked. Appearance-wise, he was a bit different, but more or less the same overall. The most notable changes were that he'd grown a series of spines somewhat resembling a rooster's wattle, and that he was now a deeper, bloodier shade of red. I tried looking into the past and asking myself exactly when the evolution had occurred, but I genuinely had no idea. I'd basically left everything concerning his training and growth in Rur's court, as if on cue. Rur barked the moment I began thinking about him. While I couldn't speak wolf, I was at least able to make out that he was asking me how I'd managed not to notice, given the obvious changes in the snake's appearance. I mean, I realized that he grew spines and stuff a while ago, but I thought that was just him trying to be stylish and shit, you know, like how some people gel their hair. Rur replied with an exasperated whine, as if to say, of course not. Why would he ever do that? Oh okay, I know how dumb this sounds, now that I've actually thought about it, but hear me out. Some of the wicked forest's monsters can do all sorts of crazy shit with their bodies for camouflage and stuff, right? So I always kinda thought that, you know, Orochi could grow himself a few spines if he tried hard enough, right? I faked a cough. Anyway, you're looking pretty badass, dude. Good on you. I gave him a few pats on the back to distract him, myself, and everyone else from my momentary lapse in judgment as I quickly analyzed all my other non-Fenrir pets, just in case. Looks like you're the only one that's evolved so far, huh? The three others had also grown quite a bit, but Orochi was the only one to have evolved so far. Yeah, I can kinda see why. He's both the front line and the main attacker, so it's pretty much a given that he'd be getting the most XP. According to Rur, all of the others were already skirting the line of evolution, and it'd only be a matter of time before they followed suit. Sweet. I should probably get them a commemorative gift or something when they all manage it. Good job, guys. Keep it up, I said. All you gotta do is keep evolving until you're every bit as powerful and intimidating as a Daemon Lord's mid-bosses should be. And so, with that said and everything checked, we continued to hunt until the sun began to set. Are you not an adult, Yuki? Asked Levi, immediately upon my return. Her face was decorated with a bit of a bitter smile. Why is it that you are so covered in filth? Sorry ma'am. If the dragon had still been as lazy and unproductive as she was when I first met her, I would have called her out in favor of allowing myself to be lectured. But as she had actually started helping out with the chores, and therefore functioning as an adult, there wasn't much I could really say in return. Still, that didn't stop me from trying to justify myself. In all fairness, it's not totally my fault. Getting covered in blood and dirt and stuff is pretty normal when you're out fighting things that want to kill you. I am well aware of that, she said. Yet, I find it difficult not to comment after seeing my husband return as unclean as a child following a session of play. Yeah, fair enough. There ain't no arguing that. You would do well to bathe yourself at once. In personified herself and began following me as I walked over to the closet, as if to silently indicate that she wanted to join me. There was no reason for me to refuse, so I made sure to grab a change of clothes for the both of us. I will be joining you tonight. I shall even ensure that you are well washed, said the dragon. That's sudden. Where'd this come from? I asked, a bit flustered. It wasn't unusual for us to bathe together, but this was pretty much the first time she offered to wash me. Normally, she would have more or less ordered me to wash her hair instead. There is still time to be had before our evening meal. Consider it a reward for your efforts, as I know full well the extent of your exhaustion. Huh? So what are you really after? I desire sweets of a variety you rarely serve. Yup. Figured that was it. Glad to see she never changes. I smiled to myself. Well, there's no reason for me to say no, so I might as well treat her to something once we get out of the bath, I guess. Chapter 269. Take me out to the ball game. You're going down, Levi. I shouted a taunt at the silver dragon as I stood atop a makeshift pitcher's mound in the middle of the grasslands. Do not underestimate me, Yuki, your challenge will only result in your defeat. She raised the wooden bat she had in her hands up around her shoulders and readied herself to deflect any incoming projectiles. Upon seeing that she was ready, I too took a stance. I raised my leg in an exaggerated manner and held the pose for a few moments, before roaring as I whipped my arm through the air with all the force my inhuman body could muster. Once the motion reached its end, I released my grasp on the baseball and allowed it to tear through the air like a laser. For the briefest of moments, Lefty closed her eyes, only to open them wide again right as the ball was about to reach her. I see it, and I shall not miss. She twisted her hips and cleaved the bat through the air in a wide, arching swing. It was so fast that it blew away around her with what I assumed was most likely a sonic boom. The rush of air that accompanied the swing had me convinced that it was more than capable of deflecting literally anything coming her way. But it wasn't. She had a fatal flaw. A lack of familiarity with her tool. The dragon had swung too early, and too quickly. The ball flew right past her as she finished her swing, landing perfectly in the strike zone and tilting the score in my favor. What? She exclaimed. That is impossible. It was perfectly in my sights. Good job, I laughed mockingly. Good job missing right after screaming about how you wouldn't. Again, I broke into a fit of laughter. You didn't even graze the damn thing. That was simply a stroke of misfortune. It will not happen again. A heavy blush spread across her cheeks as she humphed and turned away from me. I didn't doubt that she'd seen the ball perfectly, but that didn't necessarily mean that she was actually going to be able to hit it. That was just the type of game baseball was. Well, you've got spunk, kid. I'll at least give you that much. I will be ridding you of that annoying smirk soon, she huffed. Do not make the mistake of assuming that you will have the upper hand for long. Say what you want. You're still going down. I retrieved the red and white comet from her as I flung another taunt in my wife's direction. Like Lefty, the not-so-undersized pup seemed relatively annoyed. He'd complained about being given the role of ball boy, but his tail betrayed him. The way it wagged to and fro as he went about chasing the projectile proved that he wasn't anywhere near as dissatisfied as he made himself out to be. I wasn't actually much of a baseball guy myself. I'd only asked Lefty to play it because I was bored, and it happened to be the first thing that came to mind, and frankly, I was more than getting my money's worth from the experience. Leaving her so frustrated had made the event much more enjoyable than it would have been otherwise. I have not lost yet, she said. That was only the first strike, and I know that baseball requires 3. Fair enough, I said. I was functioning as the umpire, but only because she knew even less about the sport than I did. My lack of exposure meant I wasn't confident in my judgment by any stretch of the imagination. But my inability to throw anything other than fastballs simplified things, so I was relatively sure I could at least be fair. Plus, we can always just have a redo if it's too hard to really tell. You can do it, Lefty. I believe in you. Cheered Luna. Me too, shouted Shi. The audience was a bit quieter than usual today. It was comprised of the vampire, the slime, and the wraiths, who were unable to contribute to the volume. They instead raised the arms of the dolls they were possessing and waved them around as if to go through all the motions that happened to accompany cheering. Normally, In would have been present to fill in the last of the 6 slots, but today, she was too busy to attend. Her schedule was filled with basically nothing but chess with Layla. Observe, young ones. It is only a matter of time before I wipe the grin off of his face and transform his expression into one adorned by tears. Oh, please. Let's see you try. I raised my leg again before lobbing a second high-speed ball in her direction. Even I was impressed by the sheer velocity, which by far exceeded anything that any major leaguer was even remotely capable of. This time, Lefty didn't close her eyes. She kept them wide open and perfectly focused on the ball all the way through. And this time, She learned from her mistakes and timed her swing well instead of letting loose prematurely. Alarm bells began blaring through my head. The bat struck the ball dead center and sent it flying. Oh shit, straight towards my face. Crisis detection was the only reason I managed to raise my mitt and intercept it. The weight of the impact was so absurd it led me to suspect that I was catching a cannonball, even though it had landed right in the middle of the glove. I ended up having to brace myself so as to not get sent flying. It is a shame that a catch equates to a loss, groaned Levi, in discontent. Why yeah. I nodded along as I tried to hide the fact that I'd been on the verge of breaking into panic. Looks like I win this time. That victory shall be your one and only. I will not allow you to win again. She cursed, clearly frustrated. Holy fuck, that was scary. I thought I was going to die. All cause I teased her a bit too much. Sweat began dripping down the back of my neck as I imagined how unpleasant a fate I would have suffered had I failed to catch the deadly projectile. I was confident that even the slightest slip-up would have resulted in the lawn being decorated with my brains. It had just been that heavy. Evidence of the force with which she'd sent the ball flying back at me could be seen on the mitt, which now featured a circular burn mark at the point of impact. Another 10 of those, and she'll probably tear right through this thing. Now that's one deadly comebacker. I thought I was going to die. I muttered to myself, still stunned. What is this comebacker of which you speak? That's just what it's called when you send the ball flying back at the pitcher. Do not worry, Yuki. I shall restore you in short order even if you are to lose your head. You're not helping, I complained. Yeah, I'm a pretty laid-back guy, but my balls aren't anywhere near massive enough for me to just nod along and move on. Walking the line between life and death is definitely not something I do for fun. How the hell did she send it flying straight back at me in the first place? This is literally her second time swinging a bat. God damn it. I'm calling hacks. There just has to be some overpowered Supreme Dragon bullshit going on right there. Now let us begin another bout. I lost only because I have never once before played this game. Why yeah, sure, I don't mind going for round 2. Real men like me don't sweat the small stuff, I said. But just keep in mind that nothing's going to change. I'll keep coming out on top, no matter how many times we play. Ha, a bolder claim I've never heard, she huffed. I have adjusted to the use of a bat. I will not miss again. Despite all my boasting, I had little to no confidence in my own victory. Her second swing had been a fairly decent one, and it seemed fairly likely that she was going to knock it out of the park with her third. Thankfully, I had prepared a little something in advance for this exact scenario. A wide grin spread across my face as I raised a leg, paused, and then finally moved to pitch. The ball shot towards the strike zone as would a bullet from a railgun, but because she'd grown accustomed to the wooden weapon, Levi swung the bat at exactly the right time and nailed it head on, or at least she would have had the ball not made a sudden, unnatural dip. What? Impossible, she exclaimed. Mwahahaha. I cackled. That is what we call a miracle pitch. And with it up my sleeve, none shall stand in my way any longer. My might will be what conquers all of Britannia. All of Britannia? She took a few steps back in shock before actually processing the combination of my lines and my pose. I am not quite sure I follow. I love how she reacts to this kind of stuff sometimes. To reiterate, I was unable to throw any sort of pitch more complex than a fastball. Curving the ball and changing its speed mid-flight were both far outside the scope of my capabilities. So you might be wondering, how the hell did the ball suddenly drop? Well, you see, my dear friend, the answer is obvious. It ain't no ordinary ball. Hell, it ain't even the same ball I used the first 2 times. Betcha you didn't see that one coming. While getting ready to pitch, I'd actually taken a moment to quickly pop open a tiny entrance to my inventory in order to swap the ball I had been using with one that had a chunk of lead randomly shoved inside of it. As the metallic weight was off-center, the ball was all but guaranteed to deviate off of its original course. Moreover, its trajectory was effectively impossible to read. Not even I, the pitcher, knew where it was going to end up. In other words, I was cheating. I was cheating against someone that wasn't even capable of recognizing that I was cheating given her lack of familiarity with the game. Now, I know you're probably thinking I'm scum and whatnot, but this is, in fact, perfectly okay. You know what they say, right? Innocent until proven guilty. And if there's no one to prove me guilty, then I'm clearly as innocent as an angel. Nice try. But there's no way in hell you'll be able to beat out my miracle pitch, I taunted. I accept your challenge, Yuki. I shall demonstrate the power of the Supreme Dragon, the greatest of this world's creatures, by thoroughly defeating you. Hey, that's my wifey for you, I smirked. Bring it the hell on. It doesn't matter what you say or try. My technique's always going to be 2 steps ahead of yours. I decided to continue ignoring the fact that I was just cheating in favor of boasting about my miracle pitch as I readied myself for our 4th face-off. Take this, I roared, as I launched the ball. Last time, it had stayed on course until it almost reached her, but this time, it began swaying left and right so quickly it started to create afterimages. I see right through you, the dragon shouted as she stepped forward and hit the ball dead on, despite the inconsistent nature of its movement. What? I shouted in confusion, as would a certain Italian vampire, as the ball once again flew straight at my face. I had managed to catch the last comebacker with the help of one of my skills, but the same events refused to repeat themselves, because, though I'd caught the ball, I was unable to stop it. The lead that it contained added to its mass, which, when combined with its velocity, created a force too great for my mitt to handle. The leather glove tore, and in doing so, allowed the glove to fly straight into the side of my head. Grarg! I screamed as I was lifted off the ground and sent flying onto my back. Oops! Said Levi. My secret technique was defeated. My consciousness began to wane, but through sheer force of will, I managed to deliver one final line. The last thing I saw as everything faded to black was Levi, flustered and dashing in my direction. Damn it, I knew cheating was a bad idea. Chapter 270. Sudden phone calls are sudden. Ugh. I placed a palm against my forehead as I slowly rose from my bed. My head. As my vision slowly returned, my eyes found themselves captured by the girl sitting at my bedside. So you have finally awoken, she said, in a soothing, warm tone. It looks like I'm in the true throne room. I mumbled. Did you carry me all the way here? The fact that I was indoors could only have meant that someone had moved me, and that, in all likelihood, that someone had been her. I did not. Was also involved in your transportation, she said with a light-hearted shrug. Pretty sure that means she did a fair bit of the work, at least. Thanks, I said, for carrying me here, and for treating me. Though I'd awoken under the impression that I was still in pain, I realized that was not actually the case once my mind caught back up with the situation at hand. I had definitely not come out of the situation unscathed. Not even my ridiculously overtuned body could tank a Levi-powered baseball to the face and get away with it, which means she probably fixed me up. She normally doesn't let it show, but she's actually really damn good at taking care of people. I did nothing worthy of your gratitude. The wound I mended was one I caused. She smiled at me. I have, however, marked the second round as my victory. We are now tied, 1-1. I guess we are, I chuckled. We would do best to exchange roles to settle the score. I shall throw, and you shall rep. I'm good. Thanks. We can just call it your win. I shifted to a traditional Japanese pose of repentance as I cut her off. The gesture prompted her to laugh, cheerfully, before pushing on her knees to move closer to me and ruffling my hair. Then by my right as victor, I demand that you spend the evening serving me drink. Your wish be my command, boss lady. I'll get you all the booze you could ever want. I could have done without a dramatic enactment, she said, with a wry smile. We began drinking as soon as the girls went to sleep. And it wasn't just Levi and I. Both Layla and Leah had opted to join us. Of the 3 girls, the one that demanded the most attention was the same one that had called for the event to begin with. What delays you, Yuki? Serve me another cup at once, she made a demand as she continued to cling to my arm. All right, I'm on it, I said as I did as she asked. Wow, Fi. You're gulling it down real fast. The Warwolf laughed along in a mix of awkwardness and amazement as she watched the other woman down the cup in a single swig. She's always like this, I said. Her alcohol tolerance is actually pretty shitty, but she kinda makes up for it by sobering up quickly. That's pretty darn cute in its own kinda way. Enough, Lou. This is the time to exchange drinks, not words. Don't you worry, Lefi. I'm drinking as much as you are. She raised her cup to her lips and gulped down another mouthful. Wait, Lefi. Once her gaze reset, Le realized that the dragon girl she had been conversing to only a moment prior was no longer paying any attention to her, or anyone else, for that matter. That's some real darn good timin' right there, said Lou. She fell asleep right as I raised my glass. Yup. One moment, she had been perfectly fine, or at least as fine as someone totally plastered could be. But in the next, she was on my lap and fast asleep. There was no gradual transition between the two. It was as if someone had flipped a switch and shut her down. Lou and I exchanged glances, and then began to laugh. The silver-haired maiden's behavior was certainly going to remain on our minds for quite some time. I had no idea you could hold your liquor so well, I said. Me neither. This has gotta be my first time drinking like this, she said. But it seems I ain't the only one that can drink like a fish. The same goes for you, Master. You seem real sober for someone that's had so much. I might not seem as drunk as a sailor, but I totally am. I'm getting pretty dizzy, I said. Both Lou and I had been downing excessive amounts of alcohol in order to keep up with the dragon's demands. I was already starting to walk the line between staying conscious and passing out and forgetting half the night. But despite having drank roughly the same amount as me, the beastkin was doing just fine. She didn't even look the slightest bit under the influence. Hearing that I wasn't exactly in a right state of mind caused her to shift between glancing at me and the floor before seemingly making up her mind and leaning onto the arm that Lefi had abandoned. I'm startin' to think I might have had too much too, she said, coquettishly. I'm heatin' up. She pulled on the collar of her uniform and began fanning air through it as she turned her head just enough to shoot me a seductive glance out of the corner of her eye. You really don't have to pretend to be drunk just to get flirty, I said. What did you think? She turned around and gave my arm a squeeze as she giggled. Did your heart skip a beat? Nah. Not at all. Acting that way doesn't really suit you. The only thing I got out of you was a laugh. A laugh? The wolf girl reeled. She had been dealt a critical blow. That can't be right. See, come on, Master. I'm even shown you my chest. Everyone's always told me guys are real fond o' that kinda stuff. She seemed extremely frustrated by my lack of a reaction, so she doubled down by unbuttoning the top of her blouse and pulling it down in order to reveal even more of her so-called cleavage as she did her best to snuggle up to me. This would be totally hot as fuck if you were as busty as Layla, but honestly, you're too flat for there to be anything to see. Wow, that's rude, Master, real rude. Yeah, but it's not really my fault. Showing off your chest doesn't get you anywhere if you don't have a chest. Clearly angry, the beastkin puffed up her cheeks and began attempting to drum her fists against my chest, but I laughed it off and casually waved away her arms whilst telling her that I was just joking, even though I totally wasn't. I can't believe you, Master. I'm not that flat. She huffed. Why's it you gotta be so cheeky when your darlin' fiancé's trying her gosh darn best to try and seduce you? It's okay, Lou. Don't feel bad about it. It's just, everyone's got things they're good at and things they're not. You're just not so good at making yourself out to be sexy. But don't worry, you've got your good points too. You're a good victim. Teasing you is one of the highlights of my day. Oh, fine. If you're just gonna keep playing the cynic, then I'm gonna stop falling for it, be the bigger person, and forgive you. Even if you were been real rude. Thanks. Happy to hear it. Our conversation hit a bit of a lull, so I took a moment to look at Layla, who'd been leisurely drinking away at her own pace. At first glance, it looked like she was as much of a heavyweight as Lou, but more careful observation led me to realize that, though she looked to be all smiles as usual, Her cheeks were totally flushed. She was every bit as drunk as I was. Wait a second, dude, holy shit. You okay, Layla? I asked, as I realized that she had twice as many empty bottles around her as the rest of us combined. Oh, of course, she replied, with her words much more slurred than usual. I'm doing just fine. The way she looked at me, with her eyes glossy due to drunkenness, was almost erotic, in a way. You sure? 'Cause I'm pretty sure you've had a bit too much for you to be okay. I'm perfectly fine, my lord. She smiled and paused for a moment after speaking, only to close her eyes and fall over and bonk her head against the floor. Layla. I panicked for a moment, but soon realized that, like Leffi, she'd just fallen asleep. I'm surprised she didn't wake back up with how hard she just hit her head, I muttered with a wry smile. Maybe all the drinkin' made it so she ain't feelin' much anymore, said Lou. Yeah, that's probably it. She'll probably wake up the next morning and wonder why she's got a bump on the side of her head. Well, master, now's your chance, said Lou. She's out cold, so you can mess round with her chest as much as you want. Nah, I'm good. I calmly rejected the suggestion. Lou, please. What do you take me for? But weren't you just talking about it? I only brought it up for comparison's sake. Honestly, I'm more of an ass man. Thighs are what really make a woman. That mean you're gonna be fondlin' her thighs instead? Nope, I said, after a brief pause. Looks like you had to do some real thinkin' that time. Oh, shut up, I grumbled. Can you really blame me? Layla's got the hottest bod in town, and as a man, that isn't something I can just not notice, you know. Lil laughed, but her joy soon died down. Her smile twisted into a lonely frown. I wish Nell was here, she said. It ain't the same without her. Yeah, I know. Me too, I joined her in lamenting, but soon perked up. Wait a second, I just remembered. Remembered what, master? I remembered that I gave Nell one of the MK2 correspondence orbs. Hell yeah, we can ring her up whenever. I had actually left my own orb of correspondence MK2 outside my inventory just in case she decided to call us. I quickly rose to my feet, grabbed it off to my workbench, and returned to where Lou was seated. What's that thing do? It pretty much works like a cell phone. Wait, you wouldn't get that, would you? I cut myself off after realizing that modern technology was a foreign concept to this fantastical world's residents. So it basically lets you talk to people even if they're really far away. All you gotta do is charge it with mana. Wow, that sounds real convenient. Yeah, only problem is that it burns mana like crazy. It'd probably drain you dry in a minute, tops. I'm startin' to think it ain't as useful as it seems. Yeah, well, I'm a demon lord, and she's a hero. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to keep it running for a full hour, at the very least. I channeled my magical energies into the phone and activated it as I explained. Nell, you there? Hi what the heck? Oh, sweet. It looks like it's actually working, I said. So, how's it going? It's going fine. Is it really you, Yuki? She responded, timidly. Yup, real Yuki here. In the not-so-flesh, I said. You been keeping busy lately? I've been doing pretty just fine, but I'm really starting to miss being able to bathe every day. Oh right, thinking back, I recalled that Nell had actually taken a pretty good liking to the bath. Not being able to take one every day certainly seemed like it would suck for someone that had grown accustomed to one. So did you call me because you needed me for something? Nah, you happened to come up in a conversation, so I suddenly felt the urge to hear your voice. Are you sure you're doing fine, Nell? Asked Lou. Are you eating properly? Oh, hey Lou, said Nell, after being taken aback by the sudden change in speaker. I'm sure I'm okay. I really miss Layla's cooking, but I'm still eating properly. You have to make sure to eat real nice, balanced meals all the time no matter what. Okay. Part of being an attractive woman is to never stop taking care of yourself. Don't worry, Lou, I know, she said. You make sure you keep on your toes too, Okay? You can't just copy Lefi and eat nothing but sweets. Our bodies aren't like hers. We'll gain weight the moment we try eating the way she does. Why yeah, I know. Lou averted her eyes from the orb, and that is what we call getting called out. Despite living away from home, Nell was every bit as aware as I was that Lou had basically opted to join our resident good-for-nothing dragon every single time she felt the urge to consume a sweet treat. The girl in my lap was likely capable of eating a whole mountain of sugar without gaining so even a single pound, but the same couldn't be said for Lou, who gained a noticeable amount of weight every time she let herself go. Enough about that. Anything interesting happen lately? Nell paused for a moment to think. I managed to catch a weird panty thief, if that counts. How's a weird panty thief any different from any other panty thief? Asked Lou. No, I said. I'm pretty sure all panty thieves are weird. Being a degenerate sounds pretty much like par of course for anyone that resorts to it. We thought he was just another pervert at first, said Nell, but it turns out that it wasn't that simple. After breaching his base of operations, we discovered that he had used the stolen panties to make a magic circle, and that he was trying to conduct some sort of ritual. Okay, and so, Lou and I spent the rest of the night chatting with Nell, even in spite of the fact that she was in a faraway land. Chapter 271, The Dungeon Expedition, Part 1. You seem happy, Nell, said Carlotta, as the two walked side by side down one of the church's corridors. Did something happen? The hero nodded with a cheerful, ear-to-ear smile. Something really nice happened last night. Did you have a run-in with your fiancé? How did you know? I didn't. I said it as a joke. The knight smiled, awkwardly, before clearing her throat. I understand that you're happy, but the meeting we're about to participate in is of utmost importance. Make sure you conduct yourself appropriately. Oh, of course. Nell closed her eyes, took a deep breath. Once she reopened them, her smile was gone, replaced by a neutral, serious look. Seeing that her friend and subordinate was now ready, the more experienced paladin nodded in satisfaction. Good, then let's head to the conference room immediately. All the others are already present and waiting. Upon entering the conference room, Nell found herself greeted by the usual sight. 10 odd paladins were present in the hall, each wearing a piece of armor with an identical insignia, one that marked its members as of the Order of the Faldian Holy Knights. I've gathered all here today in order to brief you on our next mission. Carlotta, the commander, addressed her unit in a loud but clear voice. The brass has placed us in charge of destroying a dungeon near the coast. In other words, we've been ordered to put down a demon lord. For a moment, the hero felt her heart lurch in her chest, but placed a hand on her chest and heaved a relieved sigh once she gave her captain's words another thought. The Wicked Forest was nowhere near any coast. That mean we'll be heading off to the Lan region? Asked tonight. It does, said Carlotta. Our objective is approximately 4 hours away from Poa's port. Only 4 hours? The paladin's eyes almost seemed to bulge out of their sockets. Why is it that this is only getting addressed now? That damn thing's way too close to town. The guild has had its adventurers investigating it for quite some time. They've been making steady progress through the dungeon, answered Carlotta. Why are we getting called to action if they're making steady progress? Asked another paladin. Conquering dungeons ain't part of what we normally do, is it? Paladins rarely ever took the initiative in engaging monsters in combat. Their duties typically consisted of maintaining public order, aiding the armed forces in making arrests, and guarding VIPs. They would occasionally seek out dungeons that popped up near the regions they policed, but it was unheard of for them to be sent to conquer a dungeon based in another region. The paladin who had posed the question reasoned that the scenario at hand was likely linked to some sort of extenuating circumstance. It isn't, agreed Carlotta. The adventurers sent to subjugate the demon lord made it through its dungeon and confronted it, but were forced to escape because it was too much for them to handle. As you all know, a more skilled group of adventurers would normally be sent in to eliminate the demon lord as soon as possible, but none happen to be available right now. The army's a bit too busy to deal with it, so the task fell to the church. Our order was selected because we happened to be one of the most skilled. Carlotta paused for a moment to frown in disinterest. Or at least that's what they're putting on paper. The real reason is politics. Arresting the two senile old bastards we called cardinals and rooting corruption out from our ranks was good for us, as an organization, but it caused too big of a change. The public noticed immediately, and is starting to lose faith in us. So the higher-ups want us to put on a bit of a show so they can prove to the people that we're still standing strong. She snorted in annoyance. Normally, I would have told them to screw off with their ridiculous demands, but the political situation they're in is a direct result of our actions. Someone's got to fix it, and I trust none of you are senile enough to need someone else to wipe your asses just yet. Her sarcasm-laced words caused a series of laughs to echo through the conference hall. Unfortunately, we can't all go, she spoke after allowing her troops a few moments to relax. The well-trained brigade quieted right back down the instant they heard her voice. Every last man managed to regain control of himself and redirect his attention to the commander. The higher-ups will soon be hosting a ritual in order to select a new pair of cardinals to replace the buffoons we arrested. Over half of you are going to have to remain in Alshur in order to guard anyone the brass marks as a VIP. The rest of you are coming with me. But, as I'm sure you understand, we can't just march on a dungeon that a group of adventurers failed to conquer with only half our numbers. We'll be looking for a little bit of outside help to ensure our success. Carlotta's gaze slowly panned across the room before finally stopping as she locked eyes with a certain specific individual. Nell H. Huh? You I mean, yes, Captain? The hero hadn't thought that the ball would suddenly be passed into her court, so she reacted with a bit of a start before correcting herself. You'll be playing a pivotal role in securing us the help we need. You see, the person the brass has in mind happens to be Dungeon. Conquest. And we're not even doing it for free. We're going to make mad bank. I jumped for joy and cheered right after I did. The slime had parroted both my words and my actions. I'm pretty sure she doesn't actually know what I'm talking about, seeing as how she's kinda struggling with some of the words, but whatever. It's cute. Copying everyone else was something that the aqua-colored monster did relatively often, and I was pretty much convinced that she only sometimes fully understood the things that came out of her own mouth. Were you not fiddling with an enchanted orb just a moment prior? Why have you suddenly broken into cheer? Asked Lefi, with a raised brow. Nell just invited me to help her conquer a dungeon, I said. I'm super hyped. You're conquering a dungeon? Does that not entail defeating a Demon Lord? She asked, hesitantly. Would you not feel remorse for having to slaughter one of your brethren? I chuckled. Lefi, please. What are you saying? I'm a demon lord. We don't give two shits about each other. For us, the only distinction that matters is friend or foe. The only friends, per se, that I had were the dungeon's residents, Nell, and a few others here and there. And for the most part, basically everyone else, demon lord or not, was a foe. If you have no particular concerns on the matter, then I suppose there is no longer any reason for me to worry. I almost couldn't contain my excitement. Visiting another Demon Lord's dungeon was something I'd been wanting to do for a long time. Nothing I'd heard about any other Demon Lord had been anywhere even remotely close to positive. I was told that they were full of themselves and basically out to get the races. In other words, they were basically just evil scumbags. If that was true of the Demon Lord whose door I was about to knock on, then I saw absolutely no issue with offing him. Not that I'm any less hostile or evil, I guess, if my titles are to be taken into consideration. Will you be gone for long? Maybe. It should at least be a shorter trip than my last trip, I said. Oh yeah, the dungeon's apparently near the beach, so I'll try to bring back some seafood or something, as souvenirs. Seafood? Repeated Shii with a big smile. Yup. Seafood. Seafood is super tasty, so look forward to it. As I continued talking to and entertaining Shii, I got everything I needed together to make sure my trip would end in success. Chapter 272. The Dungeon Expedition. Part 2. I just can't seem to get away from this place, can I? I muttered under my breath as the now familiar city came into view. I really hadn't ever expected to come back to Alfiro more than once or twice. Every single one of my visitations had seemed likely to be my last, and yet, I now found myself returning so often that I'd even set up a portal straight to it. The old governor's city was where Nell and I had decided to meet up. The plan was for me to join her and her team on a carriage that would take us straight to the city nearest to the dungeon. Lo and behold, they were already there and waiting. A small, lightly armored escort featuring a pair of familiar figures was standing right by the city's main gate. "Oh, hey, over here." Nell began waving to me the moment she noticed me approaching. "Hey Nell, looks like you're just as full of energy as always," I said. "I know we just talked recently, but I'm still happy to get to finally see you in person again." I'm happy too, but could you keep that stuff for when we're alone? It's kind of embarrassing with everyone else listening in." She awkwardly glanced at the other members of her order as I ruffled her hair. "I love how shy she is. It's totally adorable." "Alright, fine. But once we do finally get a moment to ourselves, I'll make sure I go so far overboard you can't help but cringe." "I'd really rather you not go out of your way to go overboard if you're aware of it." She was a bit exasperated, but also very clearly happy at the same time. "So that's how the masked Meister looks without his mask?" "He's a lot younger than I thought," said a paladin. Hearing his words prompted me to spin around, grab the usual, clown-like mask out of my inventory and put it on before once again turning to face him. "Young? What are you talking about? My age is as mysterious as I am suspicious. Don't just randomly go assuming my age. I'm not really sure there's any point in trying to hide it anymore." "Yuki," whispered Nell, "if anything, having that mask on is just going to make you grab even more attention." "Oh yeah, rigged. That was a thing, wasn't it?" Unlike her, I had totally forgotten about the fact that my mask was now something widely recognized. Wearing it was going to get me nothing but stares. "You never change, Masquerade," said an exasperated Carlotta. "I see you're still just as fond of fooling around as you are the last time we met." Yeah, enough about me." I took off my mask as I held my arms up in a shrug. "How about introducing your men?" "Not a bad idea." She turned to her squad. "You heard him. Introduce yourself." "Start from the left." At her command, each of the paladins quickly briefed me on their identities. I wasn't too interested in the particulars, but noted that, Nell and Carlotta aside, there were 5 of them, of which 2 were women. Though they were weak enough to pale in comparison to their commander, and not even worth comparing to Nell, each was still about twice as strong as the average soldier. "You sure this'll be enough to plow through a dungeon?" I asked. I would have liked to bolster our forces a bit as well, but most of my men are out on another job. "This lot's all we had available," the Night Lady said with a frown. "Still, I'm confident that with you, Nell, and I all present, we'll be sure to succeed." "I'm honestly quite grateful that you agreed to come. It would have been much riskier without you." There wasn't any reason for me not to. "I've got a bit of a vested interest in conquering dungeons myself," I said. "Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask this. How strong's the Demon Lord, this time around?" The answer to that question is, most likely, very. "It managed to defeat the party put together to exterminate it," she answered. "We'd best stay on our guard." "Huh. Interesting. I'm really starting to look forward to this." "Where's Zen?" asked Nell. "Is she not coming?" "Nah, I'm having her stay home this time." Normally, in and combat went hand in hand. There was almost no reason not to bring her along if I knew I was getting myself into a fight. My signature weapon was super strong, super cute, and definitely endgame worthy. She also happened to have an extremely long blade. It just so happened that, according to Nell, the dungeon we were raiding consisted mainly of narrow corridors in which I wouldn't be able to swing and around. Moreover, I was also going to have to account for the fact that I was fighting a group. Swinging and around could very easily equate to a death sentence for any paladin unlucky enough to accidentally step into her massive range. And so, much to both our disappointments, I'd ended up deciding to leave the sword girl behind. "Who's this and you two are talking about?" asked Carlotta. "She's his favorite sword," answered Nell. "Do you remember the long, red blade he used the first time he helped us?" "I suppose I do, now that you mention it." "Oh, right, Carlotta's never actually met N. Her full name is Zayn. We just call her N for short," I said. "She's so cute she might as well be an angel. I'll bring her along and introduce you two next time." "An angel?" She cocked a brow. My bad. I misspoke. I meant an archangel." "Just to be clear, we are talking about a sword, right?" "Yup." "Well, to each his own, I suppose." The night lady stared at me as one would a weirdo. "Oh come on, don't look at me like that. I know you're probably thinking that I'm a degenerate with a sword fetish or something, but that's only because you don't know what sword girls are." I was speaking the truth, the whole truth, and only the truth. I swear it. Hell, I'm like 200% sure that even your stubborn mask'll crumble the moment you see her. "Is there anything that you need to do before we depart?" After taking a moment to recompose herself, Carlotta cleared her throat and brought the conversation back on track. "I'd like to leave as soon as possible." "Nah, I'm all set," I said. I had already gotten literally everything I needed before leaving the house. My inventory was stuffed with a metric boatload of miscellaneous, useful tools and items. Hey, tremble in fear, demon lord. Tremble and grovel before me, for your days are numbered. My arrival will mark your end." "Excellent." She turned back towards her troops. "Well, you heard the man. Get the horses ready for departure immediately." "Yes ma'am." The other paladin saluted, and then immediately retrieved a pair of carriages from the checking station. Each of the well-constructed vehicles was engraved with the same crest that decorated the knight's armor. "Masquerade, you will be joining Nell and I in the first carriage, the one in front. The rest of you will be sharing the second. Move out." "Oh yeah, so I've been meaning to ask, why'd you end up asking me to tag along anyway?" I posed the question to the Order's commander, who currently happened to be in the middle of looking at the cards in her hand with a scowl. Nell and I were family, and I'd already worked with the Holy Knights on multiple occasions. But even so, I found it odd that they were requesting my aid given that I wasn't one of them. As far as the church was concerned, there was no reason for them to ask me of all people to show up, even if they were short on hands. "I'm not quite sure of the real reason myself," responded Carlotta. "The brass informed us that we were free to ask you for assistance if necessary, in spite of the fact that we're typically barred from requesting help from outside sources. Knowing your incredible capabilities, I saw no reason not to go ahead and do what was effectively instructed." "Oh, I get it now." I rolled my eyes internally. "I bet this is that crafty old bastard's handiwork." The suspicious circumstances, which had even the Holy Knights captain baffled, was far too convenient to be a mere coincidence. "I guess he's telling me to put my hands where my mouth is and live up to what I said," I muttered, too quietly for anyone else to hear. Of course, while I was certainly willing to step up and protect Nell, as I'd told him I would, I was not by any means happy about him using me. Knowing that I was dancing in the palm of his hand irritated me to no end. I knew I should have killed him when I had the chance. God fucking damn it. "What's wrong?" asked Nell. "Nothing. Don't worry about it." I took a breath and regained my cool. "Your turn, Carlotta." "All right," stammered the knight. "Then I suppose I'll take this one." Her face contorted in a mix of shock and despair the moment she flipped the card around. "Making a face like that's only making it obvious you just drew the old maid," I said with a laugh. "I think that's the first time I've ever seen Carlotta react like that," said Nell, with a wry smile. On a typical day, playing cards would have entailed playing President, Trump, or some other relatively complex game. But as Carlotta had no experience with my world's games, we started with the easy-to-understand classic that was Old Maid. Unsurprisingly, she ended up losing. The cards themselves are fairly simple, but the games are much more complicated than I expected, she said. "But, I've now memorized all the suits, symbols, and corresponding numbers. Wait, seriously? Already? I couldn't help but not believe her. We'd only played a single game of Old Maid. You managed to do a number on me while I was still adjusting. Now it's time for me to pay you back in kind. Huh? So what's this? I asked, as I held up a jack. The 11 of diamonds, she replied, immediately. Wow, this lady knight's got one hell of a head on her shoulders, though I guess that really shouldn't surprise me, seeing as how she's in charge of a whole order and whatnot. Alright, fine. Challenge accepted, I said. The training wheels are coming off. I'm going to show you just how deep the mind games can run. The games we played back at the dungeon had long escalated beyond the realm of casual. I'd been made to learn, through them, that this world's people were higher spec than those that I'd known prior to my reincarnation. Their enhanced senses allowed them to hear heart rates and discern subtle changes in one's expression amongst various other insane feats, and they would use all the information they gleaned from their observations to aid in determining the contents of their opponent's hands. When Lefi and I played, it almost always came down to a contest of predictions and calculations, and that's pretty much why I always win. Lefi's poker face totally sucks. That's just what I was hoping to hear, said the knight with a grin. I'll see through and stomp every one of your techniques. With our shit talking out of the way, we shuffled the deck and moved on to round 2, chapter 273, The Dungeon Expedition. Part 3. Our trip continued without any particular incident. We spent the night in an inn in a small town and made it to the finish line safe and sound the next day. I happened to look out the window as we crested a hill not too far from our destination, and as I did, I found myself greeted by a lively, beachside metropolis. The maritime city was beautiful. It wrapped itself part way around what could only be described as a glimmering blue expanse. A large lagoon that led straight out to sea. A dozen or so ships could be seen moving around within it, seemingly coming from and going to land afar. The scale led me to believe that what lay before my eyes was likely one of the country's busiest ports. Wow! I muttered. Now that's a sight. Is this your first time seeing the ocean? Asked Nell. Nah, I said, without tearing my eyes from the lagoon. But it sure has been a while. The wicked forest contained a body of water large enough to be considered a sea. I'd seen it many times, off in the distance, while flying around up high, but I'd yet to pay it a visit. It was deep within the forest's western subsection, and on the other side of the mountain range that extended down from what used to be Lefi's home up in the north. I would have to fully equip and steel myself for a journey that would last at least 3 days if I ever decided I wanted to visit it. In other words, it's my first time being anywhere near any sort of ocean post-reincarnation. This is the seaside city of Poazir, said Carlotta, as I continued to take in the sights. It will be our base of operations for the time being. The first task on our agenda is paying the governor a visit. I'm afraid that's something we'll have to have you along for. Orders received, Commander. I may be a commander, but I'm certainly not yours. You can just ignore him, said Nell. He's just being silly. As usual. The brunette's comment on my personality led her superior to chuckle wryly. He seemed much more solemn and earnest when we first met. Wow, talk about rude. You're making it sound like I don't take life seriously. Just FYI, I always take everything mad seriously. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Despite bragging and shit-talking, I'd gotten my ass handed to me when we played Trump. I was, unsurprisingly, not a professional gambler, nor even all that good at card or mind games in general by any right. Carlotta, on the other hand, was one of the big shots constantly engaged in the mind-numbingly complicated, 7-dimensional chess game known as politics. She had to deal with freakishly intelligent manipulators and attempt to outmaneuver them on a regular basis. So yeah, no shit, an average person, average demon lord, like me is gonna get shit-stomped. Speaking of, Nell has been getting pretty good at Trump lately too. Ugh. Goddamn otherworlders. You can never underestimate him without getting burned. The carriage reached its destination, a checking station just outside the city, as we were busy engaged in conversation. The paladin driving our carriage, whose name I vaguely recalled as Thello, managed to get us through without any hassle after a brief conversation with the guards, and so, we slowly began chugging our way through town. I took the opportunity to look around and make note of the fact that most of the people out and about were rocking some pretty dark tans, as one could expect given their proximity to a nice, sunny beach. Their clothes were also relatively thin, loose, and cool to match their warmer environment. Nell had started giving me a stare, so I decided not to look or think too much about the female populace, but I had already noted, with certainty, that looking around the city alone was enough to make for a man very happy. Our carriage eventually navigated its way through to a large mansion, the governor's manor. It seemed that the guards we'd spoken to earlier had already sent word about our arrival, as several servants were standing in front of the building, waiting and ready to receive us. "We're here, Commander," said the driver. "Thank you, Thello, and good work getting us here." "It was a long drive." "Thanks, Thello," echoed Nell. "It's all in a day's work," said the knight. We disembarked in front of the building, and were immediately joined by the paladins that had been in the carriage behind ours, all of whom stood behind Carlotta in a neat line. One Swede all gathered up, a young-looking butler, whose complete and utter lack of gray hairs almost made him seem unsuitable for the job, greeted us with a bow. "Good afternoon. You must be the paladins we were expecting." "You are, by all means, free to leave your carriages here. One of our trusted valets will have them looked after." "Thank you," Carlotta said, before turning around. "Nazul, stay here and make sure the horses are taken care of appropriately. The rest of us, you're with me." She turned back to the butler. "Lead the way." "Pleasure to meet ya." "The name's Abel Lebriad. They call me the governor of Poazir." The man that greeted us was pretty much the embodiment of a stereotypical sailor. He was a brawny, well-built individual with a short head of hair, the sides of which were shaved in a manner reminiscent of a soldier. His thick, burly arms were covered with all sorts of tattoos, which were still fairly easy to make out despite his sun-darkened skin. The words he used were fairly polite and amicable, but the tone he spoke in was rough. It was like his voice carried the weight of the many years he'd spent at sea. You know, if I met him under any other circumstances, I probably would have assumed he was the boss of a mob or something. Like, holy shit, dude reeks of kingpin. "Carlotta de Maya, the pleasure is mine," said the big shot in our group. Once both individuals had named themselves, they exchanged a brief, solid handshake. "Let's get straight to business," is what I'd like to say, but I've got something on my mind. "You mind if I go ahead and ask it?" he said. "By all means." "Who's that?" "He doesn't look like one of the church's knights to me." "Is he?" The curious, speculative expression on his face seemed to imply that he'd more or less already figured it out, and that he just wanted confirmation. Me wearing my mask was probably a big help as well. "That would be why," said Carlotta. "He's here to lend us a hand. I can guarantee that he's very good at what he does." "Sup," I said, with a casual, lazy wave. I hadn't actually thought to wear my mask given the interaction I'd had with Nell earlier, but Carlotta had convinced me otherwise. All the effort I'd spent helping Nell, and therefore the country, had ended up providing me with quite the reputation. The Night Lady had wanted to make use of it in order to help people identify me, and it seemed that Mr. Ript had in fact done exactly that. Welp, looks like Nell was right about the mask standing out more. "So this is the man that all the others have been talking about." His expression hardened for a moment, as if to appraise me, but almost immediately morphed back into a smile as he decided to move the conversation along. "I'm going to be frank. I was wondering what your higher-ups were thinking when they told me they'd be sending a small group of men over to help with our Demon Lord situation. But now, I understand. I was just underestimating you. I was always told you were frank, Sir Abel." "It seems the rumors are true." "That's just how we sailors are. We don't care for pleasantries so much as we do the objective truth," he responded with a shrug. "Sailing's a collaborative effort. We all have to board the same ship and work towards the same goals. If things start to sour, then we're all sure to die. We have to be upfront and say when we don't think we can board cause of a lack of trust. Consider this a rite of passage." "I take it that means you've decided to let us sail with you?" asked Carlotta. Naturally, as you've brought both the hero and the elusive masked Meister, I can tell that you're not just here for the sake of some silly political game. You're here to give clearing this dungeon a real shot, so it's only fitting that I see to you with the same upfront honesty. He grinned. Welcome to Poazir, comrades. I wasn't expecting the church to put so many of their resources on the table. Abel spoke in a hushed tone as he watched the paladins leave the premises from the window in his study. You and me both, Captain, said the young butler that accompanied him, in a much rougher tone than the one in which he'd greeted the guests. Sons of bitches even went and lugged in the goddamn hero. That ain't something you just fucking do, it. She's a tough one, agreed the governor. But what's got me more shocked is that she has both the Sword Maiden and the Masked Meister with her. That trio's probably the church's most effective group of elites. I hear that fucking sketchy masked bloke ain't actually with him though. He wasn't wearing no damned matchin' branded suit so metal like the rest of 'em either. His precise affiliation doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that he's here. It means that he's at least willing to help them, said Abel. But you're right, it's suspicious. I've got a whole bunch of questions as to why they've brought an outsider with them, and I doubt any of the answers involve much in the way of helping us. Both men stayed silent and took a moment to contemplate the possibilities. What do you think these church scallywags are really after? It was, eventually, the butler that broke the silence. I don't know, said Abel. It looks like they're at least planning to do as they've said and follow through on conquering the dungeon, and I'd be relieved if that's really all they end up doing. Because, whatever. Either way, kid, keep in mind that we don't want the church on our backs, he said. Hell, we don't even want the Sword Maiden on our backless. That'd be just as awful. She's way too shrewd for me to want to deal with her. Abel sighed. I already told her we'd welcome her, so go tell the boys to treat her with all the respect they've got before anything happens. Aye, Captain. And for the last time, stop calling me that. I'm not your captain anymore. I'm a governor now. Of course, sir. I apologize for breaking rank. The butler immediately snapped back to his previous demeanor, which led Abel to chuckle. Let's just keep an eye on them for now. The one thing I can say for sure is that they're a fearsome bunch. If all goes well and they do their jobs, then we'll be short a demon lord problem. With his piece said, Abel leaned back into his chair as he watched the church's horse-drawn carriages vanish into the city streets. Chapter 274. Side Story. The make-believe tragic heroine. She wailed in sorrow. Why did this have to happen? Her question was met with silence. Please. Open your eyes. Please, I beg you. She grabbed the thing and shook it by the shoulders. But despite her protests, nothing changed. He, would remain forever still. Why did this have to happen? Why? Say something, Yuki. Please. Tears trailed down the sides of her face. She sobbed, as she clung onto his lifeless corpse and expressed every bit of the profound misery assaulting her soul. What is it that the two of you are doing? Only to be interrupted by a bystander. Playing pretend, I said, as I sat up. Pretending to be a tragic heroine, said Eluna. At the same time, can the two of you not engage in an activity that is more normal? The dragon girl's dubious stare transformed into an exasperated sigh. I see now that you are doing as described, but I fail to understand the role of all parties involved. Her eyes turned to Shii. I'm the friend watching over her while she cries, said the slime. You are smiling in quite the cheerful manner for one witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene. That's because I have to. If everyone else is sad, then I gotta be happy and help them cheer up. I suppose. The look on Lefi's face seemed to indicate that she had 1,000 things to say, but she chose to back off in the face of the slime girl's energetic, insistent response. Give it up, Lefi. Shii's the biggest hairhead around. You wouldn't be able to get through to her even if you tried. You should join us, said Eluna. I should do what? Asked Lefi, taken aback by the sudden suggestion. Join us. Let's play make-believe tragic heroine together. Alrighty, let me make some quick changes to the script, and we can go for take 2, I said. Yay, cheered Shii. I will have you know that I have not agreed to any of this. Despite her protests, Her complaints went unheard. She wailed in sorrow. Why did this have to happen? I believe it was. Woof woof. Her question was met with silence. Please. Open your eyes. Please, I beg you. Bark. She grabbed the thing and shook it by the shoulders, but despite her protests, nothing changed. He, would remain forever still. Why did this have to happen? Why? Say something, Yuki. Please. Anything. I just want to hear your voice one more time. Tears trailed down the sides of her face. She sobbed, as she clung onto his lifeless corpse and expressed every bit of the profound misery assaulting her soul. Bark bark, said Levi, before finally getting off her hands and knees. I request an intermission. Something up? Do not give me any of that. Is this not supposed to be the tale of a child confronted with despair? Why is it that the role I must play is one of a dog? The dragon girl, who had temporarily been converted to a canine through the use of a dog nose and matching ears, shouted in equal parts frustration, disbelief, and shame. I mean, the dude's backstory is that he's got a dog, I said, in a matter-of-fact manner. It just so happens that said dog happens to be a special kind of stupid. It's so dumb that it's managed not to realize that its owner is dead, so it's barking at him cause it wants to be fed. What's not to understand? I see no reason for his story to contain such detail. Her face contorted with shock. Hey, jackpot, joke's on you, Levi. I only came up with this whole dumb scenario because I wanted to see that exact look on your face. Well, I mean, we can switch it up a bit if you really aren't feeling it. How about this? We can make the dog loyal, and it can mourn its owner's death alongside the heroine, alright? I would prefer not to, she sighed. I apologize for mocking your game. You must allow me to take on a different role. Wow. Talk about selfish. I looked at the other two actors with an exaggerated shrug, as if to say I had no idea what to do with her. Well girls, it looks like she's trying to string us along. What do you say? Either of you mind swapping roles? I want to be the doggy, said Shiai. If she's changing, then I'm changing too, said Eluna. You can be the heroine, Levi, and I'll be the friend watching over you. Looks like we're all set, I said. Take 3. Let's go. I regret raising my voice. I should have refrained from questioning the game's content, said Levi, in a whisper. Yup. You totally brought this upon yourself, she wailed in sorrow. Levi stumbled over her words for a few moments, but attempted, poorly, to cover it up by clearing her throat. Your death was pathetic and entirely in vain, but I do not find it undeserving. Her question was met with a snort. Oh God, that line was so ridiculous it caught me totally off guard. I am beginning to doubt my assessment of your condition, said Levi. Yeah, Yuki. Dead people aren't supposed to snort, said Eluna. Yeah. Agreed Shiai. My bad. I just really wasn't expecting her to say that, I said. After a few final spasms, the man's corpse once again lay still. The girl placed a hand on the now truly deceased individual's ice-cold cheeks and slowly, gently, caressed it. Why has it come to this? She said, tearfully. All of your limbs have been removed, and your entrails have been wrenched apart and consumed. It was a miserable death, and one not of necessity. Again, the man snorted. You would do best to play your own role well before seeking to criticize others, Yuki, said Levi. You're saying it like it's my fault. How am I supposed to keep quiet with you just randomly adding stuff, and needlessly gory stuff, at that? Like, all this is really starting to beg the question of how and why the man ended up dying to begin with. You have no right to claim my additions needless. It was you who fleshed out the dog's past, was it not? I am fully aware that there was not a need for such a role to begin with. That's not true, said Shiai. The doggy is very important. That is a statement that you have only made as a result of your desire to wear the props associated with the role, said Levi. Oops, I was trying to keep that a secret, giggled the slime, in an embarrassed manner. Damn, she's so cute her drill could probably pierce the heavens. Alright, you know what, clearly, our two roles are the problem, I said. So here's how we'll fix this. You can be the corpse boy, and I can be the sad girl. Capic? I believe that to be an unfitting set of rules, but very well. Alright, fourth time's the charm, I said. Ready, set, action. He wailed in sorrow. Why did this have to happen? Bark, bark, sad bark. Please. Open your eyes. Please, I beg you. Eep. The girl let out a quiet, but audible squeal as a pair of hands suddenly made contact with the sides of her stomach. Wait, is it just me, or did she just move? I looked around. I'm pretty sure moving is the one thing corpses aren't supposed to do. Do not blame me, the fault is yours. You're not supposed to move, Lefi. You're dead, said Eluna. Yup, very dead, repeated Shi-I. The girl was distraught. Her complaints had been silenced by the heroine's friend and dog, but with no other choices remaining to her, she returned to being nothing but an inanimate corpse. I'm so sad, I said in an intentionally unfitting, upbeat tone. I can't believe something like this happened to someone so important to me. Despite her best attempts to remain silent, the girl began gasping in an almost sensual manner as the heroine continued to fondle her body inappropriately with one hand while grabbing a nearby object and popping off its lid with another. I'm so sad. I think I'm going to have to Sharpie your face to help me get over it. The heroine acted as he spoke, and doodled all over the corpse's face. Sharpie, Yuki. Her eyes shot open as she came back to life. Were those not permanent? She sat straight up and began touching her face as she addressed the heroine. Wow, I'm surprised you actually remembered. Yup, you're right. They're totally permanent, and won't come off even if you wash them. You imbecile. Why would you use such a thing on my face? And why are your senseless scribbles all over it? How am I supposed to see this removed? Don't worry, Lefi, I've long decided to love you forever. No matter how you end up looking any number of years down the line, I will not allow myself to be fooled by your sweet whispers. And so, the girl began squabbling with the heroine. Seeing this, her friend and her dog exchanged glances. I don't really think this tragic heroine game is going to work anymore, said Eluna. Me neither. Let's go outside instead, said Shi-I. Good idea. Let's go. And so, the girl's friend and dog moved on and sought greener pastures in which to entertain themselves. Chapter 275. This one simple trick will make every seabound vacation a journey to remember. Our next destination is the Adventurers Guild, said Carlotta. But we can leave that for tomorrow. You're free to go for today. The knight addressed us while we stood in the lobby of a fancy-looking inn. One of the governor's servants had not only shown us to it, but also handled all the logistics behind our lodging. Already, ma'am? Asked Thello. Of course, Carlotta nodded. Rest is as important a duty as any other, and being on the road is stressful. She looked between the two drivers. Nazul, Thello, I'm sure that the two of you deserve a nice, long break. Besides, not all of us normally get to see each other as often as we would like. The meaningful grin she put on as she gazed at Nell and I quickly spread to all the other paladins. In that case, Commander, I'd be glad to go ahead and start resting right up, said Thello, with a chuckle. Same here. I'm going to go kick back and relax, said Nazul. It wasn't long before all the other knights excused themselves and retreated to their own rooms, leaving Nell and I as the only two remaining. They really went out of their ways to make that as goddamned obvious as they could. I smiled wryly, while Nell watched them go with a huge blush spread all over her face. She had even shouted, "Geez, you didn't all have to get in on the joke," at their backs as they went. Anything in particular you want to do? I asked. I don't think so. Alright, then let's head out and have some fun. Sure. But where? Where? More like where else? There's only one place to go if you're half a step away from the ocean, the beach. Of course, one of the things I always end up thinking when I'm around Yuki is that he's a really big idiot. And this time, he's really gone ahead and proven it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Geez, Yuki, you really need to knock that off. It's really embarrassing. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked me up and down. And though I could feel my cheeks burning, I chose to return his gaze. I put it on because you were insisting, and it doesn't look like there's anyone else here, but. I glanced at the two tiny pieces of clothing covering my chest and waist. This is just underwear, isn't it? The man in my life had taken me to a deserted beach, handed me two pieces of underwear, made of a slightly thicker cloth than the usual, and asked me to put them on. The design was cute, and I was very happy that he'd prepared a gift for me, but it showed so much skin that I couldn't help but feel on edge. I had only agreed because both my enemy detection skill and the instincts that I'd honed as a hero told me that we were all alone. Nah, it's not underwear. It's a swimsuit, he insisted. This is the kind of thing you've gotta wear if you're planning on taking a dip. Aren't swimsuits supposed to look more normal? This one doesn't cover much of anything. I'd seen sailors in swimsuits on several occasions, and while I didn't have any detailed memories of them, I was certain that they weren't anything like the swimsuit he'd given me. The clothes that the girls in town were wearing were already thin and revealing, but this was even worse. My entire body practically lay exposed. Don't worry, he said. It looks super good on you. Hell, any guy that spots you will probably end up with his eyes glued right to you. Though I'ma probably have to gouge out said guy's eyes if that does happen. Please don't. I smiled, awkwardly. He wasn't wearing much either, besides what was likely a swimsuit of his own, a pair of shorts made of a similar type of fabric. His body was perfectly to my taste. He was well-toned. His abs were well defined enough for it to be obvious that he was every bit as manly as he should be, but he wasn't so muscular that his body was completely lacking in elegance. What the hell are you doing? He stammered. Huh? For a moment, I looked up at him, confused, only to then realize that I'd unconsciously began poking his abs with my index finger. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was touching you. I retracted the digit as I appreciated, and began to miss how nice it had felt to touch him. Wait. There isn't even anything wrong with me touching you, I said. We're married, which means your abs are mine. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works, he declared in confusion. He had an argument, but so did I. I kept trying to persuade him, this time, with more confidence. But you always tell Lou and Levi that their ears and horns are yours. By that logic, I should own your abs. It makes perfect sense. Perfect sense? More like perfect nonsense. I mean, sure, I say dumb shit like that from time to time, but that doesn't mean He squealed a rare but cute squeal as I began to touch the sides of his stomach. Sit still and let me touch them, I said. Ha ha ha. Stop, stoop, ha 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 ha. He pushed himself off the ground despite being short of breath and darted off. Wait, come back. I started running after him, giggling all the while, and as I did, I felt a gentle warmth work its way through my heart.